All right. Can anyone hear me? Let me know in the comment section if you can hear me okay. So can anyone hear me? And you may not hear only me because I've got my my little boy in the background. So you may have the pleasure of his voice as well, probably making more sense than I ever have done. But pardon me. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. So we are continuing with our somewhat afternoon sessions, reacting to the goings on within the Nigerian political dynamism. So we're let me just skip that advert. So we're hold on. No,
so a fierce battle over power, principle, and political strategy. Opening up inside Nigeria's opposition ahead of 2027. And at the heart of it lies one explosive question. Should the presidency remain in the...
all right. So there's so many things happening at once. So let me just settle them down. So there's somewhat of a logic to it. So good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. I hope you're having an excellently glorious day so far. So in this particular session, we'll be reacting. Good to see you, Bosun. It's always a delight to see Bosun. Bosun is always here. You are audible. Thank you, Agbadorian. Josh Ladd. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you, Josh Ladd. That's always reassuring, because you want the quality to be as impactful as it possibly can be. Dele Mohammed there as well. So please tell us in the comment section if you're here and where you're joining us from, just to bring the family together. And by the way, we'll be doing a lot of bringing the family together after the 16th of January 2026. After Tinubu has been returned, then we will try and bring the country back together. But at the moment, the Southeasterners are rebel-rousing. And you can understand why they are rebel-rousing, by the way, the Southeasterners. They've been a major part of the country, but they've never had governance ever. So you can understand why the Igbos are so wound up and agitated. But their agitation is understood, but their champion is not acceptable. Peter Obi is too Igbotic for the Nigerian nation. That's just the thing. It's not that we don't want an Igbo president. We don't want an Igbotic president. So it's a subtle but quite clear distinction. It's not that we don't want an Igbo president. We don't want an Igbotic, an Okrika, Okoro. We don't want an Okoro. Do you understand? So there's a distinction. You know, in America, the word NAGGER. So depending if you end it with a hard R or an H or an A, then that's the distinction. So we want an Igbo president, but we don't want an Igbotic president. We don't want an Okoro. We don't want an Okoro to be the president of the country because it doesn't serve my interest. If an Igbo president, if an Igbo man is the president of Nigeria, it serves my interest as an Oyo man. But if an Igbotic president is the president, it doesn't serve my interest as a Yoruba man. It's just it. We also the rep in Isolo. Isolo, they voted an Igbo man as a rep in Isolo, and he took all of the resources of Isolo. He took it all the way to the southeast. Every opportunity that was available in Isolo, he gave it to the southeast. So that is exactly why we're against people like Peter Obi, because it's too egotic. But we're not talking about Peter Obi today. We're talking about Dele Momodu and his outing in the media space. So let's get straight into it. Tell me if you can hear the audio in this clip. That's always the most important thing. So we are reacting to Dele Momodu's outing on Arise TV, speaking to the permutations of the Nigerian political landscape, the presidential race, as he understands it, and of course in conversation with Charles Ayagolu.
Or should
Tell
the
me if you can hear the audio.
simply field the candidate most capable of defeating the incumbent? Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has forcefully entered that debate, warning that insisting on a Southern presidential candidate against a sitting Southern President Bola Tinubu may amount to what he calls political self-sabotage. In a strongly worded intervention, Alhaji Atiku argues that opposition politics must be driven by hard electoral arithmetic, not sentiment, emotion, or selective appeals to zoning, but directly opposing that position is Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, who appeared on the and has openly backed the decision of the NDC to zone its presidential ticket to the south, and has even declared his willingness to veto if the coalition so decides. So yet again, the opposition appears divided over the path to power. Is zoning still necessary for national balance and stability, or is it politically naive to expect a Southern opposition candidate to unseat a Southern incumbent? Is the future of opposition politics now with the Obi-Kwankwaso axis in the NDC or with Atiku and the ADC? Well, to help us as we unpack the growing battle for the soul of the opposition, I'm joined now from our studios in Lagos by the veteran journalist, publisher, ADC chieftain, and Atiku ally, Basharu Dele Momodu. Mr. Momodu, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Good to see you again. You look blithely patient there. Thank you for joining us. Let's start.
Good evening.
Yeah.
The one thing I've noticed about this Charles Ayagolu is that he tries to intimidate his guest with both and you know, Nigerians, they always melt to somewhat of a British accentuation, and they defer superiority to that British accentuation. And this Anambra man, Charles Ayagolu, he, of course, a BBC guy now with Arise TV. So he tries to intimidate them with that accentuation and vocabulary. But I wonder how I will fare with it. Maybe if we build the platform sufficient enough, I may well lock horns with this character from Anambra State.
Yes, good evening to you. Let's start with what many Nigerians see as a contradiction Atiku Abubakar now says zoning the presidency to the south ahead of 2027 is self-defeating and politically unrealistic. But where was this argument in 2007, in 2015, or even 2019, when zoning either directly or indirectly worked in his favor? Why does zoning suddenly become intellectually dishonest only when it is likely to benefit a southern aspirant?
Well, Tony, let me say, zoning has...
Firstly, his name is not Tony, his name is Charles. And the point that Charles is making is exactly right. If you don't know that Atiku is a self-interest politician now, then you don't belong in the Nigerian political conversation. Atiku is the last vestige of that Fulani entitlement mindset that they have come to the lazy assumption that the Nigerian experience is just for them to pick up and exploit at their will, because they have the Hausa numbers. We don't have the Fulani numbers, by the way. The Fulani are not up to 12% of the Nigerian population. A lot of people estimate them at about 8%, but they have colonized the mindset of the Hausas and they use them as the leverage point. So he wants to lever that sense of entitlement. We saw it play out with the Yemsen Wike narrative in the last cycle of elections. We're still seeing it playing out now. Is not taking any cognizance of the new dynamism of the landscape, and it just wants to override and overwhelm. But that's Atiku Abubakar for you, of course. If you don't learn the lessons of history, then you're doomed to make the same mistake. But Dele Momodu, of course, an Edo man, by the way, who made his fortune and his name and his life off the back of the Yoruba people, there again stabbing the Yoruba in the back. Dele Momodu, of course, a voice for hire.
Suddenly become important because politicians now see it as the only credential required to win an election, especially the presidential election. The APC and Tinubu, they know very well that if they don't drum up this issue of zoning, there is no clear path to victory for them. They know it. It's very clear. But I'm not going to be boxed into this zoning brouhaha because I've realized that it is a deliberate distraction from the important issues that we should be discussing. I've been watching Arise News from early this morning to this evening. There has been no other debate other than zoning. It's a distraction. And I can say it without any fear of contradiction that that is not what we need at this time. Winning an election is about strategy. Those who want zoning, they have the right. I watched your interview with Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso last night. Very brilliant man. I enjoyed it. But I sent you a tape earlier on. I don't know if you've had time to watch it. The same Dr. Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso told us just about 2-3 years ago that he would not be able to be a running mate to Peter Obi, and he gave his cogent reasons. One of which was that the part of the country he comes from will not vote a Peter Obi. You have the video, even if you are not able to play it. Also,
and by the way, what Kwakwanso said all those years ago, it still obtains as true. The part that Kwakwanso comes from in the country, which is the northern part, they will not vote for Peter Obi, certainly not. And they will not even vote for an Obi Kwakwanso ticket because they know that Kwakwanso subordinates himself to Obi and he has no power or leverage in that ticket. So Kwakwanso joining Peter Obi it doesn't add, it adds very little, but not anything of any profound significance that will be impactful in the elections in any meaningful way. Kwakwanso is on a long political journey. It's on the same journey that Tinubu embarked upon. It's on a long-term plan. So what Kwakwanso is doing is supporting Obi now, so that in 2031, we have the OK ticket now, Obi Kwakwanso ticket now. So in 2031, we will have the KO ticket, the Kwakwanso Obi ticket, but he would have embedded and ingratiated himself sufficiently enough within the Southeastern, especially politics, and the wider obedient politics for them to be able to straddle that ticket. So what they are permutating is not so much an OK ticket, which is a busted flush, because I don't think anybody that has any brain function thinks Tinubu is leaving power until 2031. So what they are doing is just to solidify that Kwakwanso Obi relationship for them to run that OK ticket for 2027 in order then for them to run the KO ticket for 2031. So that's the permutation in play. If you don't understand that, then I cannot help you. Check yourself into Yaba West, where the psychiatric hospital is.
I know that Peter Obi is targeting 2031 elections already, so the game has already started. So it's permutation.
And by the way, apologies that Dele Momodu said that I have not listened to this clip until I'm playing it too, because I like to react organically to all these things. But exactly what I've just said now is what he's saying now. But you may not believe me, but I didn't even know he was going to say that. But that's exactly what's in play. So the ticket now is the Obi Kwakwanso ticket for 2027 is the John the Baptist to the Jesus Christ of the Kwakwanso Obi ticket for 2031. That's exactly what Dele Momodu is saying.
And to watch it. The same Dr. Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso told us just about 2-3 years ago that he would not be able to be a running mate to Peter Obi, and he gave his cogent reasons. One of which was that the part of the country he comes from will not vote a Peter Obi. You have the video, even if you are not able to play it. Also, I know that Peter Obi is targeting 2031 elections already, so the game has already started. So his permutation is that he has to come out now and be like a Lamb of God who will take away the sins of the earth, and so portray himself as a friend of the South, so that when it comes to his turn to run, he will be able to point at the fact that, after all, I sacrificed my own time for Peter Obi. Well, that's being clever, but I don't know. I believe in the God factor. We don't know who will be here in 2031 or not. I know that he's being kicked and attacked by his people, even in Kano. I live partly on social media, just like some of us are being kicked in the South for supporting a Northerner. That is what Tinubu has succeeded in doing, dividing Nigeria into North versus South. Instead of us now discussing we have no electricity, security is nil, and so on and so forth, all we're now talking about is where.
Oh, so please tell me any point in history that we've ever had any of this. So apologies, I just ran off to do something. Please tell me any point in history that we've ever had any of these things that the fat boy from Edo State is telling us that Tinubu stands accused of. Tell me any point in history that we've ever had electricity or security or anything that this 10 plates for breakfast boy from Edo State is not a Yoruba man. No, I don't know quite why he's calling himself Dele. I wonder if that's his real name. It's not. It's more like an Osage or is an Osage. It's nothing to do with the Yoruba people. You know, this guy is as distant. He's just one of those people that come into the Yoruba land to exploit the fat of the land and then try and stab us in the back. That's who he is. He's an Edo man. He's from the South. Dele Momodu, if you may not know, if you do not know, then know now. It's not a Yoruba person, you know, telling us that we don't have electricity, we don't have security. When in the history of the nearly 70 years of Nigeria, have we ever had all of those things? Are we not closer to those things now than we've ever been?
A man comes from. I think it's like.
And by the way, his champion Atiku Abubakar, he spent $16 billion to get us electricity. We didn't get the electricity, and we can't find the $16 billion. Atiku Abubakar was in charge of electricity under the Obasanjo administration. He was running the country whilst Obasanjo was chasing creditors and trying to balance the economy. He spent $16 billion to tell us that we will get electricity. Atiku Abubakar, where's the electricity now? Where is the money? That's his champion, his leader, this man from Edo, Sapele Waterboy.
Someone has hypnotized us. We have been jazzed into thinking only about what part of the country you come from.
Well, Mr. Momodu, I don't mean to interrupt
let me
you.
entertain you.
I don't mean to interrupt you there, because you've made that point a number of times now. But to be quite candid, the issue of zoning is a very, very valid point, given the way that this country is divided up. And there's regionalism, there's ethnicity. Nobody would deny the fact. That's why in the Constitution, Nigeria has federal character. If it wasn't meaningful, then it wouldn't be discussed at all. What I need to ask you is this. Atiku says, and you're supporting that statement, politics is about arithmetic, not sentiment. But doesn't, in your world and in Atiku Abubakar's world, doesn't politics also involve legitimacy, trust, and perception? If the opposition ignores zoning and presents another northern candidate against a southern incumbent, could that not alienate large sections of the South before the campaign even begins?
My brother.
So that's a very legitimate question by Charles Ayagulu right there. So it still speaks to that sense of entitlement. So we had 8 years of suffering under Buhari, which is the worst administration that Nigeria has ever and hopefully will ever have. We suffered that. Now we're seeing the green shoots of possibilities of the country evolving in a positive trajectory, and still these Fulanis will not let us go. So is it not the case that so let me bring up Kenneth with us. So is it not the case then that this sense of entitlement, we suffered by Buhari 8 years, and now we're on the cusp of recovery, but the Fulani still wants to hold us to hostage?
Politics is about arithmetic, not sentiment. But doesn't, in your world and in Atiku Abubakar's world, doesn't politics also involve legitimacy, trust, and perception? If the opposition ignores zoning and presents another northern candidate against a southern incumbent, could that not alienate large sections of the South before the campaign even begins?
My brother, politics is a game of number. You can be sanctimonious, you can preach for as long as you want about zoning. If you are not able to win.
So are you listening to what we're saying? So if you want to interpret it in colloquialism, is that we don't give a FUCK. That's what he's saying. Whether the Southerners feel that they want to have equal measure with the North or not, we don't give a FUCK. We feel we have the numbers and we want to overrun you. If Atiku ever becomes the president of Nigeria in 2027, Yoruba land is doomed, but then equally Igbo land is doomed as well. That puts us in perpetual servitude to the Abokis.
Zoning and presents another northern candidate against a southern incumbent, could that not alienate large sections of the South before the campaign even begins?
My brother, politics is a game of number. You can be sanctimonious, you can preach for as long as you want about zoning. If you are not able to win elections, you are wasting your time. One of the greatest Nigerians that ever lived was Chief Abdul Ganiyu Ishola Faweyimi. Brilliant. He went to prison on behalf of all of us so many times, but he could not win an election. What Atiku was saying is very valid. What is the point? If zoning is not in the constitution of Nigeria, and he tried in 2019, he combined with Peter Obi, they did not win. In 2023, Peter Obi ran his own race, he did not win. So you are ready to continue to talk and talk and talk about zoning and losing election. That's what he's telling you, that for you to get Tinubu out of that place, you need more than zoning. And since there is nothing in the constitution that says a northerner cannot run, a southerner cannot run, it is the decision of the party that matters. It is the party that will determine which strategy favors it best. You cannot say because you want a southerner to run, therefore you are ready to take a risk and continue to run the race, and then when tomorrow comes, people will start arguing, it was Atiku. In fact, they're already saying it. In fact, it's so ridiculous.
All right, let me pause it there. I'll bring Kenny's voice in a moment. But that is somewhat of a puerile sort of an argument being presented. Is jejune. Let me use the word. Kenny's just dropped now. So let me use the word jejune. That's a pedestrian sort of an argument, a non sequitur sort of an argument. So you are saying Atiku has been running elections since God knows when, since probably before most of us were born. Atiku has run against northern candidates. He's been on the ballot against northern candidates. He's been on the ballot against southern candidates. Atiku, of course, ran against Buhari 2015, 2020, or 15, 16, 17, 18, 2019, or whatever. The second election for Buhari. So Atiku has been running against both northern and southern candidates. And the one thing that we can pick up from our Atiku's journey is that Nigerians reject him. That's just the one thing. Nigerians are not interested. They have no faith in Atiku. They have no confidence in him. They have no trust in him. They see him for what he is, an opportunistic chancer. This is how Nigerians see Atiku, and he has run against both sides of the divide for us to draw that conclusion.
Today, that they've reduced the next election to Atiku. Nobody is talking about Tinubu again. Does it make any common sense? You have an election in less than 1 year, and all you are debating on television is where Atiku comes from. So let Atiku run. Let anybody who wants to run. There is nothing stopping him. There is nowhere in the world where the only thing you discuss about election is where you come from. None. If you know of any, let me know.
Right. I don't mean to interrupt you again, but the fact is, Basharu, that the issue is not Atiku Abubakar in the bigger frame of things. It is in the frame of the opposition coming together to challenge 2027. This is, if you like, the micro before the macro. That is what is going on right now. And respectfully, Nigerians have heard this argument before, that only a northern candidate can defeat a sitting southern president. But wasn't that the same electoral arithmetic?
But there's an inherent logic to that, actually. Only a northern candidate can defeat a southern candidate because of the peculiar dynamism because of the peculiar dynamism of the Nigerian political landscape, only a northern candidate can defeat a southern candidate, because a northern candidate presents a stark choice. So if a southern candidate is running against a northern candidate, then the choice of the north is easily predictable. But if a northern candidate is running, if two southern candidates rather, if they are running against each other, then the choice of the north is predictable. They will, if they will go with the Yoruba man, because the affinity of the north, it leans more towards the Yorubas than the Igbos. Culturally, religiously, a worldview, etc., the Northerners feel a sense of kinship more towards the Yorubas because they have a longer history with the people. They have a better understanding of the Yorubas than they do the Southeasterners. So if you are presenting a southern candidature, then the election is easily predicted. But if you are presenting a northern candidate, especially running against a southern incumbent, then there's a jeopardy. There's jeopardy in that. There is no jeopardy in a southern candidate. If you run Peter Obi against Tinubu, it's easily predictable because there's no northerner that is interested in an Igbo man. We all know that. So Peter Obi went to, and then forget all that now. You are not retarded now, so don't act like a retard. The North as a body, they are not interested in a Southeastern candidate. They don't trust them. They don't like them. They view them with suspicion, some of them even with hatred, and certainly most of them with derision. They cannot abide the Southeasterners. We know that about the Northerners. And they can barely tolerate the Southwesterners, but they will tolerate them more than they will tolerate a Southeasterner. So if you run Peter Obi against Tinubu, the North will go with Peter Obi. But if you run a northern candidate against Tinubu, then you have jeopardy in that sort of election. There's no jeopardy in Peter Obi versus Tinubu. It'll be a landslide for Tinubu.
It used to dismiss Peter Obi in 2023 before he transformed the race into a genuine three-horse contest. And there's still arguments today about how that election was actually won and where the numbers went and how they were calculated.
I'm going to scroll back about 30 seconds so that you can hear what Charles is saying again. I've always told you that this Charles is an obedient. Anyway, I don't even need to tell you. I think you all know that Charles is an obedient. It's an Peter Obi adherent, and it's a promoter of ethnic entitlement because, of course, he's from Anambra State, similar to Peter Obi. He's an Igbo man, so he wants his clansman to be in government. So there's no controversy in saying that. That's who Charles Anyagolu is. And what he's saying now, it exposes that even more. So he's telling us that, according to INEC, Tinubu won the elections, which is the narrative of the obedience. But according to the numbers, Tinubu won the elections. And according to the projections, Tinubu won the elections too. Peter Obi scores 0.24%, not even 0.5, 0.2% in Sokoto. The whole of the North, they don't recognize him as an entity. So because Peter Obi scored 99% in Anambra State, it doesn't make him a president. But if you listen to Charles Anyagolu now, he's telling you according to INEC, which is the language of the obedient, which exposes him somewhat, that Peter Obi won the election. But listen to what he's saying now. Listen carefully to his words.
Southern president. But wasn't that the same electoral arithmetic used to dismiss Peter Obi in 2023 before he transformed the race into a genuine three-horse contest? And there's still arguments today about how that election was actually won and where.
Can you hear it? So there it is right there. There is him right there exposing himself as an ethnic jingoist.
The numbers went and how they were calculated. I mean, our traditional political calculations perhaps becoming outmoded and leaving people like you and Atiku behind?
No. My brother Charles, I'm ready for you today, if you are ready for me.
Ready for you,
if you are ready, yeah. Let me just give you some facts that will shock you about elections. Elections don't run on emotion. Now, if you look at Kano, okay, let's start from Katsina. In the last election, Atiku had 489,000 plus. Obi had 6,376. Tinubu had 482. And then Kwankwaso, a northerner, had 69,000. So those who are jubilating already, the election will be over by 12 noon. They are being very naive and oversimplistic. In Kano, Atiku had 131,716. Obi had 28,511. Tinubu had 511,341. And Rabi Kwankwaso 997,279.
So just listen to those numbers. I've always told you that the Northerners, so when I tell you that the Northerners have no currency with the Southeasterners and they cannot abide elements like Peter Obi, especially when he's telling us that Nigeria is in a religious war. You know, the Northerners cannot abide Peter Obi. It's not just me saying that out of sentimentality. It's the numbers telling us that. I have rattled through these numbers before. You know, these people, they don't take any cognizance of data. I have rattled through these numbers before. These are the same numbers that Dele Momodu'S is giving you now. Peter Obi was a categorical failure in the south, in the northern region. That's what the numbers tell us.
He had 6,376. Tinubu had 482. And then Kwankwaso, a northerner, had 69,000. So those who are jubilating already, the election will be over by 12.
Behind?
You need to buy petrol when you pick them.
No. My brother Charles, I'm ready for you today, if you are ready for me.
Ready for you,
if you are ready, yeah. Let me just give you some facts that will shock you about elections. Elections don't run on emotion. Now, if you look at Kano, okay, let's start from Katsina. In the last election, Atiku had 489,000 plus. Obi had 6,000.
Listen to that, those 6,000 people. You know, there are about 6 voting hubs in Nigeria. You have Katsina, you have Kaduna, you have Lagos, you have Kano, and then you have Rivers State, and I cannot remember the sixth one, but there are 6 big voting spaces in Nigeria. Katsina is one of them. Peter Obi only got 6,000 in Katsina. These are the numbers. I can show you the numbers equally, but Dele, I've got the numbers on my screen if you want to see it. But Dele Momodu already reading them out. Peter Obi got 6,000 in Katsina. What did Kwakwanso even get?
Look at Kano. Okay, let's start from Katsina. In the last election, Atiku had 489,000 plus. Obi had 6,376. Tinubu had 482.
All right. So listen to that. Atiku won Katsina with 489,000, but Tinubu got 482. Remove 2 from 9, you get 7. So Atiku only marginally beat Tinubu by 9,000 votes in Katsina State. And this is where elections are won and lost. If you look at the numbers coming out of the last cycle of elections, the states that Tinubu lost, he only lost marginally, and he came a very strong second. Even if you look at Lagos State, the margins in Lagos State were about 10,000 votes, no more. They tell you Peter Obi won in Lagos State, which he didn't, by the way. There was a lot of mischief that went on in Lagos State. But even with that Peter Obi won Lagos State, the margins were no more than 10,000 votes. So this is, you know, elections is all about numbers. It's not about who carries what, who wins what. People win and lose satellite positions, but how strongly did they do in the overall? That's where elections are won and lost. And these are the numbers now. This is raw data, not a leg they shake, hand they shake.
Then Kwankwaso, a northerner, had 69,000.
So Tinubu scored 82,000 in Katsina. Kwankwaso, a Fulani man and a northerner, it scored 69,000.
So those who are jubilating already, the election will be over by 12 noon. They have been very naive and oversimplistic. In Kano, Atiku had 131,716. Obi had 28,508.
So this is where the votes are in Lagos, by the way. There's the big, in Nigeria, by the way, there's the big two in the Nigerian politics. So who are the big two? The big two are Lagos State number 1. That's where the preponderance of votes come. So that's where the preponderance of votes come out of from Nigeria. There are 3 states that you really need to, 4 states you really need to win to become president. Lagos, most importantly, Kano especially, River State and Katsina also. So those are the 4 spaces that you either need to win or come, chest to the line, sort of second. So these are raw numbers now, raw numbers. Not Peter Obi. He went to see a woman and he placed his hand on his head and she became No, that's nonsense now. You did that in the last cycle now. That doesn't work now. Do you not have another trick? Are you a one-trick pony? Are you retarded? Nobody is interested. Gaslighting is not going to work this time now. So we are talking about raw numbers, data. We're talking about achievement, facts, antecedents. These are the things that are in play now. You've already done leg the shake. Are you going to be doing Tinubu certificate again? Is that what you're going to be doing? Drug dealer and all that? Forget it now. Show your workings is what this next cycle is. These 2027 elections is show your workings, show your capacity. But you can continue with your leg the shake and drug dealer.
11. Tinubu had 511, 341. And Rabi Kwankwaso 997, 279. You can see the pattern. So I will jump from there and go elsewhere. I will now go to Northeast. Yobe, Atiku, 198,567. Obi, 2,406.
So listen to that. Where is the population of Nigeria? Is in the north. Where is the youth? There's a median age. They say Nigeria is a very young country, but there's a median age. If you look at the southern parts of Nigeria, because of the way we structure our life around education and achievement before family, the median age of the southerner is around about 30, 32, thereabout. But if you look at the way the north is structured, because they believe in family immediacy and famine and all of that, their median age is around about 17, 18. So when we talk about the young population in Nigeria, we're looking at the median between the somewhat older sort of southern lifestyle and the extremely young northern lifestyle, and we average that to arrive at the median age of around about 23 for the Nigerians. But the abundance of young people in Nigeria are in the north. So if you are talking about who the young people support, then you have to look at who the northerners support, because that's where the young people are. So when they say the youth are with Peter Obi, that's not true. The data don't back that up. The youth are not with Peter Obi. What they should say is that the Peter Obi supporters are younger people. That's true. But the overall younger people of Nigeria, they are not with Peter Obi, because the data doesn't tell us that. The data tells us that the youth are with the winner, which is Tinubu, because that's what the data says. So saying Peter Obi's supporters are younger people is totally and completely different from saying younger people in Nigeria are supporting Peter Obi. It's a very peculiar nuance, but it's a nuance nevertheless. It goes beyond the capacity of the average obedient supporter, because they're just empty-headed yam eaters. They're just okrika something. But raw data, that's what raw data tells us. Raw data.
Okay, Tinubu 151,000, and then Rabiu Kwankwaso, a northerner, 18,000. So let's get real and get realistic. Atiku knew what he was saying. Atiku had meticulously plotted his way since 1992, 1993. And it is clear from this. If you look at the total, in the Northeast, Atiku had 1,741,000. Obi had 315,000. Tinubu had 1,185,000. Okay, so you continue, and then Kwankwaso, who is from the north, had 126,343. So where is the joy and the jubilation for the obedience who say, oh, now that we have Rabiu Kwankwaso, it's all settled? This is what Atiku is talking about. Truth is always bitter. And I am very, very happy that I was able to sit down after you called me this morning to put these things together. And now let's go to Kwara. This is now North Center. In Kwara, Atiku had 136,000, Obi 31,000, Tinubu 263,000, Rabiu Kwankwaso, a northerner, 3,141. Nasarawa, Atiku had 147. Obi had
all right. Let me just pause it for a moment. I want to address something in the comment section. Some hard-boiled Okoro person is saying something. It says you are chatting rubbish, brother. Lagos Obi have about 800,000 to 900,000. So let me just, I've always told you that these people they are truth averse and fact averse. So these are the numbers from Lagos State. So this is hopefully that's showing on your screen. We'll get back to Dele Momodu in a moment. So let me just show you right there to tell you that this guy is a total yam head. So these are the numbers from Lagos. Peter Obi got 45.81% of the votes, and Tinubu got 45.04% of the votes. So that margin is 10,000, not anything that Chukudi in the comment section is saying. But let's get back to Dele Momodu. Like I said, these people are truth and fact averse.
1,000. Obi had 191,000. Tinubu had 172,000, and Kwakwaso 21,000. So the total, Atiku 1,087,000, Obi 1,133,790, Tinubu 1,670,000, and Rabiu Kwankwaso 51,000. Finally, we arrive in the Southwest. In the Southwest, Atiku had a total of 941,000. Obi had 806,000. Tinubu had 2 million.
And by the way, that 800 and something thousand that Obi got in the Southwest, that will be corrected in the 2027 elections, especially off the back of the ethnic vow and the ethnic vow that we're seeing from the Igbos, who are just you know who they are now, you know what they are like. Their ethnic jingoism that we have witnessed over the last, especially that is solo example, when they elected a House of Rep of Igbo extraction in Isolo, and it started moving all of the resources and opportunities of Isolo to the southeast. So I think the Yorubas are just in bated anticipation and impatient anticipation of 2027 so that they can correct these egalitarian libertarian ideas that we have. So we'll see what Peter Obi does. not even the rigging. And we will not allow the rigging that took place in the Southeast to happen anymore. That will not happen anymore. We will see what Peter Obi's true numbers are in 2027.
1,279,000 and Rabiu Kwankwaso 16,000. Where is the competition?
Right. Okay.
So
you've made your point.
In the Southeast, of course, you can see that everybody is trying to hold the ball in its own corner. So in Southeast, Atiku is what's showing. Okay, I think Kwaso actually came last. Atiku had 91,000. Obi had 1,960,000. And remember that is the part where people voted the most, where you had 90-something% voter turnout, which is really, really huge. And then Tinubu had 127,605, and Kwankwaso had 8,227. I realize that a lot of people don't read these days. It's a shame that people don't read. We just go on the
and listen to those figures from the Southeast, by the way. Those are the set of people, ladies and gentlemen, that accuse everybody else of being ethnic bigots. They voted their own clansmen. 98% of them voted their own clansmen, but the Yorubas voted their clansman and a northerner. The northerners voted a southwesterner aggressively, but in Igbo land, all of them, nearly 100% of them voted for their own clansman. But they are the same set of people that will accuse you of being ethnic bigots.
Internet and shout. Once we have Obi and Kwankwaso, it is over. Nothing is over. So let's get real. In the South, Atiku had 717,000. Obi had 1,210,000. Tinubu had 799. And Kwankwaso only 17,000. So we can continue to fool ourselves in opposition that yes, you see, there is this thing I call the arrogance. The arrogance of, I'm not hearing you, I'm seeing your hand, but I'm not.
So let me complete that sentence for him. I don't know how he's going to complete it, but it's the arrogance of ignorance is the real term. I don't know, I'm not sure what arrogance is talking about, but what we're seeing from the obedient followership is an arrogance of ignorance.
Hearing you. Right. There is the arrogance of the elites, thinking that Lagos, Abuja are the people who determine elections. No, there are millions and millions of people who have never heard certain names in their lives.
Well, can you hear?
They are going to vote.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Yeah, yes. Very, very good. Well, the key point here, Dele, Momodu,
and by the way, can people check their screens? Check your screens, make sure you're subscribed. We're after 1,000 subscribers this month. So if you're not already subscribed, check your screen and do us that favor and subscribe. Please like and subscribe.
Thanks for going through your figures there. You can't say that you didn't get enough time to reel through your figures. You did have the opportunity to do that. But let me just say this. In the final analysis, Peter Obi, according to INEC, had 6,100,000 and something votes. Atiku had 6 million.
Did you hear him again? According to INEC, that's still that dog whistle again, that Peter Obi won the elections, even though he scored 0.25% in Sokoto State and the whole of the North.
900 and something thousand votes. I mean, that's really the key thing. However, you make the argument about whether he got this in the North or he didn't get it. When you aggregate the total votes, he barely went above Peter Obi. And the argument that people are making now is that youthful energy, you can't say that exactly what happened in 2023 is going to happen in 2027. You can't say that what happened in 2019 is what happened in 2023. That's not the way.
So we should be challenging that narrative of youthful energy. We cannot allow that to continue to subsist. If you look at all of the spaces advocating for Peter Obi, they are not youthful energy. Describe Aisha Yesufu as whatever it is that you like. You cannot call her a youth, or Rudolph from the other streamer that streams about Peter Obi, or that Akwa Ibom woman that streams. All the people that, all the obedience space, they're not youthful energy. They are ethnic jingoists. So the energy propelling Peter Obi is ethnic rather than youthful, because we already have the data on the youthful votes, and they're not with Peter Obi.
Mathematics works. There is tremendous emotional energy, according to the analysts who assess these things, that people like the combination of Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwankwaso, because of the youthful energy within their camp, and I'm not a spokesman for them, I'm simply putting the analysis to you, that could well be the deciding factor in 2027, that it's not just always about who got this vote or who didn't get.
Well, it is about who got the votes. This is the stubborn and the pesky nature of data and facts. If you refuse to learn the lessons of the past, then you are doomed to repeat the same mistake. So it's this same narrative that they used to prosecute the last cycle of election, 2023, and we know how the results panned out. So the same set of data are still in play, but this Anambra host, Charles Anyagolu, is inviting us to ignore facts and subsist ourselves to the wolfing noise of the egotics, just the screeching and squealing. It's not about screeching and squealing now. It's about raw data and facts, and it's about the work that you have done in the past. I don't think building some cheap borehole somewhere in Kano has suddenly made Peter Obi the darling of their bookies.
That in 2023, it is also about who controls the opposition base. And as far as they're concerned, Atiku doesn't have that kind of base. And the other question is, why can't Atiku support the Obi Kwankwaso ticket? I mean, what's wrong with that? If the ultimate aim, because you made the point earlier that the ultimate aim is to, that's the opposition's aim, is to remove the man in Aso Rock, why can't Atiku Abubakar support the two of them? If he has that much muscle, why can't he bring it to bear?
Atiku knows that Peter Obi Kwankwaso will not remove Tinubu from Aso Rock. And the campaign, this campaign against Atiku is well coordinated. He's not a foolish old man. He knows that what he has.
Let's pause for a moment and abandon all of our ethnic jingoism and look at what we do know about the Nigerian landscape. So let's acknowledge certain things that we know as fact. We know as fact that in the Nigerian dynamism, the Northerners detest the Southeasterners the most. They cannot stand them. We know that. So we know that as a fact. We also know as fact that if Tinubu wins that election, the Constitution restricts him to only one more 4-year term. We also know that as fact. We also know as fact that if Peter Obi wins that election, the Constitution facilitates for him for 8 years. We also know as fact that all this Sakama J, all this abracadabra that will only serve one term by that Peter Obi is trying to propel, it doesn't. The Northerners are just irritated by that. They don't. They know that's an outright disregard. So we also know that. So we also know that the Northerners empathize more and affiliate more with the Southwesterners than they do the Southeasterners. So if you look at all of those things that we all universally accept as facts, if Peter Obi goes up against Tinubu, where do you think the Northern votes will go? The people in Sokoto, they see that their choice is between Obi and their Muslim brother from the southwest, where will they vote? Yobe, Gombe, Adamawa, Borno, Jigawa. You know, these are the raw facts now. It's not internet noise going on Twitter, constituting yourself a nuisance to time and space. It's not Igbotic shouting. It's not Nzobu now. You've tried Nzobu in 2023 now. Nzobu, we already told you, gaslighting and Nzobu is not the currency for 2027.
Built delicately, meticulously, tenaciously, he will see to the end. That is his business. You cannot bully him out of a contest. It is his right. If he is going against the Constitution, I will not support him. But he has not done anything to go against the Constitution of Nigeria. Why can't Obi be his vice president? He brought Obi as a VP running mate in 2019. They did not win. So why the hurry that it must be only Obi? And let me point something out to you. Why are you not campaigning for Rotimi Amechi? Rotimi Amechi, in terms of experience, is far superior.
There's a clear reason why Charles Anyagulu is not campaigning for Rotimi Amechi. Rotimi Amechi is an Ekwere man, and Peter Obi is an Igbo man. Charles Anyagulu is an Igbo man. Peter Obi is from Anambra State. Charles Anyagulu is from Anambra State. So there is absolutely no reason why Charles Anyagulu will campaign for Rotimi Amechi, because Rotimi Amechi has a better record, a better antecedent, is more marinated within the Nigerian political landscape. He has a better understanding of the workings of the country. But the one thing that damns him, as far as Charles Anyagulu is concerned, is that he's running against his brother, who is an Igbo man.
Period. With all due respect to my friend and brother, Peter Obi, he's been Speaker, House of Assembly in Rivers for 8 years. He's been governor for 8 years, and he has been minister for 8 years. That's experience. I still don't understand why everybody is doing like we have a Jesus Christ in our hands, and if we don't support him, we're all going to perish. I disagree with you on that. So go and check the records of each and every one of the aspirants in ADC. Go and look at the records of Ayatuddin, Alhaji Muhammad Ayatuddin. He sent me something this morning. I said, wow. So we have this caliber of men in Nigeria, right, and all we are shouting is one man, one man. Okay, I don't care who you bring.
We're about to run out of time.
I will support my Atiku.
Right, okay, that's fine.
I'm not just supporting Atiku. I went all out to study, to read this book by Onukaba. I did not know. I was reading today.
Let me just make this point very quickly.
We are disrespecting people by even suggesting it that I should step down for me. For me, it's an insult.
Let me make this point very quickly. I don't support any
I'm not
candidate.
Hearing you again, please. If you can hear me.
Okay, can you hear me? I can hear you.
I'm not hearing you, please.
Right. Okay. Well, I don't know what's happening.
I'm not hearing.
I don't know what's happening to the to your comms there, but can you hear me at all? I wanted to make a very
faint.
Right. I wanted to make a very important point. First of all, we don't support any candidates on Arise News.
That's a lie, of course. There's no human being alive that's in Nigerian politics that doesn't know that Arise TV is the #1 OB platform.
We are totally down the middle and absolutely objective. That is what drives us as a journalistic institution. The other point I wanted to make, and I hope you can hear me, Basharu, the point I wanted to make is that...
It's faint, but I can hear you.
Okay, I just got a text message from somebody who crunches election numbers, and they said to remind you that the votes in 2023 were Tinubu and Obi combined 14.8 million. That's 62.
So this is a very salient point that Charles Anyagulu is about to make here. So what he's telling you then is that the combination of the Obi and Tinubu votes vastly overwhelms the combination of the Atiku and Kwakwanso votes in the last cycle of elections, which is to say that the preponderance of the country leans to the south, which tells us then that Atiku is on a personal folly.
From somebody who crunches election numbers, and they said to remind you that the votes in 2023 were Tinubu and Obi combined 14.8 million. That's 62% of the vote going to southern candidates, and Atiku and Kwankwaso in northern candidates was 8.3 million votes, which essentially was 35% of the vote, which shows that more Nigerians, north and south combined, are more supportive of a southern candidate, or were more supportive of a southern candidate in 2023 than a northern candidate. So that's something that you should keep in mind. We're almost out of time, so let me ask you this final question. Let me ask you.
Obi and Tinubu.
Hold on. I was just giving you. No. I wasn't. No. Hold on.
Charles.
I wasn't talking about them running together in office. I said the combination of their electoral share of the vote. That's what I was trying to say to you, compared to the combination of the electoral share of the vote from the northern candidates. We're going to go in a minute, but let me just ask you this. In your honest assessment tonight, if the opposition ultimately fractures over this issue, with Atiku in the ADC and Obi Kwankwaso consolidating in the NDC, isn't Bola Tinubu the biggest beneficiary? I mean, is the opposition sleepwalking into another defeat because too many heavyweights want to be president at the same time?
If you have...
Okay, I agree with that. So why doesn't Peter Obi succumb his ambition to Atiku Abubakar? Atiku Abubakar is the strongest pathway to unseat Tinubu. Peter Obi is not a pathway to unseat Tinubu because he's a southern candidate, he's an Igbo candidate, and those two spaces ultimately put shackles around his ankles. So his time made is constrained and restricted by his ethnicity and his religion. So the only real realistic chance of unseating Tinubu is Atiku Abubakar. And if Peter Obi hinges his wagon to Atiku, then that gives them a stronger chance. So Atiku stepping down for Obi is not a pathway to any victory, but Obi stepping down for Atiku, it gives the faint glimmers of a possibility. So that's really where the narrative is.
Have minimum 2 presidential candidates from the South. They will fight themselves freely. And I can guarantee you, the city boys are not joking. The South governors are not joking. They are going to come all out and try to obliterate Obi's votes in those regions. That's none of my business. What concerns me is that you cannot combine.
Listen to what Dele Momodu is saying, he's spitting facts. All the South governors are with the APC, that's one. And some of the biggest projects that this government is embarking on is in the South, that's two. So they are seeing development in their region. For the first time in the history of that country, the South, I'm talking about the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway, all of their state governors are telling you that we want to hold on to the person giving us this development, and they will ignore all of that and go to Peter Obi, who has no history in governance, who was a failure as the Anambra State governor, and is only inviting you to vote for him because it's Igbo. That's essentially what Dele Momodu is saying.
Obi and Tinubu, you forgot that at that time, Buhari was still alive. You forgot that at that time, Tinubu did better than Peter Obi in the North. That is why he was able to amass all those votes.
And by the way, this is the last time I'm pausing it. We'll see it to the end, and then we hear from Kenny and Femi, who's with us. But can the people watching please make sure they are subscribing and liking? Every single person interacting with this session at this moment in time, check your devices, make sure you are subscribed and you have liked, because that's what propels the never mind if you agree or disagree with what I'm saying. You know that what I'm saying is vested in. I'm speaking pretty much based on data and statistics. So whether it is palatable to your biases or not is immaterial. The facts are there, the statistics are there, the patterns are there, and the antecedents are there. So that's what I'm speaking to. So unless you want just people shouting Obi Obi because you are too retarded to engage in a meaningful conversation, then make sure you're subscribed and liked. So I'll play you a 40-second music to give you the window to subscribe. So after this music, I want to see that the numbers have gone up. And then after that, we'll watch the clip to the end, and then we hear from Femi and Kenny. So that is right there. Like and subscribe, as Choma just like right there. So watch this to the end, hear from Kenny and Femi. If anybody else wants to come up. There's just about 5 minutes left of the clip.
So those who are cooking all these things for you, trust me, they are time wasters. And when the time comes, you will see the reality and we shall all face the reality. But today, my takeaway from your statement is that why can't Atiku step down for Obi? I have never heard such an unfair comment in my life. A man wants to run. If he will record 1 vote, let him record down 1 vote. There is no guarantee that if he combines or he leaves Obi and Kwankwaso, that they will defeat Tinubu. Tinubu is clearly in charge of a lot of states in the north. You are underrating a man who can open the vault of Nigeria and waste it all on election. I don't know how you think Nigeria suddenly has become Europe or America, where people just vote and because they think a man is their messiah. No, it doesn't work out that way. You will see it. Okay. I've been following presidential elections since 1993, and trust me, it is pure mathematics.
Well, the next time I see you, we shall. The next time I see you, we shall have our usual breakfast, shall we? Okay, you didn't hear that, but
all right. So that's the end of that. So we've got Kenny and Femi with us. I'm not sure if either of them are ready. So whichever one of you is ready, unmute. Kenny. So I mean, it's frustrating explaining these things to these people. These are foggy-headed, obedient followership. The data tells us something, the antecedent tells us something, but they are telling the article to step down for Obi. How does that work out mathematically? Let's hear from Kenny first, come to you, Femi next. Kenny.
Thank you, woman. God bless you for all you do. Listen, it's impossible for you to wake up somebody that pretends to be sleeping. You know what I mean? And it's easy for you to wake up someone that's actually sleeping. So that is who obedient are. They pretend as if they're sleeping, they're snoring, pretending. All these things, all this permutation, they know it themselves. But they just decide to take a blind eye into everything. You get my point? So the only thing that give me joy is like there's one song they sing that for themselves. Now they start, see, they are fighting each other and they are doing our own job for us as a supporter of Ashwa Bilame Tinubu. Because for now, we don't need to attack Obi anymore. They are doing the job for us. They are attacking each other. You know what I mean? I don't know what they expect. You know, and they have this self-belief. Sorry, we heard some noise. I'm in the car wash. Oh God. Oh God. One man. You know what? Let me go. This person will be stopping. Can you hear me, Mama?
Yeah. Let's hear from Femi. So sorry, yeah. Kenny is washing his car, long overdue. Femi, so what are you making of the Dele Momodu outing? I'm not the biggest fan of Dele Momodu, but there are certain things that he said that stands as categorical truths. Femo.
Yeah, hello. Yeah. So, good afternoon. I really appreciate you for you giving me this opportunity, and I agree with everything that you have said since the beginning of the program this morning or this afternoon. Yeah, and totally I agree with you because I have said it before that there is only one candidate that can defeat Tinubu in this election, that can try, not just defeat Egon, that can try, and that is the ticket between Atiku and Peter Obi. That is the only ticket. Apart from those two tickets,
why? Explain that tickets though, because these people don't understand.
Peter Obi will lock down the Southeast for any candidate from the North. That is just the reason. He will lock it down. If the Igbos are ready to support him, he will lock the 5 states in the Southeast. And if the Northerners see the ticket between Atiku and Peter, they will be more encouraged to vote for their guy. They will believe they can win the election. But a ticket between Kwankwaso Obi, they won't bother. It does, like the incentive does not look attractive. What is on ground does not look attractive to the Northerners. They believe let Tinubu finish the 8 years and they will take over from the government. The only ticket that can defeat Tinubu in this 100 Peter Obi cannot defeat one Tinubu. 100 Peter Obi in this, and we are talking of 31 state governors. 2023 election is the fairest election in the history of Nigeria. I can say it anywhere. But people will still be arguing those facts.
Hold on, Femi. It's not even you that is telling us, it's the data. If you look at the results from that election, Tinubu lost Lagos State. He lost, was it Osun State or Ogun State or whichever, a Yoruba state to Atiku. He won a lot in the north. Peter Obi won he won Plateau. So I don't think we've had a fairer election than 2023. That's the best we've had so far.
Yeah, I think that is the truth. And in my own view, that election was not the money were very minimal. Like the people does not buy vote like that. People really have money during those times. People use money to buy money. You guys should remember that time. If you want to have 5,000, you pay 500 for 5,000 naira. Everything was against Tinubu. For Tinubu to win that election, I think it's a grace of God from him. It's just a grace for him to. God has already shown that this guy will be a president. That is the only thing I see, because that election was against him entirely. The system were against him. People were angry at him that you are the one that bring Buhari to us. People voted against him angrily in Lagos. But this time around, there will be a lot of money to buy those votes. People do not know Tinubu. Tinubu, I have not seen Tinubu playing politics 2012. That man have been spending money to buy votes for a very long time. And you guys think you can defeat that kind of person? It's just like being imagined. So I just look at people. If you want to win this election, in my own view, give the ticket to Atiku and Peter Obi. I think that will still be like me as a person. I will still give them like 60-40. But today, I see Tinubu 95.5, 95.5, 99.1. Not 9. I just give them that one. It's very obvious. In that 19 states, APC is controlling 18 states in 19 states in the north. 18 out of 19. Bauchi governor want to decamp to APC. It is the Bauchi APC member that rejected him. The national party, the national organs want to accept him. That should have been 19/19. And you guys want to defeat that kind of. I don't like people just, it's like a wishful thinking that you will defeat somebody that has those resources. It's impossible. It is impossible to defeat a Tinubu in 2027 election. It is impossible. Look at for my own state. I used to tell people that I use where I vote to look at how the vote is all over the country. I look at Ondo State. I'm from Ondo State. Today, all the past governors, all the past ministers, all the past senators, they are in APC. Tinubu has the highest percentage of the election of 2023, the highest in Ondo State. That is 67%. Ondo State gave him 67% of their vote. 2027, Tinubu will have less than 82. We have nothing less than 82 or 80%. Nothing less than 82%. It is obvious. It will happen. Look at, we have now Ondo State have 3 ministers, 3 strong ministers. He rewarded us with those numbers that we gave to him. This guy reward effort, reward what you do for him. Like we gave him that, and he gave us a 3 key minister of finance, minister of interior, minister of youth. In my state, we will vote for him. I don't know about on that state. We will vote overwhelmingly for Tinubu. He will win. He will surely win. I just want people to forget that. People just have an heartbreak. That election is already settled. NDC, ADC. It is just like waste of time. I said it from the beginning. The ticket that can give Tinubu an headache is Atiku Peter Obi, who is Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso as a VP on that ticket does not hold weight as a president. The head of the ticket will hold weight, we swing votes. But being the VP to Atiku, to Kwankwaso, to Peter Obi, does not make any move. In my own view, I see him winning Kanu. I see Kwankwaso winning Kanu. Because of what? Because of his grassroots mobilization. Yes, he can win that. He can do that. But apart from, and that, it will not be like 1,500,000 of last election. It will be very, very close. Adamawa state that Atiku is from. It will be very close also.
Atiku will lose Adamawa now because the state governor there hates him.
The state is already divided. People should stop. I want people to face 2031. Try to have your another candidate for 2031. 2027 is already set. Like, people should forget 2027 election. We can just be talking about for us to have something to say about election. Apart, I will just be deceiving myself, and I see somewhere, and I will be calculating, planning that this is how he will win this election. This is how he win the election. All those 90-something% in Southeast. It will not be possible in 2027. We saw what happened in Anambra. They buy vote in Anambra in that election. Tinubu will spend in Anambra State. Tinubu will spend 20,000-30,000 per each head. They will spend those money.
Oh, all right, Femi. Land it at we'll move it through. And we've got a.
I think I should allow some people to say something. Yeah.
All right, we've got Laja with us, we've got Babati with us. So Babati, and then we've got Des after a long time not been on the platform. So we hear from Babati, and then we hear from Des after that. I'm going to go run an errand in a moment. So if any of the hosts, Choma, I see in the comment section, if you can come in, let people in and out. I'm going to disappear for about half an hour. But BT, I mean, Dele Momodu said a lot. Not my number one person, But when you hear facts, you hear facts. Is there anything you found disagreeable in what the fat boy from Edo State had to say?
Yeah, good morning, woman. You know,
Good morning to you.
they say a dead clock is right twice a day. You know, once in a while, it's because he's been backed into a corner. So it's not because he really wants to say the things he said on that show. It's because he's been forced to say it. They were really hoping that. Honestly, I think I agree with Femi. The most formidable ticket will have been Article OB. Not that they will win, but at least they will. It will be more competitive. Okay, that's the best they could do. I mean, from the side of the opposition, the Rabiu thing, like we've talked about it on your show. Rabiu is preparing for 31. It doesn't give a damn about 27. It just needs to remain politically relevant since he got kicked out of his own political party and he lost the governor. He fell out with the governor of Kano State. That's the only reason why he's doing this. Nobody in their right mind believes that Rabiu actually believes that Obi is going to win or they're going to win anything. Like his people have said, they've made it clear they're disappointed in this ticket. I mean, woman, I'm sure you've played some of this clips on your show. The big wigs in the north, they think it's a step down for Rabiu, that being in the same party or on the same ticket with Obi is beneath him. And I agree with them. So to his own people, it's a disappointment for him to even do this. So let's see how it plays out. His own.
Sorry, BT. Choma, please check your phone. Carry on, BT.
So that part is left to be seen. But to what Dele said on the show, I agree with him. The NDC ticket. And by the way, one man, let me bring up this point. The secretary of the NDC is from the South. The chairman of the NDC is from the South. So if Obi is going to be their flag bearer, is also from the South. I'm already seeing people from the North labeling the NDC as a what do you even call it? Something from the South or something. They use the.
Sorry, BT. Simba, you're not connecting properly. Go out and come back in because I need to leave in a moment so you can hold the space. Go on, BT. Sorry, BT.
So they are now looking at the history of NDC. I think it was called the something development Congress back in the days. Correct me if I'm wrong. Something about the Delta before the name was changed into the Nigerian Democratic Congress. So you have a political party that the leadership has literally two key positions at the top is in the South. And you're also zoning your ticket to the South. So that would not play well in the North. So they've already said it in the foot. So I don't understand what the political
sorry, BT, last time. Simba, that's after BT, Agbado, you. So carry on. Sorry, give me about half an hour. Carry on, BT.
All right. Greetings to Simba. Just at least you are still alive in Saudi Arabia. Just checking up on you. I'm sure this is the same Simba, right? Nobody else.
Like BT. I see Dale.
Alhamdulillah. But I'm saying that I don't know one man brought up the point earlier that anybody with an IQ of over 80 can clearly we believe the numbers. There's no pathway for the NDCT ticket. So the question is why are the obedient stubborn not to realize that this ticket which Rabi isn't going to work? Why didn't they invest more in the coalition? Is it that they're just politically naive, or they're hoping for a miracle somewhere? No, the idea that Atiku is going to step down and be the bigger person, That one is ridiculous. I don't even know why anybody. I mean, people like Joel of Nashville have brought the idea up in the ADC. I don't understand why anybody would even think about that. The man has been running since '92. He's going to run until he dies. That's what we've all come to understand over the years. That's not going to change. So that aside, the best bet for the opposition is to work with him. That was the best shot that they had. And post the Supreme Court case, there was this traction, the energy, the attention started to come to the ADC. And I felt, and even when Rabiu joined the team, you could have built on that. But once again, to be selfish ambition is going to cost the opposition at least a chance to unseat Tinubu. And to also address the issue of this one-term OB proposition, which is starting to annoy me, honestly. I think somebody needs to call him out to his face. I watched the interview he did on, is it news something channel? These reporters need to start calling him out. He needs to stop saying that he's going to only be there for 4 years. I mean, when the guy pushed him, he said he's going to join the front lines, that he's going to solve the problem in 44 years, and with people are dying in Benue and people are being killed. And when he was pushed, he said he will go to the front lines. Why on earth would the head of state go to the front line of a war? Why would, I mean, nobody pushes him like to even question his intellect, to even question his capacity or his understanding of Nigeria.
BT, where is the war? Where is the war, safe? As if there is a front like Strait of Hormuz. So where is the
no? What? Okay,
I think because of our bias, people can listen to anything and they can believe anything. It's not as if they believe, they will pretend to believe.
Why do they keep giving him this leeway? Like they there's this soft spot for people being in the Nigerian media that I've noticed that nobody else will get away with, because it says things about foreign exchange. The best way to solve foreign exchange is by foreign exchange. Like, it will just say things that does not make any sense, and nobody pushes back on the ridiculous thing that he said. It bothers me. Like, can't you guys just hear what he just said just right now? Like, it does not make any sense, but there's no pushback. That's my issue with the Nigerian media. I know it has its own fan base. That's fine. They can, but you're supposed to be at least fair and balanced. What do you mean people are dying in Benue?
BT, sorry, let me ask you this question. When this Charles was asking Momodu, is it only Obi that is or an opposition that is contesting? Why is it particular about Atiku stepping down for Obi? Why is this now saying that Atiku should step down for other younger or any other aspirants? Why is it particular about Obi?
Well, that's a good question, but then we have to then ask the question: Tinubu should not be running as well because he's over 70. If we're going to go that route,
no, but if you think, because he pushed it to him, say he was being biased. You understand? And I said no. And at Arise TV, we are not supporting any candidate or whatever. But it was very obvious, because everything they say is about Obi. Why is it not stepping down for Obi? Let me ask you this: in 2019, if Obi and Atiku had won that election, because at least it was the turn of the north that time, was it not?
Yes.
So are we now going to be saying by 2020 that Atiku should leave? That was not turn of the south?
Only do one time at me, because
exactly.
So it's just, to me, the Obi angle is just irritating, honestly. It's clearly destroyed his own political capital. It's destroyed that. But I also wanted to address for a couple of minutes the moron in Isolo. Did you watch this interview, Simba? When the guy said that we should not focus on our ethnic group, we should focus on competence. that
competence. Yes.
that all his political appointment and his all these things that he does for his constituency is not based on ethnicity, is based on competence. So in the whole of the solo, when he had benefits, almost everything is for non-Yoruba. So we in our own life are competent. We don't have competent people to even take over benefit. Wulo ni yellow jebel. Simba. Wulo ni Lagos. That's what this guy is. You know, sometimes people just say things and I'm like, but once again, to my point, why does the media allow the people to get away with these ridiculous takes? Why? If I was a media member in Nigeria, in fact, I'm on my fire maybe 5 minutes. Honestly, I would just push back, like, what kind of nonsense? What do you mean? So I don't know what's going on. But back to this, let me allow is it Des or Agbado? I will chime in on the same topic in a minute. I'm doing something behind the scenes, so let me allow Agbado take over.
Des is no longer here.
Oh, he left.
Agbado is not likely to talk. Agbado, are you ready to talk?
It's not.
It's not ready.
It's not. But there's really. Honestly, let's just save money and just hand it over to Tinubu so we can.
You know, BT. Let me just even what you are speaking about earlier on. You know, the guy he was actually saying the truth, but he was not saying it willingly. It was the circumstances that made him to be saying whatever he saying. I'm talking about Dele Momodu. Because he was not part of the people then that were saying that election was rigged, that it was rigged in favor of Tinubu. That you understand what I'm saying? So why is he not saying, using that same result that he believed was rigged to justify whatever he's talking about now?
Yeah, it's just it's like that clock is right twice a day now. It's just politically convenient for him to say that now.
Because even recently, I've heard Rufai Hussaini saying that actually Tinubu won that election.
Simba, you are very spot on, sir. He said it himself then that Lagos State, that Obi won Lagos. He said it himself. This Dele Momodu said that Obi have 900,000 votes in Lagos. He said it himself. These people, they start this propaganda, this Dele Momodu, in that last election. They started everything. I remember they said that this guy, Peter Obi, have 900,000 votes in Lagos State, that they reduce his vote. And now you are making those stats to justify that they should support your candidate, your aspirant. These people they are just joking.
I don't blame any of them. I think I blame Nigerians who cannot actually think for themselves. That does it. Because if any politician comes out now and tell me that I will fix power in 4 years, I will solve the insecurity in 4 years, I will not vote for you. I will not vote for you because I know that's blatant lie.
Look at the new Minister of Power that said that it's going to fix power in 6 months. Like, seriously, guys, stop lying. At some point, we need to stop doing this. But there's no pushback.
Babati, it seems like that guy knows what he's talking about. Simba, good afternoon. It seems like that guy, that new NEPA guy, you know what he's talking about.
But he can't fix power in 6 months now.
He's just exaggerating now.
But stop doing that. Is what I'm saying.
Some loopholes, some things that you need to put in on ground, make power effective. That's what he's talking about.
But don't say in 6 months. Don't.
Yeah, he missing. And don't. That's it.
Let me tell you, Kenny. Nigeria cannot fix power in 10 years.
No, we can. You know why?
How?
Now let me tell you. Now the power is now the value to that is being it's been distressed.
It has been taken out of the exclusive list.
Exactly.
It's now concurrent. What do you normally call it?
Exactly. One man showed a video the other day when one young guy I don't know the state that guy is, maybe Oyo State, Ogun State, wherever the state is he generates 1 gigabyte, and he said he's distributing light to his neighbor. He said he's powering about 3 houses in the neighborhood, and they're paying him. You understand? He's doing that as his own job. He's making revenue from that. So he wants to continue or expand the capacity. That is individual. Now, if somebody that's richer than him, or let's say even a local government, step into that and start generating and distributing. Okay, Egbeda local government, I want to power only Egbeda local government. If we have 50 people in Southwest doing that, you understand? Those Southwest will be powered within 1 year. And if the I'm not even talking about governor, this is just the local government chairman, and this is that individual, or let's say even councillor. Say, okay, my constituency, my area, I want to power this area. I don't know what's it going to take. They can do that within 1 month and power that area only. Let all councillors do the same thing. In every state. Let local government chairman have input. Let state governor have input. In 2 years, the whole Nigeria will be powered. So it's not something. It's not local science. It's not something that comes from heaven. This thing is there. All we need to do spend money to buy it. But because we are looking for something bigger, we don't want to start from small. If I have money, right, I can go back to Nigeria and say, you know what, I want my streets. I want to power my streets. What's going to take me? As long as they say, if you cannot generate more than 1 gigabyte, you don't even need license to do that.
1 megabyte, I mean, 1 mega, I mean, what? I don't know. Megawatt.
Yeah, 1
megawatt.
Yes, and 1 megawatt can fix. I mean, it can supply more than 50 houses. 1 megawatt can supply more than 50 houses if they're not using bigger supply or bigger appliances. You understand? So it's not something that's hard. But because we have lazy youth, we have low-minded governors, the chairman, they're not effective. That's why we're having issue in that country. And we focus.
But that model that you're talking about now, let me ask you, where is that kind of model being practiced? Just give me one example.
My brother, every country, they have their own peculiar this thing. Yeah, I just show you an example of one man played the video here now. A guy is powering his neighbor. The video is out there for everybody to see. It's a good example of
you know, Kenny, this one that you are talking about, it has been in Nigeria for decades. You see some estate that they will even have their own power supply. You understand? But when we are talking about the whole country, that's what I'm talking about. You know, we have a lot of wait now, let me see what I want to say. You talk. We have a lot of impediments, we have a lot of laws. Let me tell you, since I've grown up, I've been hearing that even in Cote d'Ivoire there, if you owe electricity bill, you are going to jail. You understand? But in Nigeria are so used to free things that the few electricity that is available to them, they will use it and they will not pay. And there's nothing that will happen.
But do you know why? They are used to pay things. It's because everybody believes it's a national cake. It's come from government. Are you telling me that guy that is power about 4 or 3 houses in his neighborhood? Do you think he will not collect his money? Do you think if they do the same, he will not cut the lights off? He will cut the lights off, they'll be in darkness. But because Nigerians, they have this kind of mindset.
You know one thing that you don't realize, Kenny, let me tell you. If you want to invest, any investment that you want to do, if you are not guaranteed regular buyer of whatever you are producing, you better don't do it. You understand? Let me tell you, in Nigeria today, if you say, oh, I want to be supplying electricity, even no matter how much you say you are going to be taking, people will say, okay, we are ready. But by the time you start, hey, that's when you know
I disagree.
Where the problem lies.
Simple, I disagree. You know why I disagree? Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I'm from Malaysia. I live in Ibadan. Now, let me go back to Ibadan, Egbeda local government. Now, if I talk to the government and I say, okay, I have capacity to power the whole Egbeda local government, and they give me the license. The first thing that person needs to do is to put the infrastructure in place. How you control your power. You understand? It might take months or a year to put all those infrastructure on ground. Now everybody now connect with your with your power system, and you have a way of controlling the power that off and on. Maybe you want to be on pay as you go, or you want to be on monthly payment. As you are not paying, you are disconnecting them. So
okay, let me tell you, if you now have a lot of your, buyer that cannot pay, what happened to your investment?
There's no way they will not pay. Everybody needs.
Don't say there's no way they will not pay.
My brother, you know why?
No.
You know why I said that? Listen, Simba, me, I will not have that kind of mindset that people not pay. People once you give them light, right? And they know that in this local government, power is constant. People can even move from other place and they move to that local government because of power. And people will pay because the reason why they're not paying is the mindset that this is the government. Let me find a way to sabotage. I know some people, right? You have light in your own house, they will go behind your door and tap from your light to another about 34 houses. You understand? And they believe, okay, that's the government. But once you put your infrastructure in place, there's no way for them to tap. And you secure your distance. I can hear you.
Go ahead. Let me just draw your attention to something. Is how many years now that electricity has been removed from exclusive list? How many investors have you seen coming to that sector?
It's because of the model and the system, that the way they are doing it. Simba, I say if I have money, yeah, I don't need to go and say I want to power the whole state. All I need to do, my street is enough for me to start with. My street. If it's 20 houses in my street, and that 20 houses they're having constant 24 hours lights, do you think the other neighbor they will not say, okay, please?
Let me ask you, Kenny. Do you think that Nigerians are not looking for business to do? If it is that easy for them to, don't you think that Nigerians will have flooded that sector?
Kenny is talking about powering the street. If you look at the deals being signed, people are focused on places that they can pay. So, like the Eco Atlantic, VI, Ikoyi, people are willing to just focus on those areas and just provide them electricity because they know they will pay. So it's not about necessarily because people don't want to invest. It's can they get their money back if they?
That's what I'm telling you. That doesn't want to listen to me.
No. What I'm saying is, Babati.
It thinks that I can just go to Agbado and start supplying them electricity and they will pay.
Let me ask you a question. That guy, that video that the woman play for us 2 days ago, that the guy said he's powering 3 houses in the neighborhood. I did not pay him. He's not getting
that one is individual now. That one is easy to Kenny. That one is easy because it's 2 or 3 people. Now think about powering over 1 million or 2 million homes. And that's in location. It's a different ballgame.
Okay,
now you have to invest billions. You have to invest. This one, business is not done by, if you don't pay, I will disconnect you. So what will happen to you if you don't have buyers?
No, let me tell you why it's difficult. Let me tell you why. The system and the way we organize that light in Nigeria is wrong. See, the whole wiring system need to be changed for us to have effective this thing, for you to have investment. Go to Ibadan. When one house, another house is backing each other, you cannot even differentiate from us, and you see the power lights that comes from this house, from house A to house B. That's how they're powering the whole house.
All those problems that you are mentioning, let me ask you, Kenny, all those problems that you are mentioning now, how long do you think it can take to fix all those things?
We have to start from somewhere now.
And so you are saying it's possible in 6 months.
If you don't start from somewhere, see, let me tell you, if I'm a governor,
we are not saying get my point. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's going to take a longer time than what you are anticipating.
It will not take a longer time. I disagree. You know why? Okay. Let me say I'm a governor of Ibadan or your state now in Ibadan. I know the whole map. First thing you need to do, map everywhere out. Map it out from A to Z. This zone A, zone B, zone 3. You know what I mean? Then you cannot do everything at once. Okay, you map it out to mark your place. Okay, let's power this. Let's sort out the wiring of this zone A. You sort that one out. You move to the B. You move to the C. That's how you do it. But by the time you know it, I mean, the place is fixed. It's just once you have the pattern and you have the plan in place, how you want to do it. But because we put everything in one basket, let's power the whole place. It's impossible. It will not work. The way metering and the wiring system is in Nigeria as of today, it won't work. It will never work. But let them map it out. This local government, so let's zone it. This so here, so B, so C. Let's disconnect. If it's going to take them 1 week for them to disconnect them. I mean, rewire the ozone. They give them lights. I mean, they're done. Move to that place. If you're going to give a lot of people contracts to do that thing quickly, I mean, it can be done. Me, I don't believe in failure. I don't believe nothing cannot be done, because these things, they're not coming from heaven. All we need to do, go and buy them from the shelf. I suppose that we're talking of power. We're not talking about heaven here now. But because we're looking at that scale, let's power in 1 million, let's give you 2 million people lights, let's give 10 million people. No, let's start small. Let governor involve, let chairman involve, let local government chairman get involved, let the councillor get involved.
No,
that's
Kenny. If you look at the deals being signed, because I follow some of these things, when you start taking away your, like for us now, I know people don't like me. They tired of me saying the Ogun State. The Ogun State model is taking off all those manufacturing plants. They want it to be clustered now, because if you're into manufacturing, stop building just anywhere. Come to those clusters. That way we can. They want to do more gas powered thing for them, so that if everybody's in the same area as manufacturers, then your own supply will be different. Your own grid will be different to everybody.
Exactly, you're not talking.
That's the way you do it. But Nigeria, because you don't plan, somebody will have something in the residential area, and you think that they'll be giving the same rates like everybody else. Of course, it's going to be paying regularity now, because you're in the wrong location. So what Ogun is doing is we're going towards gas powered manufacturing estates that we had before, expanding them. So that helps them. But I'm saying that if I am an investor in power, of course, they are manufacturing clusters. I want to invest there now. They will pay. I will get my money back. Than those some residential area that I can barely pay. Ban F or ban Z. I don't even that are stealing cables, stealing people's at night. Don't get wire, don't cut it. So it's but okay.
Babati.
No. Kenny, wait. I'm saying that look at it from my own point of view as an investor.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
I'm going to prioritize and that can pay first. I will still get to your friends in a minute. But they will be the priorities. What I'm saying, they will be the first choice for any investor. So your manufacturing will be your first choice. Your government offices will be your first choice. EVI, the highbrow area will be the first choice. Atlantic will be the first choice. All those tech areas, Awalado City will be your first choice. Once they are done with those people, then they move to your own lower class, second class. That's the way it's going to work. So you can't say I'm going to come to Agbado or
Babati, if they have to do it the way you mentioned, it's good, all well and good. Like what I said, yeah, we have some residential area, right, where people plant industries. You know what I mean? What's it called? Industry, manufacturer complex in an industrial in the residential area, and the plant and the they have in that area is it can't give them what they want, so they need to remove them from that zone. They need to go to industrial area to do their business. Let's be residential area. That's how they have to do it. You understand? So if they have to start from those big areas, power them. Let's do it in a phase. You can't put everything in one basket. Everybody's saying, Nigeria no power.
And
Power.
Kenny, remember, once we do that, that takes the pressure off the main grid.
Exactly. God bless you.
There for the regular folks. They will still have their regular. That takes the pressure. Imagine Lagos doing their thing now. That takes Lagos off the grid, takes Ogun off the grid, takes Abia off the grid, takes Akwa Ibom off the grid. So there's more for the lower class, lower tier to share.
For instance, Babati, there's a building in Ibadan. That building, they don't have their own plant. So they are using the same lights, the same power that everybody's supposed to be using in the area. Why can't that building generate their electricity and leave the neighborhood to use the rest of it? You get my point? That's the point I'm making. All those big companies that they can generate their own lights, let them start generating their own lights, let them power their own station themselves. Then reduce the price from the grid. So this thing can be done. We have useless people without no brain, lazy-minded people in power as a governor and the chairman. That's the issue. That's the issue we're facing here. If me and you, Babati, and Simba, all of us can join money together and say, let's go and power these streets.
Kenny, see, I agree with you, but when you say let's go and power this street, I want to know who are the people living on that street. Can they pay? Somebody somewhere. For the busy. I'm saying that when you said that we should power a street, I want to know the street here. Can they pay? For the
brother, see this way.
You can't say and Jam will already know about.
Okay. Jump question. Say the power. So if I buy power now from the people that sell power, can it expire? If power does expire now. If I have let's say I have 20 this thing of power in my storage and I supply you and you don't pay, I cut your power off. My power it will not disappear. It's still with me. Abi?
No, the cost of disconnecting itself is incurred cost now.
If I don't supply power to you,
no.
If I don't give you light.
When people say, "Oh, if you don't pay, just cut it off," on and off. That is not the way.
Anyway, Babati, no wala. God will help us. If you pay, everything is doable.
In America, side the bomb there.
Texas.
I want the minute here. It's in Navi.
First of all, I'm going to put money. My house to next week. I'll tell my I'll tell my private.
Live something online, Abi.
Minister of Information, Sunday Dele. On Wednesday, yes.
That's good. On Tikabi.
Yeah.
Where my link YouTube where more we can link it to.
Yeah, that's I'll touch one man.
Yeah, we need that. We need to speak to you because I want what they appear more distant to us than even our Arabic. Our Arabic going, they have access to them than we do. So
So.
I did.
So Simba Kenny is going to be hosting Sunday Daddy on his program.
Oh, okay, that's good. When?
Wednesday next week.
Okay, that's good. Let us know the time now.
I'll tell woman because I want woman to be part of the panel as well. Because I have been contact with him yesterday on one program and I attack him that the media are not doing anything. They're just to collect money for nothing. They're not doing their job. We are the one working and I want you to come to our platform. I'll tell him to come to one man show as well. He was angry.
And the guy, I don't know why they are not talking, but the guy is very good though. Sunday Dari is a good, is highly cerebral. He's a very good guy.
So I did Tony.
BT, BT, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I listened to this PRO of ADC, the Bolaji Abdullah.
Or the man.
Yeah, and he was asked, and he was still saying that it's still possible for the opposition to still have a candidate, blah blah blah. Did you foresee them coming together again?
It's not possible.
To do what? Coming to sorry, is it Yoruba? The name is confusing. What?
No, he's an Ilorin guy now.
Oh, you know me. What more? I want to man confusing. No. I think we Obi leaving them. Yes, he do.
In fact, if you see the guy's content, his content has changed. These days, he's looking very hungry. In fact, I don't know what
Obi,
that defection by Obi and Kwakwaso really hit that party. Believe me.
Now nobody's even discussing ADC anymore.
Of course, now
nobody's discussing ADC. And Ben, everybody's now discussing NDC now. So your governor from Ekiti was right. He said Obi is the only light in ADC. So the man was right.
Of course.
So nobody's discussing ADC anymore. Everybody's discussing NDC now, Rabiu and Obi. So that's the reason why he's upset. So I don't those kind of individuals. I don't even think that they should be in the public anyway. I don't value.
But to me, I think the way the Nigeria electorate behave, it will take us a long time to be able to choose a good leader.
No, they don't see this idea of good governance and all these things. It's only applicable if that person is from your own part of the country. That's the Nigerian
Exactly.
Good governance. If it's my own, then it's good governance. If it's yours, it's tribalism. It's what the season. That's the Nigerian mindset. So
See, even Babati and Simba, even if Obi is in ADC and they're going the way they're going, all their efforts will just be fulfilled. Because when they go to court, they will lose because of the constitution of that party. You have to be 1 year or 2 years in that party before you can become a leader. And if
there are some clauses that are negated. Let me tell you.
There's no clause.
ADC, wait now. You are not a lawyer now. ADC is going to win that case. Don't worry.
How? Tell me how.
I don't know how, but I know that they will win it.
When constitution of the party says before you can file for a local leader in the party, you must be in the party for 1 year. If you want to contest for national leader in the party, you have to be in the party for 2 years. Have they been in the party for 2 years? Simba, answer that. No.
All those things there are some things in their constitution that say, okay, the NEC or whatever what they call the National Working Committee or whatever they call them, they can change all those things. They still have all those things. I'm telling you, just take it from me.
Has it been changed?
Don't let us be arguing on this. ADC is going to field candidates in the next election. Don't worry.
I said they will lose because of that constitution. There's no other way, but there's no other way around it. There's no clause. There's no clause they can give you a waiver. There's nothing like that in that party. And if they continue the way they're going, and they're the ones signing the form and all that, they would lose.
Are you telling me with all the lawyers and the politicians, they don't read the constitution before they start doing whatever rubbish that they are doing?
It's not as they don't read. Well, they don't know that guy will come out and say, no, I'm not part of this shenanigan. Even the person that sell the party to them, right? What was the constitution say about it? He's been there for 20 years as a chairman. He was a fake person. Eh? Yeah.
Why did they recognize him in 2023 election?
Hold on. They won't give me ticket. Hold on, Simba.
We did this already live TV, live program. Get you live program.
Oh my
Simba.
goodness.
Over
Yes.
me to get you to back. Oh my God.
One day, can Nigeria happen to you on live program?
I'm telling you. Mo tẹ wá lè fàájì ni mò ń jẹ wo dédé ní ọjà mu ọmọ tó yí má ta mò ń jẹ lọ́wọ́ tó yí wá pè mí sí kí mọ́tò dà.
Ticket. Well, let's see how it found out. I just believe that what happened during the three is still what is going to is still what is going to happen because with all the hype.
Should be using the loading bay.
Oh yeah.
With all the hype that is going on now, BT, these people at the end of, because I don't even know where every time they want to talk about the election, they say free and fair election. If there is a free and fair election, if there is a free and fair election. Why are they putting that caveat every time? So are they not preparing ground to say, oh, if they now eventually lose, they say the election is not fair?
There was no free and fair election. That's the free and fair election. There's no free and fair election. What about my opinion on the makeup of NDC to most earlier, where their party chairman is from the south, their secretaries from the south, and they now is also from the south. Where some people from the north don't like that composition. They're like, wait a minute, why is everybody in your party from the south?
Who is the chairman of NDC?
Is Dixon now?
No, it's not the chairman. No, he's just the national leader.
No, there is a south. I know the chairman.
Yeah, the convention that they had in Abuja, did they name their ESCOs?
Yeah, let me even find it. Yeah, I remember. Let me say NDC Nigeria party chairman. Yeah, their chairman is Cleopas Moses. Yes. Secretary is Ikena Morgan. They are both from the south now. May 2026. Yes.
But it doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter. It's not a matter of constitution. It depends on what party.
The Nigerian, those unwritten rules. You cannot have your candidate be from the south and the chairman of the party also be from the south. It's a Nigerian unwritten rule.
Don't you know that party can never be accepted in the north? I hope you know that.
Because to that point, they sit as a party from the south because even the leadership of that party is not even open to everybody. Even across board, you see people, like you said it before, you see non-indigenous picking up forms across the country in the NDC. It's the Labour Party thing all over again. And that's a problem. I mean, you can't keep doing that as I don't know if it's an obedient thing or, but for the NDC,
you know, that party was already put up as a special purpose vehicle, and that is what it reserves. It will just be like Labour Party at the end of the day. All of them will still run away if they cannot achieve whatever they want to achieve. That's all. You know what will happen? You know what will happen, BT? Some people who went there, they wanted to use Obi popularity. Some of them will win. Obi himself will not win. At the end of the day, they will still defect the way every other person defected from Labour Party. That's what is going to happen.
There are some that left Labour Party, went to the APC hoping to click tickets. They were rejected. Now they are running to the NDC now. Until they load again, when you load last time here. They want to go back to the
that's close on them. That's close.
Really? Oh, they can't leave. No, but but they were not in primaries now. They left before the closing window now to NDC now.
Before the transfer window closed.
Yeah, transfer check borrow. What do I do football? Why don't transfer? So,
Who is meeting me now?
Kenny, check Bono. How can you be a member of 3 parties within 3 months?
That's good for you now.
That is, you say, need to do like Simba, honestly. Like you are labor in December. By December ending, you are AGC. By May or Kinikon, you are now in like your dignity now. Self-respect is not even what's in bed.
You know, as you said, BT, Obi can never do anything wrong. Whatever rubbish he does, they will always find reason to justify it. That's just it.
Mm-hmm. Do you know the latest now? Simba, do you know the latest that I say now? These people, do you know the latest? The Otu River that happened when he was a governor. Now they are now trying to turn around that Obi was a strong person. He make strong just when it comes to security. He turned the security around in Anambra State by stopping them and find them in the Osu River. That's what they say now. That it was make a strong decision. So instead of them to blame him for finding the children that protest against him, now they're not making him look as if he's a hero. That he sought out the security in Anambra State. Every Igbo man you hear speaking, that's the new song now. They're singing around. You know, it's terrible. Obi can never do no wrong to them.
In fact, Kenny, I was in Nigeria and I'm highly politically oriented. I follow everything politics in Nigeria. I did not even know when Obi was the governor of that Anambra. I knew when Igige was there. I knew when was it what's the name of the one that was there before Igige? Was it Mbadinejo? I've forgotten the name of the governor, the one there between 1999 and 2003. So for everybody to now by 2023 Obi now was the best governor ever that Nigeria have ever produced, that turned a state to a paradise. The thing in fact is still beating my imagination though.
They have good marketer. They're marketing that guy.
I think it was Atiku that brought him into limelight, honestly. That article 2019 be that
2019.
Yeah, because remember, even in 19, his own people, not the citizens, I mean the political class, they didn't want Atiku to they were mad, they were upset that Atiku picked him in the Southeast. They felt like he didn't have enough political capital. So if you notice, back then they didn't support that ticket to all these big wigs from the Southeast. They're like, why would you pick him of all people? Even what's their group called? Ohaneze. Ohaneze was against that article. People forget. They forget. They were like, why would you pick him? Nobody knows him in this region now. According to them. Now, why would you pick Obi? You have all these Okorocha, you have all these other people there. Why would you pick a man that nobody knows? So he was a nobody. So how he became a superstar all of a sudden is what we don't even know where they came up with that. Nobody knows where that came from.
Do you think that, let's say, the presidential election is going to be conducted among the Southeasterners alone? Do you think they will vote for him?
They will not vote for him in that South. If they have Biafra in that region, it will not even be top 10. They won't vote for him.
I saw a lot of posts that the Anambarians were posting during his regime now. In fact, it was so bad.
Simba, back then I was active on this website, Naraland. If you know Naraland.
I know Naraland, yes.
It's still there now, but back then that was the biggest Nigerian platform. They didn't like him. They said it was a fake. You can still go back because they still have all this stuff there now. It's still there. It was not loved in his own states. They didn't like him.
To the extent that even one of his greatest promoter now, the other guy, was even mocking him. He's now one of the people that is now promoting him. Then how do people think? Do they think that people we are so dumb? No, the BT, please help me now.
No, you're supposed to look away and act like it never happened. No, because they have a project, a bigger agenda. They have this agenda in mind. You know, some of them.
You that you mock the person, you even say that the guy is corrupt. He was this, was that. Now you just did like one, even not 360, 720 degree.
And if you
It's like no, okay. Why no? Let me ask you. Where is the integrity that they are preaching? That, for God's sake, where is it?
uh, integrity call. No, but if you question that, then you are a tribalist and you're a bigot, and they come up with the whole, that's why I don't even. But let's see how it plays out. Let's see how it plays out. I don't on this politics is nothing that I just feel like it has so much, and our media is not doing a good job on
If
mass.
it is if it is possible to toy with a election, I would have said let them even give in to try and see. But it's not something. Nigeria is not something that you can toy with now.
So I will just walk away. I don't like me like Iwala. I like peace. I don't like that's the person they want to give Aso Rock.
No, that's the person that want to go to the war front now.
Uh,
Where to go to the war front there?
no, that one is
Now they have turned Nigeria election to the sharing of corn. You become a traffic warder. You be doing all those things. And Nigerians will say, oh yeah, he has empathy. He has this. He has this. We need somebody that can empathize. Nigeria empathy. Hey, God.
yeah, but we'll see how it plays out. Dele is just, I mean, Dele is well paid, to say.
No, he's working for his own money now.
Yeah, I don't think he cares about.
His other guys that used to do that for Atiku, all of them had left him.
Yeah,
Dino and Co.
by the way, we've not.
Dino is still with Atiku now.
But let me ask you though, we've not heard about El Rufai lately. Any update on about something like this in prison?
It's in prison.
Yeah, BT, let me tell you, you don't know anything about people, Sha. Let me tell you, if they don't, maybe government on their own say, okay, they are taking him to court, that guy can remain there for the next 1 year. Nobody will ask after him. Okay, who is talking about the Kanu now?
Simba, people are very wicked. They will praise you one day, next thing they just move on like they didn't even know you.
If they are praising you and you didn't give yourself sense, then when the trouble comes, now only you go face am now. When he was behaving like an invisible person, and they are praising him, hey, and then the thing, in fact, it doesn't behave like the kind of intelligence I believe he has.
Yes, but Simba, that's my point. For a man with that level of experience, you should know better now. Like, of all people, you should not be the one falling for this. How do you go on TV on a live program and be saying things that you are is dropping on Nigeria security? That is too much now. The confidence you wouldn't hear.
One, the kind of arrogance is very arrogant, and he believes because he's from the north, there is nothing anybody can do to him. That I think, and then the kind of praise, because immediately he joined the opposition, all the people that were against him, calling him the short devil and whatever name they are calling him, they started praising him. I think that was what got to his head.
But even the call for even Nnamdi Kanu, I think nobody. Well, they will resume that once Obi lose. We know that will come back up once Obi is done with his.
Okay, you mean that is the Obi wave that has taken their attention away from
Once
Nnamdi
Obi
Kanu?
is done, they will go back to release Nnamdi Kanu or Nigeria. That will be the next. But you know, if Obi, if Tinubu does not release Nnamdi Kanu, that man might spend 12 or 14 years in prison, no? Because I don't see any Fulani outside releasing that guy anytime. I want you bad no. There's no way they will release him. So he might end
Do
up
you
spending.
you think Tinubu will release Nnamdi Kanu?
I don't think so. I don't think so. That might Oma Kusa one the bad law. Oma Kusa one on he release it. Because want to make a mistake by a fact way somebody did wrong, they come out for power loading it. They want to go all the way to prove a point. But if anybody tries this again,
What they did to Ojukwu was what actually was encouraging the other people that came after him.
right. Right. So somebody
Yes.
has to pay for that, and that unfortunately is going to be him.
The people that I pity is actually the people that are supporting them, the masses that are actually supporting them, because they are the loser. Ojukwu that started it, he didn't lose anything. Nothing. The guy that came after him, he didn't lose anything. That say Wazurike or whatever before this other guy took over from him. But it will be very difficult for another person to say we want to rise now.
And Samuel Ekpa too, that one want to carry him on, not to carry him on. You know what Finland, you know.
You know that Samuel Ekpa case. It has shows them that they thought that maybe if they are doing it from the foreign land, they are untouchable and whatever. So,
but they had this girl now, Ngozi Nwabueze, that wanted to come in after
she's in America. She's a nurse practitioner.
Yeah, she ran away when she just disappeared.
No,
So
she's in America. She's in America, right?
She's in America. She's a nurse in America. Yes.
BT and one man. If you look, if after that, whatever useless what thing that they went to do in Finland, majority of them just disappeared. I think maybe they got wind of something that was going to happen to them, and all of them just went to the background.
But that was when they picked up Samuel.
Remember when they were doing currencies and passports and and virtual country, Biafra Republic on the internet and all of God. Those people they gave us jokes, you know. They gave us jokes.
But one man, that was what Ojukwu did now. He collected their money, gave them paper. They pay for passport in exchange for Nigerian, for Biafran citizen. The guy really, God.
You can't help.
And they come and say, when they
Simba, I wish I was single, you know. Owo mugun pọ̀ gan bẹ̀ yẹn owo mugun. You know, you just. I wish I was. Maybe I should change my name to
one man. I told you, a friend, even till now, even a friend. I told you during the campaign of even people are giving 18K, 14,000, 10,000 when he came here. That thing has not changed. It's still there. It's not. It's. I don't know why.
But you know what alarms me, Simba Agbado is here as well. BT. What really shocks me is not so much, you always take advantage of the gullible. That's a time immemorial set play. But these people that are actually, these are doctors, pediatricians, lawyers, accountants, educated people handing over money to Simon Nipa because he promised them an internet country. That is what really shocked me.
Well,
one man, if you want to really test the IQ of anybody. Just two things: tribalism and religion. You see that they will not be able to think again.
So it's like like a switch or something like that, like you turn off and on. Because how do you sound like an intellectual on one hand, and once I introduce those two elements, then you sound like a retard. Like it's like a switch or something. Like you just
We have seen some of them on this platform that said, "Hey, it's their money now; they don't care."
that's the response.
Do you remember Professor Data BT? Do you remember him?
Oh, the guy that comes and yells at
This guy was doing a PhD in metallurgy and material science, not a master's, a PhD. And this guy insists that Buhari was buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, let me be honest, woman. Just for a split second, I was trying to buy into that narrative. Shameful of my. Okay, I'm shameful for 1 second. Okay, it wasn't for that long. I was trying to buy into that narrative of the brief from.
Another good example is this element that's just come in, Prestige. An educated man who thinks Buhari's nose is falling out, and then Buhari is an avatar. Educated man, though, he will tell you Buhari is an avatar.
So I am an element. I am an element right now, right? So if I'm an element, you are ding dong. You're a ding dong.
Oh yeah, it's substance.
Where were you not an element?
It's not an element, it's substance.
Prestige, we were talking about the
Prestige, what do you have to say?
The gullibility of the Southeastern stock, that people like Ralph Wazurike, Simon Nipa, and Nandekano, they just form an orderly queue and empty the content of their wallets.
What's wrong with that? Don't we have gullible people all over the world? Are they the only one that's gullible?
Mm-hmm.
We started off with the Dele Momodu outing on Rice TV. So do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I don't have any comment. Dele Momodu is a political jobber. You know, I mean, his master. You know, his master don't have any party. I mean, that's nonsense. I'm not going to comment on Dele Momodu. Like I said, he's a political jobber. I mean, what do I have to say? What's he going to say? Nah, because he's regretting because his master is not going to, you know, he's not going to pay him. His master is out of party.
But Prestige. Before, when he was talking on behalf of ADC, these same people that are in NDC that time were praising him. So what has changed now? So it's no longer, it's now a political job, but whatever I say is now is not, doesn't
is that not part of politics? Simba, stop that shenanigan you are saying. Is that not part of politics? Everybody does it. You does it. So the people, it doesn't matter. That's just the way politics go. Okay.
But he said that Obi cannot win the election. So what can you say about that?
I just told you who he is. Didn't Kenneth Okonkwo say the same thing? I mean, because they're all ruling for Atiku. Atiku's supposed to pay them. So there's nothing new about what he said.
Are you able to separate the messenger from the message and assess the message on its own merit?
No, there's nothing merit about his messaging. I told you.
Yeah. You can't. You
no,
can't.
I'm not. You know, I'm not.
You can't save. You can't.
Because they're not mutually exclusive.
You can't save Prestige from himself. That's just who he is.
It's lost there. Prestige is lost.
Just hope for the best. You know.
So Simba, where am I? Where am I if I'm lost? Where did I go? Tell me.
They said they can't save you, that you are lost forever.
I hear what Babati said, but I'm responding to you. You said, you know, You're like so funny, okay? That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm still living, right?
Prestige, can you tell us how, from your own perception, how do you think that election will go? Let's say Atiku did not contest and the contest between Tinubu and Obi.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm, it's just a conjecture. I mean, I'm not God or whatever to predict the election, but I think Obi, if everything work out, in NDC, Obi will give we give Tinubu, a challenge. But if you ask me, as of today, the way Nigeria is structured, and the way Tinubu has, played his mafia politics, and he's gonna, he's gonna win re-election maybe in a lifetime. That's just my opinion. But I hope I'm right for Nigeria's sake, because Tinubu has messed up that country. But it is what it is right now. I think what I'm saying, I think he's gonna win because he controls the judiciary. All of them are subsidiary to him. So what do you say about that?
Hmm. Yes, I think I agree with you that yes, it will be well keenly contested, but I don't think they have the political architecture to defeat Tinubu.
No, they do, because but election is not free and fair in Nigeria, particularly when you have a person of Tinubu caliber. I told you he practiced, there's nothing strategic about him. He's not a master strategy. What he practices mafia politics. So when it comes to that,
Well, okay, if let's say the election is free and fair, where do you think the vote will come for Obi? Do you
oh,
think
there's no doubt about it. For one, Obi is gonna win. Obi is gonna win the refined. Hold on. Let me go. Obi is gonna win the refined Southwesterners. The refined Southwesterners. I know
so?
I'm
Okay,
probably gonna use
you mean
that
the
word.
one that are voting for Tinubu, they are not refined. The refined one are the one
Well,
that are
let me
voting
land.
for
Obi is gonna
Tinubu.
win the refined Southwesterner, and Tinubu has lost the North completely.
So you think the Northerners they will rather trust Obi than to trust Tinubu?
Yeah, look at the head Tinubu put them. Look at terrorism. Look at poverty. Look at nepotism. I can
So
go on and
it is
go on.
Tinubu that introduced
Nigeria is
terrorism and
worse off
poverty to
today
the North.
than they were before 2023. I mean, Nigeria is living. I can give you the figure right now. It's not even comparable. The North are even doing worse than the South.
So it's Tinubu that introduced poverty
It doesn't
and
matter whether he's
terrorism
doing
to
it.
the North.
It's under his watch. Okay, he's the commander in chief, and he has to solve it. Whether it's being perpetuated by somebody, he's the commander in chief. You need to do the needful. It doesn't. I told you. What do you want me to say? That's the fact. You know it.
Well, what I think, Prestige. I still believe that no, there is no way a Northerner can trust to be over Tinubu. We will all see. We will all see how the thing will
Simple.
go.
What has Tinubu done for the North?
Forget about it.
All he do is
Let me
terrorize
tell
them and
you.
kill
Let
them
me
more
let
than
me tell you one thing. Let me tell
we have
you,
more killing in Tinubu administration
Prestige.
than
Wait,
Buhari
wait,
time. So
wait,
yes, tell
wait,
them to
wait,
to
wait.
trust Tinubu.
Election in Nigeria. Wait. Election in Nigeria is not decided by what you offer to them. Is a bitter pills, but that is what the way it is. What influence the election in Nigeria is not about deliverance. It's not about what you can your deliverables. I mean, what determine election in Nigeria is tribal, about religion, and then about our history. Those are the things that determines the election in Nigeria.
What you mean about our history? Can you expatiate on about history? That point you made.
So you mean that the what happens in 1966 You think that the Northerners are forgotten?
Have you forgotten about what happened? Let me ask you, as a Yoruba man, have you forgotten about what happened in 1966?
Hey, that's what I'm saying.
No. You as a Yoruba man.
I'm not forgotten.
So are you holding it against the Igbos? That is an Igbo group?
Okay, that is the bitter truth. Yes.
No, you tell me.
I said yes.
Something, you see something wrong with you.
It's not about me. It's not about me. It's about the perception of everybody.
And you are still perpetuating that falsehood. This is the problem with Nigeria. This is the problem in.
You say it's the problem with Nigeria. Just now you said that the refined Yoruba will vote for Tinubu. What do you mean by that? We vote for Obi. So what about the refined Igbos? Who are they going to vote for? They vote for their own because your own is refined, then the Yoruba one is not refined. Is that? The obedient, the harm, I mean, the kind of harm they have done to the electioneering, how will I put it now, of Obi is a very, let me tell you, even what happened recently about Christian genocide. Do you think that the Northerners are forgotten about that?
You mean what he said in the church?
No, it's not even the one he said in the church and the Christian genocide, the one that America, whatever, was preaching against Nigeria, Christian genocide. Do you think that they don't know the source of that?
So hold on. Let's have a conversation on that topic. If you're gonna blame what Obi said about the Christian genocide, how about Tinubu that went and invite Trump to come and kill them? What do you say about that? Which one is worse? A word and deed. Which one is worse? Tinubu is the one that invited Trump to come and bomb them.
Okay, let's wait and see. We see. I pray all of us will be alive beyond 2027, and we all see, and then we all come back here.
So we're gonna we are going to be alive. We are not going nowhere. By God's grace.
Exactly, inshallah. Awo, do you want to say anything? Patrick Uche, are you there?
I'm just enjoying your conversation, my brother.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Whether Simbad, the reason why I came in? The reason why I came in?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hold on, Uche. Sorry, yes, we can hear you. Oh yeah, proceed. Continue what you are saying.
The reason why I came in is because of the nonsense, the ultra lie, your lie yesterday about the Igbo man, the councillor, that was elected during the Obi phenomenon, in 2023. And you come here and lie that he went to the southeast and get his people and spotted them instead of his constituency. That's why when Arrow was telling me the story, I said, I'm not going to make any comment right now. I don't know the whole context, but all of you lied. That's exactly not what happened. You see, this is the problem you have. When you come here, you perpetuate based on your own narrative.
Well, I don't even understand what you are talking about, to Prestige. Are you talking about the...
I'm talking about the Igbo councillor from, is that Oshodi or whatever? And all
it's not a councillor. Wait, now you don't even know the guy, and you are talking and you are saying this is a lie.
I know the story. I told you I will do my research.
He's not a councillor now.
I don't want us to talk about that, but I'm just telling you about how tribalism. Some of you, yeah.
But this thing is on social media. He was interviewed and he said the same thing. Now, so where do you get your information for that? I say it's a lie.
I got it from fact, not the concussion. Your concord,
Well, it's not a concussion. He said it himself.
No, that's not true. But
did you watch his interview? Do you watch? Wait. Let me ask you, because I don't. You always talk without fact, and you say you come here and be claiming that you have a fact. Do you watch his interview? So if you don't watch his interview, so where is your fact coming from? Eh?
I did not watch the interview, and he didn't say that.
So if you don't watch his interview, so where are you not getting your fact from?
I believe
You
you all
call
made
him.
that up. It never surprised me about you. Some of you are here. Not everybody.
Okay, Patrick, can we hear from you?
Okay. Simba, let me speak so I can.
Okay. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm here. Can I come in?
Okay, come in.
Can you hear me clear?
Yes. I give you 5 minutes to say whatever.
Okay. I just want to tell you guys, because I came before one man was talking, I want to tell you this tonight. You see, 2023 election, P2B will beat Tinubu. That election, P2B will win that election. Because when you see 2023, when you watch 2023 election, LP don't have anything. They don't have local government chairman, they don't have any senator or House of Representative, But today now, as I'm talking to you, NDC is main opposition in House of Representative. Go and verify. There are almost 41 people, NDC in the House now. And they begin to send the form now. Both people want to contest for governor, senator, House of Rep, House of Assembly. This election will never be like 2023. This election will be different because all those people will use everybody. Any one of them will bring mineral resources, have all the money, have all the power, all the energy, have convert their vote for his own local government, his own region. This election, P2B will surprise APC people. Mark it today's date. As I'm talking to you now, God have shown me the results already. It may be laughing now, say, hey, why this one talking about? God have already shown me P2B will be next president of that country. Okay. In the north now, and Adamawa, they have many people in Adamawa contesting House of Reps, senator, governors in Adamawa. If you say Atiko, I'm not sure Atiko will win Adamawa. I don't sure because the Atiko party self in Adamawa suspend him already. They're not supporting him. That election, you will see it. PW will take the day, followed by Tinubu. So I want to clear you that. And secondly, this one man that I talk about Wakwaso doesn't have any electoral value in Kano State. Now lie. Wakwaso, that Kano, Kaduna, Nasarawa, Kwankwaso will win that area. Just leave it for Kwankwaso and his group, So for me, in this election, I don't know. For me, Tinubu will never do well in that election. For me, will never. Tinubu maybe will come second or third self. Manos Suriki, he will come second or fourth. So keep that one for your mind. Where people are talking next time, think about this I'm telling you now. Last election, P2B didn't have anything, not have anybody to support him. But today they have senators, half of assembly, state of assembly. They have everything now, and Alex Suti and Labour Party too will support him. You see, Labour Party will support him because they will never have presidential candidate coming 2027. They will support P2B. Most of party will be aligned to NDC come 2027. So that's all. So make una stop thinking P2B can never got the same votes he got last time. P2B will got more than that. P2B got more than 20 something million votes. And he will make this country be good. If he said that 4 years will be 4 years, it will change a lot of things in that country. Because this
Uche,
country
can you
now is
round
not
up?
working.
Please, you have been
This
speaking for
country
more
is
than
not
5 minutes
working.
now. Can you hear
This,
me?
eh?
Uche, your 5 minutes is up. Oh.
No, I want to start now. I want to submit now. I just, I
You
want,
want to start or you want to end?
no, I want to start because I just point something for you to show you how
You
P2B will
cannot
win that
start. I said I
election.
gave you 5 minutes and you have just said your
Okay,
5
give
minutes.
me
I say
more
you want
5
to start.
minutes more.
There are some other people that want to talk. Maybe when
Okay,
after they talk.
give me some minutes. Let me round up. Okay.
Okay, round up. 2 minutes.
You see,
Round up.
come 2027, Peter, that 4 years will be 4 years. If for that 4 years, you will put a lot of things in place. Because now that country is not working. Everything in that country is not working. Tinubu have borrowed more than 16 point something billion dollars. Only this year. Only this year. This man have borrowed a lot of money in that country, and they borrow, and they use almost 11 point something trillion, the service debt. This man have killed that country already. I don't know why you people keep supporting this man. I don't know why. You people know they see. I don't know. You people know they see at all. This man have failed. Maybe not. Let us try another person. 4 years is gone. Let us try another person. P2B is a businessman. P2B doesn't need to go to America, Germany, Dubai, China to look for foreign investor. Where you have where you have a system working, where you have a president is working, that foreign investor will find you come. That China people, Dubai people will find you come as a businessman. But now your system is not working. He decided to use our mineral resources, our pay money to travel to China, to Dubai, now Kenya. Haba. P2B can never use our money to travel and looking for foreign investor. That foreign investor will look for us come to that country because when your system is working, you have a rule of law, you have security, have everything. Foreign investor will come. Foreign investor will look for you to come down to Nigeria and invest in Nigeria. Things will be working. But now, things is not working. So let this man go and rest. He said, Miloko, he promised us Agbado corn. You never see Agbado. We never see Agbado. We never see corn. How much is Agbado today? One pack of Agbado is almost 5,000, 2,005.
Okay, thank you,
Poor
thank
man
you.
cannot
Uche.
eat. You know?
It's okay, it's
He ne-
okay. Thank you. Enigmatic, are you there?
Yeah.
Enigmatic? Okay.
Okay.
How are you, Enigmatic?
Quite. It's a good day. Quite.
Okay, let's
I,
let's
I shared
listen to
something.
you.
I shared something in the studio chat. I mean, with you. Did you see that? I shared you like a post 2023 post election risk and data assessment of, I don't know if you got it yet. Let me see if I can post it, copy it to the comment section if you want to see it from there. Look at it. I just shared it in the comment section. So you will see when you open it, right? You look at the a lot of work that actually went into getting some facts and figures right. It's a data-driven, process, a well-articulated, statistical test that actually involved a lot of machine learning, which involves a lot of, simultaneous dozen mapping exercise. You will see what it means. I don't know if you are able to see it yet. So basically, to those people who are always, most of the time, we have the victims playing the culprit. They are the loudest, they are the most loquacious, and the most obnoxious with their lies, because they believe when they repeat the lies 20 times, it becomes truth to them. And then we are getting to another season of election where we have to burst their bubbles with their lies. So that actually tells you the general electoral data map of how elections were conducted in 2023, where the rigging actually happened, the participating political party that benefited from that rigging, the participating candidate that benefited from that rigging, and the massive percentage of where rigging actually happened. You understand that those who are the loudest, playing the victim, they're actually the culprit. So you look at the region that was most massively rigged. It was even termed the region that, had the highest level of concentrated irregularities of electoral malpractices and manipulation in the last election, and where the massive rigging actually happened and occurred. And the political party that was favored in that rigging, and the political candidate that was favored in that rigging. So the political candidate that was favored in that rigging was Peter Obi. The political party was Labour Party, and the region was Southeast. So you can see by the details, everything is well articulated. So now, going to what Dele Momodu said in that interview, I think certain conversations fly over a lot of people who want to keep pretending that they are not operating in Nigeria. And at a point, he was challenged by trying to reel out the regional numbers by percentage. And when you look at the issues in the opposition camp, right? When you look at the individuals, when you look at Atiku, you look at Obi, you look at Kwakwanso, you look at Amechi, all of them, they have one thing in common, right? Like I will reiterate it once again for the umpteenth time. Two pronged components that defines a successful coalition or merger is compromise and sacrifice. None of these individuals, right? None of them is ready to compromise. None of them is ready to sacrifice their avaricious, over ambitious, desperate, way to become president. So when you have such individuals, then it becomes so very difficult, or even beyond difficult, to actually achieve you trying to form a coalition. And you cannot beat an incumbent political party that has actually consolidated power. Because when you are going to 2027 election, beyond the facade of people saying they want to chase Tinubu out of office, right? There are some people who are going with their own facade of we are going to keep Tinubu in office. And it goes beyond just the rhetorics. It goes beyond just, chest thumping and sloganeering. It actually speaks to the interest. 2027 election is going to boil down to regional interest beyond personal interest. For instance, Peter Obi, he has taken his own entire region because he's the poster boy for the Southeast. Southeast, they've been trying to be president for how many? For that is probably the most desirable thing in that region. Since 1900, they've been struggling to be president, right? Immediately after election is done, and they see they couldn't achieve it, they recalibrate back to their Biafra IPOP, narrative. But they have somebody now who could actually do the job. But what did he do? Because he chickened out. He does not have the capacity to compete at a favorable level as his fellow politicians. He took them, he negotiated a one-term for them, just the tip, just like you are telling a girl, just the tip, right? While some other guys are going all in, no conditions. But when you see a timid, lazy guy, he will be begging for the judge's tip. So every other region want to be president, they want to go all hog, but to the constitutional provision, nobody stops you. But you say, just give me 4 years. You can tell that to the Marines. You will not tell that to people in the North. Nobody will believe in the North. They are not as stupid as you think they are. Nobody will believe you anywhere in the South. The only people who can believe you are the set of Marmidon and the set of Gullibles and the set of the echo chamber, nature nitwits that you actually they understand such a lunatic language that you speak to them. Nobody in a discerning mind who understands politics will believe such. Even OBJ, who did 8 years as president, he was trying to do a third term. That was actually having power as a military man. So nobody gets to that level and say, I want to do one term. Why did you not do one term when you were governor? He did everything. He hustled. He went to court. He did everything under the sun to be a governor. He went to court. He took his mandate and everything. He went for a second term, even when it was not sure for him, when his political godfather, he came back and we slapped him, right? Almost pushed him under the bus and everything. He rallied all the leaders for him to just have a second term. And when you look at the percentage and the numbers as of today, right? For a re-elected governor in Nigeria, he had the highest, the least number of a re-elected. That to show the level of his woeful performance. He was not popular for a second term. They never wanted him. I think apart from Ajimobi nationwide by percentage, but by number, he is the only governor that was re-elected with the least number of electoral votes. So this is the same guy that hustled that hard. Now you want to be president for a region that have been crying and whining, right? Disturbing Nigeria, disturbing the entire world. You've written letters to ICC, to United Nations, to everywhere. You've corroborated. You're trying to, usurp ISOP on the IPOP, Christian genocide on Nigeria and everything. All of a sudden, you want 4 years. So he can tell that to the Marines once again. And of course, you see people who believe him, right? Now let's speak to what Dele Momodu was speaking. When you look at Dele Momodu yesterday, at a point he got frustrated because you can tell clearly Charles Anyagolu is an obedient. How would you be telling Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, for instance, to step? I mean, there are some conversations that become so, it goes beyond the realm of insult, right? It devolves to the realm of disgusting. It devolves to the realm of senselessness. It devolves to the realm of stupidity.
Right? Sorry, Logan, Chief Logan, sorry, before you move on to Atiku, can I quickly ask you about the 4-year term, please, sir? You can just respond in 30 seconds. You can move on to Atiku. That decision to run for 4 years, single term, affects an entire region, because when he says he's going to run for 4 years, it's not about himself. It affects the entire Southeast, because you are making a decision for them for your own selfish reason. So my question is, did he consult with the people of the Southeast to say we're going to run for one time, we're going to sacrifice 4 years to become president? Or why has there not been a pushback from his people to say, no, we can't do 4 years only? Or why do you think that there's been no pushback from the Southeast for him making that decision by himself without consulting them or without any due diligence? That's the question, sir.
Okay, so this is the point. I believe you are prominent in most of those media spaces. You would have heard, first of all, don't forget, they have diverse and dissenting interests now, even in the Southeast. There are some interests in APC, those people who looked away 4 years ago or 3 years ago when Obi came with his, Obi thing in the Southeast. But because he was their brother then, or they consider him a brother, right? Let's look away. Let them do a lot of things. Because in the Southeast, it is a known fact that opposition parties were not allowed, right, to participate fully. You dare not vote as an APC person or APC or PDP. That will not happen now. Those governors, they are going to go toe to toe with those guys this time around because they have their own political future, their own political interest to protect. We are changing a pattern entirely from 2027. 2023 to 2027 is a mixed section, but this is a full session now, full political session, a season. That's why you see a sitting governor like Momodu'S try to exit the government house early to go to the Senate. So interests are different. When you go to Enugu State, right, you will see most Enugu people, they call themselves Wawa. There's been a fight of Wawa and Anambra people because they believe that Anambra is circumventing the processes of even getting a president in the Southeast. That's a problem now. So don't forget, I belong to a group already within the APC. I believe you know that, and diaspora stuff. So there are so many things that we are private to. APC in the Southeast, they are not going to look away like they did the last time. They have a sitting governor in Enugu State who is seeking a re-election. They have members of Senate, House of Rep, and House of Assembly. They are seeking offices. Obi will not run short the way he did the last time. Ditto, Abia State, right? Ebonyi State, Umai State, Ditto, Uzodinma State, right? That does not actually translate that Tinubu is going to win Southeast. No. But what Tinubu did in the last time in Southeast, there's going to be an improvement to that. Southeast last time.
So, can you mention a couple of states that you think Tinubu will do well? I mean, get the required
yes. I am even trying to go like in tiers because I want to bring it from that Dele Momodu. It will actually land me to Southeast, but I wanted to start from Southeast because Obi himself, right? It's just like Atiku. Atiku, an 80-year-old man, is telling you he's going to do 8 years. Then you are younger than Atiku, right? You are promising your own region that has been trying to be president for years, 4 years. Do you think Atiku or any politician in the North will stand on national TV and promise for it? They are going to shoot you before you leave that podium. But the fact is that Peter Obi is speaking for himself, for his wife, for his son, for his daughter, and for his obedient group.
Yeah, but that is a very selfish decision to make on behalf of 40 million people.
And for his bank balance. But
he's a selfish man, don't you know?
But the pushback is not as fervent as what I'm saying. Like,
there is a pushback, but
what the fuck are you doing?
Hold on. The thing is that I understand what you're saying. You expect them to come out openly to say we are pushing back against you. They do their things differently in the Southeast, right? They do this type of no, don't let us. When you hear this, their Igbo ways and stuff, there are different nuances to that thing, right? They like to do their things within the house. They don't want to say it outside. But that's what I'm telling you now, that political parties with their interest, right? They're already pushing back against him. Because when you even look at the topography of the politics we are playing in Nigeria currently now, when you look at ADC, for instance, right, you won't be wrong when you say ADC When you say ADC is a Northeast and Northwest affair, and when you say Peter Obi's party, what's NDC, right? I'm not even confused about all this nonsense. NDC is basically Southeast affair. It's even not South, because the entire South, they are fully in APC. And that actually corroborates my point earlier that it's going to be a regional interest. Each region is going to look at its interest. The northern part of Nigeria, their interest is that they want to, in their mind, they believe somewhere that they've been shortchanged, right? That they have a deficit of 4 years, that by virtue of Jonathan not agreeing to the terms of the agreement. So they believe they have 4 years to balance, number one. And then they believe that since 99, they've had shorter numbers of time in Aso Rock. In the Southeast, they believe that it is time for them to become president, which is valid, which is legitimate, right? And then the Southwest, they believe Tinubu is already on board. He must complete his 8 years. So now when you divide this by political and regional interest, look at South-South, for instance. The interest of the South-South is to consolidate on where they are, right? And then where are they now? And this is why you see the fight already going on. There's going to be a big fight between the South-South and the Southeast. South-South is holding the Senate presidency. Southeast believe that if they position themselves very well, there's a possibility that they can get the Senate presidency. But like we always know, my brother, power is not given a la carte. Everybody's political patronage, right, is going to be determined and defined by what you bring to the table after the 2023 election audit is done.
Right.
Opuzodima is not going to say, of course, I believe he's going to win his senatorial seat if they do not sabotage him like they sabotaged the previous ones.
Like Ken Namani was done wrong in Enugu.
Like Ken Namani, like Ngige. Ngige was supposed to be the Senate president when APC was coming on board, but they voted him out. They brought somebody newly so those are if they do not play such immature politics, but you cannot count it out of them, because with this Peter Obi stuff now, they will probably do their top to bottom. And when you look at the number, when you look at interest, personal interest and regional interest, look at this guy, Eyinaya Abaribe. He was moving all over the place with Peter Obi. Senator Ben Obi, they were moving all over the place. Ashiki Udin, all of them. But when immediately Obi showed his color and ditched ADC, they left Obi to go in his own forays of, wanting political, voyage. And they went back. So Ben Obi is an Atiku man all day long. He stays back with Atiku. The same with Ashiki, all of them. Then Eyinaya moved to Labour Party because he considers, right, the political interest of his own state. Abia State is a Labour Party state. So it will be suicidal for him to go NDC under Labour when you see that the Labour candidate the Labour gubernatorial candidate in Abia State is a Tinubu man. So APC will not feed a candidate that will injure Alex Oti. They will give him more or less like a free ride to get his second term, and whoever runs under the top to bottom of Labour Party will probably be saved. And then they will concede the APC seats. The deputy Senate, deputy speaker is going to win his re-election. Or Juzo Kalu, possibly that he win. So this is how they are going to share the power in Labour Party. And don't be surprised, immediately Alex Oti emerges for a second term, he's probably going to move to APC because he was in APC before he even moved to Labour Party. So that is the interest. Then in the South-South, their interest is that they want to position themselves for the VP in 2031, right? Obi is taking the Southeast to another track of political petition. With this is NDC, because of course it's not going to win.
So look to that point that you raised earlier about the VP thing. What can the Southeast do? Because, like to your point, they are going against the South for that position. What can they do from now to 31 to show to Tinubu and his party that they are capable and they have what it takes to hold that position for the party and to also sustain the Tinubu political movement beyond 31? If because they are going against the our Delta people pretty much for now. So what can the Southeast do from now to 31?
So first of all, they cannot do anything. The game is gone far ahead. The game is gone. The games South started their game earlier enough, and they've entrenched themselves effectively and adequately within the APC. This is each political party have their own politics. Within the APC politics, South is gone. They've gone far ahead, right? When you see the likes of Wike and the likes of Akpabio, Oshomole, all of them, their entire region and entire region of PDP before, they are all in APC. And when you look at
but Logan, if what you're saying is true, then Southeast will become politically relevant for the next 16 years then.
Of course, they've been, but the thing is that go back. I read again 2 days or 3 days ago that Soludo's memo. Go back and read that Soludo's memo. You will see that everything that Soludo said.
I mean that at this point, it's become more pronounced and more obvious to everybody. Like they don't mean anything without
this is why you see some people, like I said, the Southeast people, they are divided into like 3 different blocks. Some people believe that from the Southeast, they believe that Obi committed a suicidal error by moving away from ADC. There's a school of thought that believes that if Obi had been on the same ballot with Atiku, that would have been a track for them, a path for them to Aso Rock. Some people believe Obi's independent lane will be a path for them. Those are the group of the Myrmidons, the Obedients. And then there's another group that believes, another school of thought, the ones in the APC, the incumbent national party, that believes the easiest route for them to the presidency is to support the incumbent political party and show their strength, right? And show their workings in the next election so that they'll be able to have something on the table to negotiate with. When you look at the numbers, let me show you some numbers like that, like Are was trying to do yesterday. So when you look at the number of states, right, where leading presidential candidates secured 25% of valid votes, for you to be a president in Nigeria, right, you are supposed, apart from having some numbers, you are supposed to have 25% of the vote in 24 or 25 states of the federation, right? The only candidate that met that requirement in the last election was Tinubu. Tinubu met the requirement in 29 states of the federation. Atiku was 4 states short, 21 states. Obi, 16 states. Kwakwanso, 1 state. I will let you know something now. Look at the in Tinubu's own, because when they say they win the election, how do you win election where you have 16 states, you met the 25% requirement constitutionally in 16 states of the federation? Even if you have 100 million numbers, right, you're already short by the spread. So look at Tinubu's spread, for instance. In the Southwest, Tinubu has 6/6 in Southwest, 4/6 in South-South, 0/5 in Southeast, 6/6 in North Central, Northeast, 6/6, Northwest, 7/7. So invariably, the only state that Tinubu did not have anything was the Southeast. So look at the 2 northern states of the core North, Northeast and Northwest. Tinubu had 6/6. It means he met the 25% requirement in 6 of the 6 states in the Northeast, 7 of the 7 states in the Northwest, and then 6 of the 6 in the South, in the North Central. So Atiku in Southwest, he had 2/6. In South-South, 3/6. Southeast, 0/5. North Central, 4/6. Northeast, 6/6. Northwest, 6/7. Article 21.
Yeah. Logan, I get the VP take for.
So, sorry, BT. So, I think the one he missed is Kano.
Let me count Obi on. Hold on. Let me count Obi on. In Obi's case, Obi had 25% of the spread. In Southwest, 1 overseas, only in Lagos. So this is why I always make the argument that I would rather give you Lagos so that you can celebrate and win a trophy, right, in your head. While I go, it's like you are in a war, right? When you lose a battle, but you win the war. You are in a 10 round bout of a boxing. You lose a round, but you won the next 9 rounds and you became the champion. So I can give you Lagos State. In the Southwest, Obi 1 overseas. Listen to this. South, 5 overseas. Southeast, 5/5. North Central, 4 overseas. Northeast, listen to this. Northeast, 1 overseas. Northwest, 0/7. Then that is Obi. Then let me read Kwakwanso's own, because Kwakwanso now they are pairing Kwakwanso to Obi, and it becomes more like an epiphany to political Lilliputian that now that Kwakwanso is going to run on a ballot with Peter Obi, all of a sudden it confers the legitimacy of presidency to them. They will see Kwakwanso now in Southwest, 0 overseas. South, 0 overseas. Southeast, 0/5. North Central, 0 overseas. Northeast, 0 overseas. Northwest, 1/7. So in the entire federation, Kwankwaso only managed to have 25% spread in only one state, Kano State, in the entire federation. So this is the guy they are pairing with Obi now, right? That Obi and Kwankwaso they are going to drive themselves into the presidency. So this is the thing we are talking about, that the opposition, the school of thought that believed that the best shot for the opposition was the combination of Obi and Atiku, right? Were they wrong? They were not really wrong. But of course, did they actually say they are going to win Tinubu eventually? That didn't mean they were going to win, but it would have been a very good shot. But now that they've divided themselves further, right? They've divided themselves further. So now, Dele Momodu was pissed off yesterday because Anagulu he kept prodding him. Why would Atiku not step down? Okay, why would Obi not step down for Amechi as well? Amechi performed better. Peter Obi cannot lace Amechi's shoe in terms of governance, experience, right? Intellectual finesse, in everything. He cannot lace Amechi's shoe. Look at what Amechi did as a governor. He was speaker for 8 years, governor for 8 years, minister for 8 years, and he was even pissed off when Peter Obi went to meet him to step down for him. And when you look at the interviews, right, all over the TV, all over the media spaces, Simba, what have you been seeing from the few Northerners that I've been speaking? The few Northerners, they do not rate Obi. They are very mad at him because now what the problem is, Obi has a northern problem. Atiku has a southern problem. So if they've been on the same ballot, they believe they could solve Obi's problem in the north. Obi could solve Atiku's problem in the south. But in the ADC, you had an ulterior motive, you had the other plan. As soon as Kwakwanso moved into ADC, you annexed Kwakwanso into yourself. How would you be in a coalition and you've not even been given the ticket as the presidential flag bearer? You already attached a VP to yourself. Where is it done all over the world? Now they've left you and Kwakwanso alone, and you people are probably restricted to only the southeast now. It doesn't work like that. And the irony of this is that by the time the election is done, they will come back with their default setting of the election has been rigged. How do you want to rig an election that these people have already rigged themselves out of the equation ab initio? You know what I'm saying, Babati? So this was the reason Dele Momodu was mad yesterday. For 3 hours, he was on a space with them the last time. Look at GRV, Shinedu in Lagos, right? He did not move to NDC with Peter Obi because he has seen that, look, I cannot continue to move away to move all over the place with this guy. He's a political nomad, right? He's a political header. He moves everywhere. The wind blows him. And look at what Baba Ahmed, senior elder brother, said yesterday. He said Peter Obi was coming to PRP with a demand that he must be given the ticket. That was a condition for him that proposes him join the party. What politician does that? If you do not have the capacity, right, to stand for internal political primary election within your political colleagues, then you are a featherweight. Go back to your house and be a husband to your wife. You do not have the game. Look at what Okonkwo said. I know they are criticizing everybody that speaks against him now, but these were the same people that spoke in his favor at the time. So this is the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is that when you had the president as an outsider, that the entire Aso Rock Aba were working against him. Babati, do not forget that the Aso Rock Aba, led by Maman Daura, right, and Malami, and Babashir, all of them, they worked for Atiku in the north in the last election. I'm telling you, with authority now, more than 85% of Buhari's cabinet members and appointees, they worked for Atiku in the north. There was a standing instruction to the governors seeking
enigmatic. Is it only to people from the north? What about our own people?
No, I'm coming.
What about the likes of?
Yeah, I'm coming there. So there was a standing instruction to the governors in the north that if you work for this guy, your re-election into office is in shambles. The only governor that dared to do that was Matawali. Matawali lost election in Zamfara State, and that's why I think he was compensated with the ministerial position. So now, when you look at the things in the north, right, natural APC state that APC never lost election, you will see the trajectory of top to bottom APC, right, from governor down to the councillor. APC won, but when it comes to that presidency, APC lost. So they worked against Tinubu in the north. Then come to the south, right? Come to the south. All Buhari's cabinet members from the southeast, from Ngige to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ugoshuku, right, to the minister from Enugu, all of them in Buhari's cabinet. Amechi, all of them, they worked against Tinubu both in the south and in the southeast. And then, regardless of that, Tinubu still pulled what he was able to pull. Like, for instance, in the south, and this was what I was talking about, the regional interest. Even when the game was tough and south, they were already planning their own political future ahead. They said, okay, Atiku, Obi, and Tinubu, the three of them are the leading candidates. What did they do? They divided their votes among the three of them. Obi had 1 million plus, Atiku had like 700 plus, Tinubu had like almost 900,000. So evenly distributed. But when you come to the southeast, they gave their own they gave all their numbers to only one guy. And then from that document and that data set that I sent to you, look at the region, look at the way it was described. It is never possible all over the world that it is only one region that had more than 92 or 95% of the vote for only one person. Then the remaining three leading candidates, they were left to share just 10% of the vote. Even as far as the north is, right? They were able to compete among each other. In the south side, they were able to compete. It came to only one region, they couldn't compete. So, and then when we talk about rigging, you guys will be the one being loud about rigging. Tell us who rigged who. Now, going to what Kwakwanso is, he knows that, look at the numbers, for instance. Kwakwanso did not have any state, 25%, only one. So how do you pair yourself? How do you pair yourself with such a weak hand to be your VP? Kwakwanso cannot make inroads to the north now because they consider him a betrayer now in the north. They consider him to have betrayed Atiku in 2023. Now they are considering that this time that you are supposed to, replenish the damage you've done to yourself. What you did was consolidate on that damage. Now they have seen him as a persona non grata in the north. There's nowhere you go in the north with Kwakwaso behind you and Obi himself, right? They've seen him as somebody that is a tergiversator, that is somebody that you cannot trust, that he basically went to Atiku's political party, disrupted it, ran away, and you are coming back to the north to say we should give you their vote. So they do not trust the two of them. They consider the two of them treacherous, serial betrayers. And Obi now has been considered a pathological liar, that he cannot even stand by anything, right? If he says good morning, go and check your time. It's not night already. So you cannot stand on whatever he says. So this is the thing that is following Obi and Kwakwanso now. Go and look, once again, I challenge you, Baba T. Go and look at every TV interviews. Go and look at the Northerners, how they speak about Obi now. Go and look at the Prof. Yusuf. Is it Prof. Usman or whatever? He said Obi with his bombastic numbers. So he describes it as
but Logan, look at the way they also speak about Kwankwaso. It's like they are even disappointed that it is even teaming up.
They believe that Kwakwaso broke that Northern Arewa agenda. So their thing was that we're supposed to coordinate ourselves under ADC and chase out APC. That was what they thought, right?
But sorry, Logan, it was another agenda for them to win that election and return power to the north. That was the agenda of ADC.
Exactly. So the thing they were mad about was that, Obi, are you not aware of this, our agenda, before you shook your head? You know what I'm saying, right? That are you not aware? So the pain is that you shouldn't have showed up at all if you were not going to show up eventually.
Okay, so Logan, what do you think Obi's intention was in the ADC, for them to give him the ticket and Atiku step down, or was he there for the VP in the first place? And part two, what changed?
Well,
sorry, enigmatic. Let me come in for a microsecond. Just to what you're saying, it could not have been Obi's anticipation that they would give him the ticket, because clearly ADC was an Atiku project. I think Obi's permutation, and disagree with me, enigmatic, if you want to, I think Obi's permutation was for the VP. But then suddenly that VP space, it got very crowded and it wasn't assured. Amechi was pushing hard. Sheyi Makinde was indicating he wanted to come in. And Atiku was not giving him the reassurance. And he had already reassured his people he would be on the ticket. So everything seemed to align against him. And of course, as ever with Obi, he packed his bags and he ran.
So one man, to answer Babati's question and to corroborate your point, yes, you are right, one man. But the point, Obi, right, is a politician, but his people, I don't mean the Igbo people now, I mean the obedient. So when we are saying his people should differentiate, because it would be so disingenuous, right, to lump up the entire race, the entire Southeast as Obi's race. No, because within the same Southeast, we have APC there now, that they are fighting for their own political interest. We have Labour Party, Alex Oti, that is fighting for his own political interest. And Obi now with his obedience. Now, the thing with Peter Obi is that he has demonstrated to political watchers that he's being led. He's not leading the obedient. They dictate to him. Now is that, of course, the politics in him and the politician in him would have given him the consciousness of political maneuvering to say, okay, well, let me go here and settle for VP. You know that constitutionally, right? Constitutionally, Atiku cannot be VP again. And when you see a coalition that you see Atiku in the mix, automatically your brain should click that this is an Atiku setup. The only thing you are going to do there is to consolidate that ticket. I think that was the reason, that was why it took him a while before he moved. I think he wanted that assurance of a VP, because Amechi was equally eyeing that. Then eventually when he moved in, he has forgotten so quickly that he has been the leader of a banal and venial group, a bunch of irascible, bunch of elements now that we have in our political space called the obidiots, right? Called the obidiots. There is a difference between the obidiots and the obedience. I have some obedience as friends, but the obidiots, they started their campaign of calumny. It was every day. Babati, I think we've met twice on certain spaces now, but
yeah.
yes. So the level of intransigence and the level of the disarray and the chaos and decadence they visited on ADC when they moved into ADC was unprecedented. So at that point, Obi got the message that no. And at a point, they lost even interest. They were even so tired of even having Obi in the ADC because it was war almost every damn day. So the point now is that the Obidiot group, they are the kryptonite to whatever Obi has become today and whatever it becomes in the future politically. Just as Obi has put as a effectively, right, placed himself now to be the political kryptonite of Atiku, to Atiku's the remaining ambition Atiku has in his life. This Obi is the kryptonite and this Obidiot group to that ambition. Atiku to himself, right, is equally the kryptonite to anything merger and coalition in Nigeria. So when you look at this group, eventually, we can come to the conclusion, safe conclusion, that they are mutually destructive to each other, right? And you can see now that we are not hearing one party system, one party nonsense again. We are not hearing Tinubu is the cause of our problem. APC is just like a referee sitting back with the popcorn, watching the TV, while NDC is going to war with ADC, Atiku boys versus the Obedient boys, and Kwapasiya group in the north. They are like the pariah set of group in the north that they do not trust at all in the north. Don't be surprised, one man, if Kwakwanso does not even deliver Kano State for Peter Obi in the next election because of the level of anger in the north, because they see Kwakwanso as a face of betrayal in the north, being aided, right? Being aided and collaborated by Peter Obi. So Obi now is somebody they don't want to see his face, the political group in the north. So beyond what people want to say, you know that you have a problem to make inroads into the north. I just showed you the number. If we are able to bring out the number, one man, you will see the numbers Obi made in the core north. For instance, in Sokoto State, Obi had maybe like 2,000 votes in an entire state. 2,000, 1,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 20,000. In Kano State, where
but enigmatic, yes. Sorry. What Obi and Kwakwanso, are they not thinking the same way? Are they not the way I'm looking at it? Because Kwakwanso is also not taking the interest of the North. He's also looking at his own ambition alone.
So Kwakwanso is the smartest of the two individuals. Between Obi and Kwakwanso is the smartest. Kwakwanso, he knows that he cannot win a presidential election. He knows this is not the time for the North. He understands that he has a southern problem, right? And like he said last time, I don't have a job now. So he could as well tag with Peter Obi behind him. He's not going to spend a kobo. He's not going to put himself into the entire thing. He's just going to tag along and play along. And come 2027, he will say, look, even when nobody wants to support your brother, I stood by him. I think it is your turn to pay me in the same coin, replicate the goodwill. Because he's going to be running, go and write this down. Kwakwanso is going to be running for president in 2027. In 2031, by the time Tinubu is handing over to the president to the next president from the north. So at that point, Obi would have been completely obliterated politically. It would have been another version of Atiku, who is going to be a perpetual presidential political runner. So at that point, Kwakwanso knows that Obi is not going to win, number one. But it's better for him to be idle in this electoral cycle than just join Obi and just play on that.
Do you see Obi offering himself as a VP candidate to somebody from the north in 31?
No, Obi cannot do that for two reasons. Number one, once again, you have to consider the irascible elements, right? That he has been able to cultivate.
The obedience, you mean?
The obedience, yes. They are the lunatic incubator of our political space now. So Obi has been able. Obi at a point they were assets to Obi, but now they are political liabilities to him. Now, number two, Obi is carrying the aspiration and the hope of an entire region, and he has divided that region now by sheer political arrogance and greediness. Because the politicians in the southeast who are going to be the likes of Umba, Soludo, Umai, Emeka Ehedio, all those young kids, young men who believe by 2031 they could probably do some things within the APC political family and slug it out with the South for the VP position, right? So, in short, Obi's circle will go with this circle now. This charade will go with this 2027 season. From 2027, right, Obi will not be a conversation again. He is going to be running up and down, coming here and there. But in this, even within the southeast, the big players will come up. By that time, Soludo will be running out of his second term. Umba would have been re-elected for second term. Alex Oti would have been re-elected for second term. Dave Umai, right, doing an excellent job as a minister. So by 2031, and you see the likes of Akpabio, Oshomole, Wike, Owori, governor of Delta State, I don't know how to say his name, right? And all those governors who would have been getting ready to complete their second term, trying to slug it out for the VP position with the Southeast. So where would you see Obi in this calculation then? All these politicians from the Southeast, they will tell Obi, dude, go and sit your ass down. Let us fight this cause for the Southeast with the South-South. But like I said, before the fight starts, the South-South is gone ahead. The South-South is going to produce the next VP to a northern president. That's a fact. Southeast cannot, the best shot the Southeast can negotiate for in 2031, if they do not play, of course, the continue this type of politics, is maybe Senate president. And I don't think that Senate president will even get to them. Because for you to even negotiate the Senate president, you must come with some numbers. Nobody is going to argue Senate president when your region comes with a paucity of electoral numbers. Nobody does that. Don't forget that Senate presidency was reserved for Southeast. But when the senator that APC was preparing to be the face of the Southeast as the Senate president, Ojizo Kalu, right, came back with his numbers. He came back with almost 90,000 for himself, 6,000 for the president. And the South-South, they pushed out Akpabio. Akpabio came back with 160,000 for the president, right? And then that solved the case. And that's why you see Akpabio and the South-South as the Senate president. And go and even look at the cabinet positions too. Look at the cabinet position from the South-South versus the Southeast. So when you look at this equation,
but enigmatic.
Yes.
The South, I think they even have more votes than, even if everybody voted on both regions, South has more votes than the Southeast now.
Yeah, I said it earlier now. The numbers from the South, the number from the Southeast for APC was 1.
No, I'm not even talking about APC. Even when you look at in terms of population, South
the voting number.
Yes, the voting number from the South is far higher than Southeast now.
Absolutely. The voting number is number 1 is Northwest, number 2 is Southwest, number 3 is I think North Central, number 4 is, I think number 5 is Northeast. Southeast is probably the number 6 or 7. They are way down.
Southeast, I see in all the 6 geopolitical zone. Southeast has the least.
Okay. But the thing is that the thing you are not seeing that people, Babati, when we start coming to the fall of the election, by the time we are making the regional permutation, I want you to write this down today. Southeast, South-South, APC is going to clear South-South. APC is going to clear North-Central. Because it goes back to the regional interest again. Why would the South-South vote for APC? Because already the entire political structure has been devolved into APC, number one. Because they want to be VP, they have to show numbers to show APC and to show everybody that, look, in this election, look at the numbers we brought, right? Look at the numbers.
For them to build towards 31.
God bless you.
Okay, so let's leave Southwest, North Central, and for the let's look at North Central and Northwest. How do you think that plays out? Because there will be, up for grabs now between Atiku and
there's no up for grabs in the North Central. Let me start with the North Central.
No.
Last election,
Sorry.
Atiku did not do West, Northwest, North Central now.
Wait. I meant Northwest and Northeast. Sorry.
Okay.
Northeast.
Yeah. So let me just mention North Central real quick, because some obedience, they always think North Central is for them. No. In the last election, the North Central, right? Tinubu won 4 states, Obi won 2 states. And when you look at the numbers of Peter Obi, the political ecosystem Obi in 2023 was built on two prongs of approach: religion, right, and then tribe. So the religion factor that played for him is not going to play for him again. First, right now, they are decimating him seriously in the north now. And the Muslim ticket that the North Central people, the Christian population of the North Central people were scared of, right? They've been relieved now that, Tinubu is not the type of Muslim that they actually thought he was. Because their expectation was Tinubu will be somebody like the likes of El-Rufai, Atiku, or stuff who punish them. But Tinubu is a liberal Muslim, just like every one of us from the Southwest. So, and look at the appointments. Most of the major appointments from the North have shifted to the North Central, particularly to the North, to the Christian North. Look at the INEC boss, DSS boss, NNPC boss, ICPC boss, SGF of the Federation, the National APC chairman, right?
Yeah.
The minister, what it was. So when you look at various
enigmatic, ṣé o ń gbọ́ nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n ló tún gan yàtọ̀ wọ́n ní ọgọ́ comment section ni o ẹ̀yin ẹ̀ máa tún gan wọ́n lẹ tún gan yàtọ̀ next level dìdìrín ṣáà máa kó sí wọn lára.
So Baba, the point is that they've been intellectually pulverized. They've been intellectually pulverized to the point that data.
Sorry, enigmatic. I'm not sure if you can hear you. I think Prince wants to interject a little bit.
Okay, sorry, Prince. Go ahead, Baba.
Yeah. Sorry. Thanks. Before I came, I was hearing the background regarding the North Central. I think you said afraid of Tinubu being a Muslim is kind of Islam. I'm not sure if that was the case really. I think that the idea or the concept of a Muslim as opposed to a Muslim Christian ticket is what made them jittery, so to speak. I don't think anybody believed that Tinubu was this kind of an Islamist, this kind of a Muslim that you should be afraid of.
Yeah, but
that's my take.
The thing is that they thought that Tinubu is got a lot of Christian friends in the north. Babashi Lawal, do you know Babashi Lawal, right? Babashi Lawal is one of the closest friends of Tinubu in the north. For Babashi Lawal to back out from Tinubu's campaign, this Boala that you are saying, Boala has been Tinubu's boy for a long time. But Yabi Amila and Dele Alake, they called Boala one-on-one. You've been with us, don't leave because of Muslim. Tinubu is not like that. It's not. You guys have nothing to be scared about. The former speaker, Dogara, is a Christian. A lot of northern Christians who were Tinubu's ally, they backed out from that campaign because they believed, for 8 years of Buhari, they've never seen the sleazy killing of Christians. Look at Otom, the former governor of Benue State. He comes to TV almost every time to cry almost every time that that Buhari was not paying attention to the way the headers were killing his people. Look at Southern Kaduna, for instance, the way El-Rufai treated them. In fact, El-Rufai dared them because the political topography of Kaduna State is that when the governor comes from the Muslim sect, right, the deputy governor should come from the Southern Kaduna, a Christian. Do you know that El-Rufai, for his second term, he dropped the Southern Kaduna person who was his number 2 and brought a Muslim. So they had that anger, with the anger of no Naira, with the anger of petroleum, with the Buhari's anger and everything on Tinubu. But now everything is okay for them now. Now let's go to the Northeast and Northwest. Babati, to answer your question. The Northeast and Northwest, go and look at the numbers. Like I always tell people, they say the North is not behind Tinubu now. The North is angry with Tinubu. Let's concede, right? I mean, let's accept without conceding the fact that yes, they are mad at Tinubu now. Were they not mad at Tinubu then by the efforts of the cabal? Were they not mad at Tinubu then by the internal sabotages from the North? Were they not mad at Tinubu then when, for instance, a core natural APC state, for instance, Yobe State, APC, they've never lost a single election. If you post a chicken, right, who is an APC candidate in Yobe State against Mandela in Yobe State, that chicken will win you because you are just APC. They won everything. Tinubu lost. Tinubu lost. He lost 10 states. Look at this now. Out of the 13 states of the core north, for people who don't know, is the Northwest and the Northeast. Out of those 13 states between those two regions, Tinubu lost 10 out of them. When these people thought they were friendly with Tinubu. So when they were friendly with him, Tinubu lost 10 states out of 13. The 3 states that Tinubu won, he won Zamfara State, which Matawali delivered for him because he flouted, right, the standing instruction that nobody should work for Tinubu among the governors in the North. He delivered Zamfara. But unfortunately, they paid him back. 2 weeks later, he lost his gubernatorial election because he did not stand by the instruction from Aso Rock. Number 2.
He lost through the judiciary.
He lost everything. So, number 2, he won Borno State. Of course, the state of Shetima. And look at the numbers versus Buhari's number. Then he won Jigawa State. Jigawa State, that is Badaro. You cannot win anything in Jigawa State. So Badaro became the defense minister. Matawali became the minister of defense state. Shetima became the VP. Those are the 3 states that Tinubu won. The entire 10 states that Tinubu lost, go and look at the margin. For instance, Tinubu lost Katsina State, the state of the incumbent sitting president then. Tinubu lost Katsina State by less than 5,000 margin. He lost Sokoto State by less than 10,000 margin. He lost Kebbi State by less than 15,000 margin. He lost, so most of the states that Tinubu lost in that core north, Tinubu was losing those states by very slim margin. So what Tinubu did effectively, that I believe Tinubu is going to replicate, is APC and Tinubu is not shooting to win Northeast and Northwest. What Tinubu and APC is trying to do is replicate what happened. Worst come to worst. Worst case scenario was what he saw in 2023. Let's put that worst case scenario and fast forward it to now, worst case scenario again, do what you did. Be effectively and adequately effective behind Atiku. Fly behind Atiku. If Atiku is winning a state, you are number 2. Tinubu is the only candidate. I want you to check this to Baba T. In the entire federation, Tinubu is the only candidate that if he's not winning a state, number 1, is number 2. Even as tough as Southeast was, that they rigged massively for Peter Obi, Tinubu came second in the Southeast, which is 127,000 patron. Disgusting number, 5%. He came second. Atiku came third. Kwakwaso came fourth. So where Tinubu was not winning, he was number 2. But the number 2 was that it was very close. Look at Kano, for instance. This is where Tinubu had a little leverage over Atiku. In Kano, Kwakwaso had like 900 and something thousand, maybe 970, 900 plus. Tinubu was 500 plus. Atiku was distant third, 100 plus. Obi had 20 or 25,000. Look at the margin. So 900 to 500, right? And Atiku, 400 lesser than Tinubu. Meanwhile, where he was winning Tinubu, it was 10,000, it was 5,000, 3,000, 10,000. So the entire margin of Kano State alone covered the entire margin, right, of Tinubu in the north, in the core north. So Tinubu went again to the north central to entirely cushion the effect. Tinubu could cushion his effect between Atiku and himself by almost an additional 700,000 votes. So because when you are looking at election mathematics, you have to look at this data. I'm a data person. So this is where they thought that Atiku and Obi could patch together and give a good fight if you actually want to kill this guy, kick him out of office. They've been crying that APC is not working, Tinubu is not working, but they gave you an opportunity to match Obi and Atiku, right? But you jumped away again. So now, what APC is going to do, APC's map is southwest, south-south, north-central, then northwest, northeast remain competitive behind Atiku. I'm giving Atiku the northeast and northwest. But don't forget, in the last election, Atiku won the northwest marginally by 55%. Tinubu went close by 51 or 50. Then in the northwest, Tinubu won Atiku again. So marginally, they won themselves marginally. In the northwest, Tinubu won marginally, 51% to 49%. In the northwest, 55% to 49 or 50% marginally. So
no, enigmatic. It was only in the northeast that Atiku defeated Tinubu.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying in northeast, he won Tinubu marginally. In the northwest, Tinubu won him marginally. So the game Tinubu was playing was that he was looking. Don't forget, APC. We have our own statisticians, right? That's what they call them, and we have our own data mapping guys. They will look at each state, and this is why you see that APC since 2015. We don't really care about what Southeast does, because at the end of the day, we know that in Southeast, they have this vicious, visceral hatred for APC.
Logan, sorry. The current vice president is political value, because that is surprising. The North, I know they're both from Northeast in Atiku, but couldn't that he have done better back then? And now, do you think they can improve on those numbers in the Northeast?
Yes. So it brings us back to the regional interest. Some people were how would I say it? Political neophytes. They were talking about Tinubu replacing.
Yeah, with Rabiu. Yeah, I remember that.
Tinubu, he told even don't forget Tinubu made this Kwakwaso. There are some school of thought that believe that Kwakwaso, right, is an asset of APC being used to choreograph Peter Obi's movement. Number one, Kwakwaso met Tinubu in France 3 different times. Between the last election and this current time, Kwakwaso and Tinubu, they've met 7 times. 3 of them outside of the country, 4 of them within the country. Number one. Number two, Shetima, right? The people of Borno State, they will go all out for their son. Even the point is that when the the rumor was going all around, Tinubu is going to change Shetima and everything. I think I said it. People do not really understand Tinubu's relationship with some people that he works with. People think that from somebody like Wike just got to know or became a Tinubu's person in the last election. No. Wike has been Tinubu's boy, right, for over 10 years. That Wike's ministerial appointment that he got then, it was an effort from Lagos. Even one of Wike's interview, he said he went to meet Tinubu himself that, Baba, you are the only one that you think we can help us. Join this race. This man is not doing anything. Kick him out of office. And he told Wike then, no, I cannot do it. APC is my political family. APC is my blood. Buhari is working. So I think there was an people should go and listen to that interview. So I think this Shetima has been Tinubu's boy for almost 15 years. Don't forget, Shetima is a Lagos boy, right? Shetima is he said it himself, is the corporate godson to Jim Ovia, and Jim Ovia is Tinubu's 5 and 6. So they've had Shetima under their belt in the corporate world before Shetima went into politics. The same thing with Wike's relationship. So Tinubu has a lot of relationship with this Kwakwanso too. Go and pay attention to this 2027 election. If you will see anything derogatory or untoward from Kwakwanso to Tinubu, they've been friends for a long time. So there are some friends like that you keep behind politics, beyond politics, that people don't even know. So the thing is that the Northeast, don't forget the Northeast too, they are pushing. I don't know if you know that now. The Hausa minority, the minorities in the North, the Hausa people, they are trying to support a Kanuri president, right? Or a Northeast president.
Oh, for 31. So it's between both of them.
Yeah,
okay.
They don't want the presidency to go back to Northwest. They believe that the Northwest has been dominating them for a long time. And this is why people should focus on the regional interests that I keep repeating all through the time. Because when the power goes to the North in 2031, the North Central, they are trying to play their own card to say, okay, we want to
but the North Central, to your point, I see more of a Northeast, because the North Central, it might take a while to come together because politically they're not strong enough. It might take a while for them to get this together.
You can say that. I take your point, but the thing that the motivation for the North Central, don't forget, right? They will tell you now, hopefully, that look, please don't do Arewa thing, don't do Northern agenda. Northern agenda is just only mature and relevant, right? During political seasons. When politics is gone, you guys will say we are not North. When they give us appointment, you will say we are not enough, right? So the Northern Central people.
No, sorry, before you go further, sorry. Can I get clarity on this guy? I heard on the TV the other day. Kwankwaso, is he a Fulani or a Hausa person?
He's a Hausa person.
No. Enigmatic. Fulani. Kwankwaso is Fulani.
Kwankwaso is Hausa. Kwankwaso is full Hausa. Go and find out. Full Hausa, full-blooded Hausa man.
I have a friend from Kano now, and he said he's a Fulani.
Kwankwaso is full-blooded Hausa man. Go and find out.
Clip that.
Your question earlier. Go ahead, woman. Go ahead.
Sorry, one man.
No, sorry, wanted to go. I just jumped on him. Prince.
Sorry. If Rabiu is truly Hausa, so why are his people not? So why is it only popular in that one state? One would think that the entire Hausa population in the north will move in this direction. So
you know the subjugation.
What's the problem?
You know the subjugation of the Hausa. That's why they are trying to.
No. I'm asking, like, if he's truly one of them, and he has this political capital,
Yeah.
What we think that it will have built on that across board beyond the borders of that one state. So what is the problem with his own people that they're not voting in mass for him across board?
You are not read, you don't read between the lines when I speak. That's why I say, when you are intellectually pulverized, right? Everything becomes normal to you or norm to you. When you be shown the card that you cannot amount beyond what you are, it takes an extra effort or an external factor to let you understand this is the skill in you, this is the asset you are. So the North Central people and the minority Northerners, they are not seeing the asset that they are now until Tinubu is showing them, you guys are better than what you are.
Or the value, okay, the value, okay.
So now they see the value that we too can be president now. Let's coordinate North Central and Hausa people and Kanuri people and see if we can push to have the president in 2031 instead of going to the North Central to the Northwest.
Can you give us 3 names that can drive that vehicle in 31 that will represent that alliance between the North Central and the Northeast?
If you okay. I think Kulata, I take your point. You are my boss, so I think okay. I think you know. Okay. So now let me just tell you, if you look at Tinubu's politics very well, right? It's quite very hard to predict Tinubu's successors.
No. From your own angle, like, because that is.
And by the way, just 1 second, BT, big apologies. Can every single person listening to this interaction right now, please check your devices, make sure you are subscribed. If you're not already subscribed, please do. We're after 1,000 subscribers this month, achievable if everybody subscribes. So subscribe and like. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, that was to case point. That because I think it's more Fulani, but I'm not sure. Because if he were to be an Hausa man, then there should be a pull towards his direction from his own people, and we've not seen that over the years. But I'm asking you, to my point, can you give us 3 names of some political figure that will come up in some years or that is already established that we kind of coordinate that alliance between the North Central and the Northeast heading into 31? 3 names of somebody from the North.
Okay, don't take my word for this.
No, I know. No, I know.
Okay, so when you look at the political space now, right? Of course, people will want to mention. I think the number 1 on the list, people will be.
Bago is Hausa now. Bago of is it not Hausa? Bago
of Niger. I don't really know. I think Kulata should know that. So I think Kulata has
that will represent the interest of both the Kanuris and
yes. So let me just. Of course, you want to see people who will be inclined to mention Ribadu, number 1, to mention Shetima, number 2, with a very big question mark. Big question mark in the sense that it is quite very impossible. I'm not saying it's not going to be achievable, but quite impossible for for a VP to succeed their president in Nigeria. Number 1. Number 2, that's Ashetima. And then number 3, there's somebody that personally I've been looking in the North Central. That I mentioned Ribadu, I mentioned Shetima.
Sorry, Ribadu is Fulani.
I mentioned Shetima, and I think there's somebody I've been looking at in the North Central. It's a wild card. I don't know how far it could go. This man, the current Minister of Defense, Musa. I'm looking at that guy.
But it's a Christian, though. It's a Christian. Would that not count against it?
That's why I say wild card. That's just my own little wild guess somewhere.
No, that one is that one doesn't even have political structure. It doesn't even have
political. No, but you said there Ribadu is Fulani, isn't it?
Yeah, Ribadu is Fulani, of course.
Yeah, but now we're looking at. I know you said original interest.
But the thing that is working for Ribadu is, number 1, if you look at Ribadu very well, if anyone,
we don't actually have that many frontline Hausa people in the
that was the reason why I asked the question. That was getting to one man, because it's like.
But the game is that when you look at Ribadu, right? Anybody can, if you.
Sorry, enigmatic. If they want to pivot away from the Fulanis, which I think all of the body language of the North, especially the Hausas, is that they want to pivot. They are either going to Kanuri or Nupe. I don't think we have a strong Hausa person as a player.
Exactly. So, like I said, if you look at the population of Hausa to Fulani, I think in the pecking order, Fulani, the tribal population, right? I think Hausa, Yoruba is number 1 or number 2. I think Hausa is number 1 or Yoruba is number 2, either of the two, right? Fulani is number 8.
No, sorry. The Hausas are by far the largest population. It's the Hausas, the Yorubas, the Igbos, and then one of the South, like you said, the Fulanis are 5, 6, 7. I don't know why they are dominating us. I can't get it.
When you look at their political dominance, you will think they are number 1 in the North. So this is why, because I belong to a lot of stuff now. Look, Babati, those are on the political side. I've given you 3 numbers that I think are out there, which of course nobody knows. But when I look at Tinubu's politics,
enigmatic. Sorry, if we are looking for Hausa, you can never get. I think the Hausas, you can. They are just too. Don't let me say it, yeah. You can't get any Hausa.
That's what I say. But when you look at
what it did in Radio Abi? What is what it do?
So, Babati, now when you look at Tinubu's politics, let's go by Tinubu's politics, and his type of successors.
Guys, sorry, enigmatic, real quickly. Okay, I know we're making fun of the Hausa people, but when we talk about the North, I know, but when we talk about the North, we always talk about their political sagacity in terms of their voters. So obviously, it's the Hausa people that are voting in mass for the Northerners. So how come they cannot produce a viable leader? I mean, I don't get the math. It's not computing.
Sorry. Let me attempt at that. If you want to look at what happened in apartheid in South Africa, where they prevented the blacks from knowledge, evolution, development, etc., and they loaded over them. It's the same somewhat sort of system of what's going on in Israel Palestine. They've prevented the Hausas from grooming into leadership for decades and decades, and they've relegated them to a subset within that land. So there is nothing. I think they're just trying to come up a little bit now, but they've not built them up sufficient enough for them to have champions.
So one man, to your point, the next 4 years, do you think they have enough time to at least start?
They can't. No. Have you ever lived? Have you ever lived with any Hausa?
Simba Nisuru.
But you are not getting the point.
I know, but how many cycles will it take for them to at least have some kind of?
I don't think they can ever achieve it.
Babati, let me ask.
No, it will take. Oh no, I think they can. It will take 3 cycles. If they follow this push that they are pushing now, 3 cycles, and if we're saying a cycle is 5 years, it will probably take. If we can evolve them in 15 years, then we'll have a real strong Hausa base.
Babati, to corroborate one man, right? The only political epiphany that they need, Tinubu has provided them. All they need to do is, are they ready to build on that, to consolidate on what they have currently?
Can you take the religion that they are using again also away from them?
That is part of it's a moving part, right? It's a moving part.
But we can wrap education around that religion now. We don't have to ask them to leave the religion, but we can wrap education around their religion.
So when you look at them, right, you understand that when you look at the people of Kogi State now, for instance, look at Kogi's politics, for instance, the evolution that is gradually coming up in Kogi State. Do you know in Kogi State, for instance, the Igalas, am I right?
It's the Galas. They are the ones that have dominated. The Audus, the Idris of these days.
They've been dominating the political space. But the moment what was the reason? Because the minority, the most politically conscious minority of the Ebira people and the Okun people. They've not been able to unite for so long time, and it becomes.
But enigmatic. Sorry, you remember even in the old Kwara, the Ibira, they are not backward like that though. They are very strong in politics. So you remember Adamata, who was the governor of Kwara State?
I understand, but the thing is that the moment that those two divergent groups are able to unite their efforts, then they give a good fight to the majority. The moment that Yaya Bello became governor by whisker, by providence, right? What did he do? And Ebiraman, for the first time, he found a way to ensure that there is there's a good relationship with the Okun people. Now, Yaya Bello, for the first time, and Ebiraman was living.
And by the way, sorry, enigmatic. We got AY here. We got everybody. We're being conversational, so you can just come in. So
enigmatic can be speaking for the last 1 hour.
Yeah, because
let me tone down now. Let me go.
No, don't tone down, but don't wait to be called. Just if we keep it civilized, then we can have a conversation.
Can somebody else speak beside one person?
No, you can. That's what I'm saying. You can speak as well.
One man, don't listen to progressive. I mean, the Prestige. If we were here together, I was not talking again, though.
No,
so don't say you should not say.
Why do you want me to talk? I rather not talk, because
Prestige is only here for
just talking now, just because
hold on. Prestige is only here for comic relief, but but don't wait to be called. It's just an open conversation. So long as we're not over each other.
Come on.
So just feel free. If you want the mic from Enigmatic, just tell him. But don't wait to be called. Is what I'm saying.
Logan is our guest today now, so we are
look at that. It's been a while since we enjoyed. It's been a while since we enjoyed the Enigmatic. But please, everybody, as BT and Simba has been doing, stop in, have your say. If you want to say, so don't wait to be called. Just free flow.
Let me
so can Logan conclude on that question about the three and because one man said at least a minimum of 3 cycles.
Three cycles to do what?
To at least bring the North.
We are talking about the outside and the North.
To develop an outside champion.
Honestly, this discussion of Hausa Fulani is we the Southerners that are discussing it. Hausa and Fulani, they are very mixed together. People don't know that. Like
they are discussing it now.
So
they are not saying that they are.
Yeah, I know.
Go on Twitter. The Hausas are coming out.
The thing is, the Fulani, they've been very, very unfair to the Hausas. That is why they also see. But however, even when all those governors, for example, that are Fulanis, all those big politicians, if you go to their history, you will see that either one of their mother is Hausa, their father is Fulani, or their grandmother is Hausa. They kind of related.
You made the argument last week also, but the question again, if they're so mixed together, how come only the Fulani people tend to obtain the leadership position?
So it's not an argument, it's a fact. Let me say, it's not an argument, it's a fact. I also align with the view that the Fulani, they would have shared power with the Hausas, because I don't know how they did it, to be honest. I don't know how they did that stuff. When you see the big political weight in the North, you see most of them are Fulanis. I think the Hausa man is very laid back. That is the way I see it. I think the Fulani, they caution power.
Not anymore. That's the point we're making. They are now speaking out now. That they want a fair share.
That's the point we're making.
So how would we help them achieve that? Is the point we're making.
Yeah, I will tell you now, AY, that if you think they are laid back, they are waking up from that hubris of their delusion and that quote unquote their laid back thing that you think they are. They are speaking loud and clear now. And I was trying to give a typical example of what is currently happening in Kogi State, and Ebiraman handing over to another.
We don't have Fulani now. Why are you measuring Kogi? We discussed
Hold
Fulani.
on.
He's just using it as an example.
All right, let me just give him a minute so I can move. One man, to land it, right? You already know 2027 is done and dusted for serious politicians. And then the serious politicians who are politically clairvoyant, they are working towards the 2031 political workings now. So what decides who gets what in 2027 by the time Ashwaju is sworn into office again is what you are able to bring from your region. You want to be Senate president? Senate presidency is not given a la carte. You come with your numbers and with your regional show up to the game. If South beat you to the numbers, then go and question your poster boy, right? Your confused political header, Peter Obi, who has been taking you. I think Soludo said it.
That Senate president is gonna be a space to watch. It's gonna be very tough.
There's no space to watch.
It is a space to watch.
No space to watch. South is going to retain the Senate presidency.
I mean, to be honest, Hope Uzodinma is also interested.
I'm telling you, there's no. You can. No space to watch.
You hold on now.
What determines the interest? Tell me.
Enigmatic. I think what is going to happen. I think it's going to be with the South people will fight it out among themselves.
They're already fighting. You don't even see the fight already. They're already fighting now as we speak.
Don't be too sure. Yeah, let me tell you why. Don't forget the last election. Yari contested for that post. He almost got it actually.
You are not getting the point. The Senate president who is holding it now. South is holding the Senate president.
Yeah.
Akpabio. The Southeast won the Senate president. What determines who gets the Senate president? The regional numbers that they produce during the election. So if South comes top again with their regional numbers, how are you going to give them the Senate president? How are you going to handle?
Sorry,
I don't know why. Well, it's your view.
I mean, it's politics. Like I said,
it's politics.
Sorry, enigmatic AY. You are not giving consideration to the ticket for 2031. So whoever gets the whoever gets the Senate president in 2027 is going to determine who gets the vice in 2031. So the vice in 2031 is between somebody like, let's say, Dave Umahi, for instance, and let's say Yemson Wike. So if they're intending to go with a Wike and a Northerner ticket for 2031, then the Southeast gets the Senate presidency. And if they're going with an Umahi and a Northerner for 2031, then the South retains the Senate presidency. So all of these things permutate into it.
I don't think Wike is an option for VP 2031. Trust me, it's not going to happen.
Let's stay on the Senate presidency for a second. In the South, go and wash out these three names. Wash out the incumbent Senate president, Akpabio, right? Wash out Omagege. Omagege is coming back. Omagege is coming back, and he's going to be a ranking senator. Wash out Oshomole.
We know that is very obvious, right?
So from the Southeast, watch out for Hope Uzodinma in the Southeast. Watch out for this man from Oji Uzokalu from Southeast. Those now put your political cap on, right? If among these three names in the South, and among those two names in the South, let's cancel out Oshomole and Omagege for a second, just hypothetically, and cancel out Oji Uzokalu for a second, because it seems that because of the political position of Uzodinma in APC, is the chairman of the Governors Forum in APC. Now, Akpabio versus Hope Uzodinma. The first order of event in politics is okay. Southeast versus South. Let's see the political regions number. That's the first thing they will do. South bring your numbers. Southeast bring your numbers. So by the time they bring the number to the table, South, for instance, comes with 1 million. Southeast comes with 200,000. What do you think will happen at that point?
Everybody knows now. He's not talking again.
So
well,
then when you cancel that out, then it becomes a fight between South brothers. Then we bring back Omagege.
Enigmatic. No, you know, as I said earlier, anyhow you look at it, even if the whole South seat voted for APC and the whole of South voted, the South will still come up
because
with more votes
why
than
I say this.
Southeast.
Why I'm not trying to. I know the game is political numbers are brutal. They are cold. They are cold fact. It is a fact that when we go to the next election in 2027, Tinubu is not going to win the South. They are even threatening Tinubu more and APC more. Buhari lost it twice. Tinubu lost it once. Tinubu is going to lose it again. But Tinubu is going to perform better. But that does not mean Tinubu is going to win. For instance, in Enugu State, in Abia State, where OT is not even supporting Obi. No, let me take Abia State out of the equation. Enugu State, where there's an APC governor, performing one of the best governors so far in the Southeast. Anambra State, Soludo is working for Tinubu. Ebonyi State, Umai is working for Tinubu. Uzodinma, the incumbent governor. Those 4 states, they are APC people, but does it mean it's going to translate to Tinubu winning Southeast? No, because they have shown you that no matter what APC does or Tinubu does, they can never be placated. They are implacable. So it is to me, I'm saying it now, APC has 5%, the least of their percentage in the last election. The highest, the maximum that I could expect from APC will either be 25 or just 25%. And
25% where?
In the entire region.
In Southeast?
Yes, that is my maximum. That's my highest. I try to moderate my expectation of those people. And if there is no way they will perform better than South because of this regional. Don't forget Obi's interest. Don't forget Obi's interest.
You've said all this stuff. I don't know why you don't want other people to talk.
So now, let me. I think we'll catch up again. So just to know that Senate presidency is not giving a la carte. If you like, resign out of office before your time. It does not compare you to the Senate presidency a la carte. So,
all right, let's hear from AY, who wants to take the floor. But before we hear from you, before we hear from you, AY, just 2 things. Can people please look at their screens, make sure they're subscribed? Every person interacting with the session now, you should be subscribed. So correct that if you're not subscribed, and like as well. And also, we're having a second session in the evening. The link is in the comment section now. In the evening session, we're going to be looking at the permutations of the NDC. So what we're going to be discussing in that permutation is the Obi Kwakwanso ticket. Is it a John the Baptist? Is it a precursor to a Kwakwanso Obi ticket for 2031? So we'll be looking at that and how that might well be the political chess play that's really in play. That certainly seems to be the reading of our Kwakwanso's strategy. So the link is in the comment section. Click on it, go and bookmark it. The evening session is 2027 OK ticket. Is it a precursor to a 2031 KO ticket? So,
BT, are you there?
What? Yeah.
So you are talking about reverse isolation, 1 month. Okay, yes. We become KO.
Don't worry. Come back in the evening. Come back in the evening. We'll talk through that. AY, floor is yours.
One man. What time are you coming on?
Yeah.
It will be about 12:55 my time. So
okay.
But click on the bell notification and then so that it will
Your last statement, first of all, Kolata Farabare. Your last statement, Tinubu cannot get 5% in the Southeast. If Peter Obi is contesting, we have to tell ourselves the truth. I think what I think Tinubu there will be significant improvement in Tinubu vote in the South and the South and the North Central.
It's gonna do better. What about 25% in 2 states? Just 25%. What What about 25% in two southeastern states? Is
I
that possible?
think it can have 25% in one or two states, specifically Ebonyi and Imo. I think those are the states to look out for. It might have 25% in those states, or I'm more sure of Ebonyi State, not even Imo. But to be honest, if you look at the political calculation, Tinubu does not really need Southeast to win the election. It's just the honest truth. But Tinubu will do better in South, that I know for sure. In North Central, he's going to do better. The vote, I cannot really say now what is going to happen is the vote from the Northwest. The vote for the Northwest, you can't rule out Kokoso effect in the Northwest, even though we try to downplay it. Konkoso will definitely do.
Let me ask you, AY. What will be the advantage for the Northwestern people to vote for Konkoso?
No, Northwestern people are not gonna. No, that's not what I'm saying. But Kokoso is gonna pull out vote. It's not that he's gonna win the
Kokoso. What did he even achieve in 2023?
Just hold on.
I don't even know why you rated every time you talk about Kokoso. You rated that guy too high. I don't even know why you are rating him that.
Okay, just hold on. You see, I don't play politics with sentiment. I play with what I know.
It's not, there's no sentiment about it now, but the figure does not. I don't even know what is supporting your assertion.
Let me say. Let's be very honest. Konkoso is the political godfather of Kano's politics today. Even the people you are calling in APC, all the big wings, they are Kokosia. They were once Kokosia. So you need to understand the policy of Kano. The Talakawas, the ordinary people in Kano, they listen to Konkoso. Even me, I don't know how it. Konkoso does not give money for your information. Go ask anybody. Is the real I don't give shishi? He does not give shishi. The only thing Konkoso did for Kano.
So the money that is collecting from the incumbent governor, what was it?
I don't know, but what I'm telling you, if you know anybody from Kano State, ask the person, does Konkoso show money? Konkoso does not give anybody money. Go and confirm. What I know Konkoso did when he was governor, he was able to sponsor a lot of people in education to India, to China, to go and study. That one is there. You know, but in terms of sharing money, he does not give anybody money. But see, you need to understand how Northern politics work, especially Kano politics. If they like you, they will listen to you. In the case of Aminu Kano, in the case of Buhari was turning election in Kano overnight. You just beg Buhari to appear in Kano. He will just speak to the people. The next year, the number will change. That is Konkoso that have that strength now in Kano. That popularity is in Kano, is in Jigawa. In other states, it's not as popular as those two states. So today, if you conduct free and fair election, Konkoso support a candidate. Free and fair election in Kano, the candidate will win in Kano. I can tell you that for free. But again, you can also rule out now the power of the APC in Kano with the governor APC, Gaduje, Shekarau, all the other big.
Okay, AY. I think nobody's going to argue with you
now.
Go
So they are gonna definitely drag vote from Konkoso, right? So you can't just rule them out. They are gonna fight. So it's not gonna be easy for him. He knows that. Because those guys are gonna fight. They are gonna fight him so badly. Shekara is also popular. The reason, sincerely, I believe, I don't even know how Konkoso, how he does it. Shekara is actually, so here is the way I would describe Shekara. Shekara is not a typical Nigerian politician. Like, he's very laid back. He doesn't like, it's like somebody that does not like worldly things. He doesn't care, like, he doesn't like to all those dirty fights the world politician does. Shekara is not like that. But Shekara also have supporters that also believe in him. But it's just that he's kind of laid back a little bit. He still have the number though. You know, the last time he worked with Konkoso in the last election, then Konkoso deceived him, scam him. He refused to give ticket to his people. he even won as the Senate other NNPP, but he refused to accept it because he did not kind of participated. He said no, he's not interested. He withdrew himself from the Senate. He said he's not interested. I think they gave the ticket. I don't know how they did it, but Shekara is also popular. So, but Dot or Direct Okosoi, I'm telling you this for free. You can say whatever you want to say. Don't.
Okay, let me chime in now. Okay. Yes, I don't think anybody disputing, nor would us Simba dispute Kwankwaso in Kano. We saw the result from the last election. He had over a million votes. That is not, that's incontrovertible. We're not talking about that. We're talking about national politics.
Let me
national
finish.
politics. Hold on.
You are attacking me now. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, if you want to talk about national politics, okay, yeah, put Kwankwaso on the national stage. We're not talking about Kano politics because at the end of the day, it's a million votes in Kano did not do nothing for him in the last election.
You know, look at the scores. Look at what is going in other states in the northwest.
Let me give me my time back. You see what Kolata said is actually right. But one thing we need, just like now, I'm telling you, Tinubu will do better in South. Tinubu will do. I have reason for saying that. So 2023 election is not 2027 election. You need to know that. You need to look at the issues. Congo so contested election in 2023. Of course, even his supporter knows he can't win the election. Congo so stood for that election just for him to convince his people to vote in Kano. That was why he was able to get up to 80% of the assembly vote. He won Kano NNPP won Kano governorship election. That was why you saw the result. He knows, even his supporters knows. But when he get more serious, they will not waste their vote. So now we can discuss whatever we want to discuss until we know the presidential candidate. Will Atiku be on the ballot? Will Peter Obi be on the ballot? Tinubu definitely will be on the ballot. That is what is going to determine. Will the opposition have alliance?
What will prevent Obi from not being on the ballot?
You never
what kind
know.
of discussion are you doing?
You never know. Anything can change. Anything can change.
What is changing? What do you mean by that?
Obi is already on the ballot now. The only ticket we're waiting for now is the PDP. We already have all the tickets apart from the PDP.
The PDP will not have any candidate. Is he going to support Tinubu? Wike is holding down PDP. There is nothing anybody can do. Wike has hijacked PDP. That's just the honest truth. I think they said today, Makinde the cap to APM, he want to be the presidential candidate. Wike has hijacked PDP. PDP are going to work for Tinubu. This is the truth. But why I'm saying that is because if Atiku is contested, Atiku will still pull out vote.
No, hold on. Actually, I'm just saying this Kulata in Sokoto State. Kwakwanso scored 1,300.
Yeah,
hold on. I'm not sure if Peter Obi scored more than that even. And you're calling him a northern candidate.
No, Obi performed far better in the north than even Kwakwanso in
2023. So what is Kwakwanso bringing to the ticket?
I don't know.
Apart from Kano State.
AY is one of the Kwakwansi.
This is what annoys me. All these people, they ignore data. And then they go into some sort of romanticized wishful thinking. And then when the results come out, they'll start running around saying they were rigged. The data is already telling you what is likely to obtain now.
Yeah.
What was all this?
So one man, I thought you said you were going to say
even Dele Momodu said it when one man now. Said
see 2023 election, Peter Obi was not popular in the corner. No, he was not there. 2023 election, Peter Obi was not there. That's why when people say,
is he popular now?
Hold on. That's why when people say Peter Obi won the election.
With two boreholes, Peter Obi is popular now, one man.
So is that
that's true? Actually, we must never forget
for that reason.
and then eating with the Talakawas.
That is why when people say Peter Obi won the election, I just laugh. I say, you guys have never been to Sokoto. You've never been to Zamfara. You are say Peter Obi won the election.
That is speaking. What have you done? What have you done to in the Southwest? Nothing.
In the Southwest. What is it? So
it's not tribal, my friend. It's not tribal.
If Atiku is courtesy, Atiku will see polar vote. He did not. It's gonna be at it's gonna drag the vote. Atiku and Tinubu will drag the vote. He did not, seriously. I know Atiku will win the Northeast. That's the area I know he's sure of winning. I think Tinubu can win Northwest, or they're gonna be very close. This is what I see in the Northwest, because Northwest is a stronghold of APC. So those governors, they will do everything, because the message APC are giving to people, like what Enigmatic said now, it's more like you have to give bigger vote from your region, so for you to get something. So this is the message. So everybody is going to fight in his state, in his region, to get vote. Yeah. So on the issue of the Senate president, yeah, I kind of agree with Enigmatic, but don't forget, Hope Uzodinma is a loyal APC boy.
Sorry, AY. Somebody was saying in the comment section that the permutation permutates the Senate presidency to the Southwest.
No. That would be 2031. Southwest cannot contest for Senate president. Hell no. Nobody is going to.
No, we're talking about 2031 now. Oh, yeah, you are talking. Okay.
Yeah. That is why you see they are prepared. You don't know these guys. So, Dele, what's his name? The Senate leader. Those kind of people are preparing for it already. So the 2031, if the power go back to the North, it's gonna be mostly Southwest. They will fight. They will be open to get that. But in this election, yes, the candidate to watch is the current Senate president, Adams Oshiomhole, Omoagege, if he win his election. Hope Uzodinma don't rule him out. Hope Uzodinma is a loyal APC member. So it's gonna depend. It's gonna be a discussion, because Tinubu, he will not look away when it comes to Senate president. So they're gonna have discussion. It really depends who Tinubu wants, who he want to support. He doesn't give up like that. He's gonna push for the person. He's gonna make sure he talk to the senators.
Akpabio is not coming back as Senate president.
Well, I pray so. Really. Because the other thing, I know the relationship between some of these guys, right? Like Hope Uzodinma, Oshiomhole, Omoagege, they are kind of very close. So I think they can work together to kick out Akpabio himself. So don't rule out Hope Uzodinma. Hope Uzodinma is popular. He's a popular person in the APC. He has a lot of strength. He has been.
Let's see how committed he is and how powerful he is.
He's very committed.
Let's see what he's going to bring.
No.
If he's not bringing anything to the table, he's not getting anything.
Hope Uzodinma cannot be Senate president. It's not a ranking senator now. So are you talking 2021?
Uzodinma cannot go against. Cannot go against Adam Oshiomhole. He was the one that make that governorship possible for him.
Yeah, the story. It was Oshiomhole and Tinubu that make that governorship possible in Imo. It was two of them, actually, not only Oshiomhole. So that's why I'm telling you, people don't know some of this history. Hope is a core APC guy. But the chances, I think.
All right, we've got all the big names joining us today. The politics is hitting up. We've got AY, we've got Enigmatic, we've got Simba, Prince Daddy, and now Ogbeni that thought we were too lowly for him now, because he's now a big man.
Even Colata is on the comment section today.
He got Ogbeni now, coming to hang around with the smellies. Good to see you, Ogbeni. Carry on, AY.
Colata, join the platform. Let's have the discussion. Yeah, I think the Senate presidency will still come to the South, maybe 70%. but don't rule out Hope Uzodinma. Uzokalo, I don't see Uzokalo get Senate president. Uzokalo is not in Tinubu camp. These guys, they know themselves. They are tough. They know themselves. So Uzokalo is not in Tinubu's camp. They might be cool, but it's not in that camp. So Tinubu needs somebody he can trust that is loyal 100%. If he doubts your loyalty, Tinubu will not support you to be Senate president.
But I think that South will finish their Senate president so that Southeast can get a VP slot next dispensation.
Yeah, that could be the political calculation. They can position
that is the best calculation that makes sense. So South will finish their Senate presidency. Southeast next coming dispensation, they will take VP.
Yeah,
let me tell you, it's not about it's about the vote. If they still continue not voting for the ruling party, they will not get anything. It's not just by say Southeast. What are they bringing to the table? That is the issue.
Yeah, Hope was a total.
They are also call people in Southeast too. Like this opposing even this Aletoti is almost all those Lagos guys that are in Southeast. They are Tinubu people. They are that Tinubu people. Tinubu people.
The truth is, all the governors in Southeast are actually.
Have you ever seen where Aletoti criticize Tinubu?
Let me ask you, I will hold on. So, as a politician, if you are a politician, people that voted for you, you neglect them for people that are just your friend. Is that what you are going to do?
Here is the point.
But we don't know what is the point. So what?
South. Okay. They are more loyal Tinubu people, just like every other region. Okay, and the fact that as a politician, you must be able to separate the noise, okay, and propaganda away from the reality. Tinubu, being a politician of his caliber, he knows that the noise coming from Southeast is overwhelming than whatever result he got. But I also know, as a matter of fact, that he is a politician that have conscience. Okay, there's no way the next dispensation after his own dispensation, okay, he will neglect Southeast. That is a matter of fact. The people who are positioning themselves for that, among them is this David Umai. Among them is this Aletoti, Charles Soludo.
I don't even know what you are talking about. So election is a game of number. So
I didn't argue that. Okay. So what I'm saying in essence is, you see, politicians, we can stay here and blow all the grammar we have to blow. Okay, they have their own permutation and they have their own calculation.
Even in 2023, Uzokalu fought for that Senate presidency. Seriously.
Yeah.
Uzokalu does not work for Tinubu 2023.
Wait, see whether I work
for against him.
Well, okay, let me tell you. When you say a politician work for somebody, what are you bringing to the table that will show that you work? It's not vote.
It is both, but at the same time, the kind of resources. Did you know that politics in Nigeria? Okay, if you want to go to the grassroots, okay, it means you have to extend your resources. Okay, so it's not just because somebody is popular now that makes you to win election in Nigeria.
Simba, to be fair to the Southeasterners, to have a leader bigger vote in the Southeast is not easy. You know, people have their mind. Southeastern, they are very dependent people. They are different from other regions.
And they're full of respect.
You need to do a lot to convince the people to vote for you. It's not easy. So the politicians understand that, right? So except they really
you don't say that they did it. They voted for the ruling party during Obasanjo, during Jonathan, and they got what they did.
But you know, this division was not spread like
now. So don't say they are political if they have not learned from that. When they were voting right, they were getting whatever they wanted. Look at how many of them were.
Tell you, hold on. Here is what I'm telling you. I get your point. I agree with you. Southeast we vote for you if they want to vote for you. That's what I'm basically saying. Like, even if you go back to Abiola election, Abiola and what's the other name? They divided Southeast. They divided the vote. So that it's tough.
Okay,
it's a tough vote. You don't pick vote like that in the Southeast. Or more Southeast tough. So during Obasanjo, don't forget Southeast were traditionally PDP. Even South.
Sorry, Ewa, give us 2 more minutes and then let's hear from Ogbeni. I'm only keen to hear from him because we've not caught up with him in politics for a good while.
Yeah. Don't forget, Southeast, they were traditionally PDP. They supported Obasanjo, they supported Goodluck Jonathan. Then when they supported Goodluck Jonathan,
do you know why they are traditionally PDP?
I know now. Let's not go into all those details. I'm just giving the surface, right? So don't forget, when they formed APC, Southeast never liked Buhari. So because of that, they did vote for Buhari. So even when Buhari before when he was contested, I think 2 times he picked a vice president from the Southeast. Southeast did not vote for him. They don't like Buhari. So that was it. And don't forget, they tag APC Muslim party. So because of that, they did not move it to APC very fast. It's now they actually accept APC. You now see more people moving to APC. So the vote might be different. Tinubu might I know he will do better than last election, but 25%, I have no idea how he's going to get that. He might get it in 1 or 2 states, but again, I have no idea. If Peter Obi is contesting, they will vote for Peter Obi because the ordinary people will vote for Peter Obi. This is the truth about the Southeast. Thank you. I will end there. Kolata, come to
all right, all right. When Kolata is ready, when he's ready, will come. I'm sure.
I'm waiting for Kolata. I want him to join.
If you tackle you will double him. So Ogbeni joins us. Like I said, it's not that Ogbeni has fallen out of love with us. It's the business of work. But good to have you, Ogbeni. We're talking about Oga.
It's been a long while.
Is he my prof now? Should we be calling you my prof? So good to see you again. So it's the Nigerian politics. I'm not sure if you heard Dele Momodu come out yesterday, and as much as I don't rate him, a lot of his permutations very difficult to disagree with. But then since you've been with us, a lot has happened in the political dynamism. Obi, of course, now he has a new Man Friday. His name is Kwakwanso. Atiku is crying, Tinubu is laughing, and everybody is permutating. So how are you reading the landscape? Give us about 5-7 minutes just to catch us up with where you are, Ogbeni.
Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody, everyone. Those who I can specifically mention their names, Simba and others. Thank you for having me. One man. I've been in a, how do I put it now? I've been following your program and I've been listening to it, and you'll see me in sometimes the comment after you've uploaded it. I made some comments and all that as to my own take, but I've been quite busy, so I've not been able to join you live. I see 2023 again playing out now. I don't see how these guys in opposition wants to take over from Tinubu. I don't see it. Before, I even thought Obi would not be on the ballot paper. If Obi had stayed with the ADC, he wouldn't have been on that ballot paper. And my projection before is that Obi would not be on any ballot paper. It would be too late for him. But I think he was wise enough to leave ADC on time. because ADC, as far as I'm concerned, it's a collection of the jackals and the jaguars. Those ones who you'll tear Obi to pieces in that place, and they won't allow him, and the obedient will also tear him to pieces. So at the end of the day, he will lose both popularity and he won't still get to anywhere in politics. So I think he took a wise decision from leaving that place. But even before then, going to that place to even start with was a very bad decision for him. I don't know who advised him to go to that place at all, because you can't. So they've organized a place, they've been spending their money. Atiku have been spending millions in the US to deal with his own image, and all of a sudden you just join and you thought Atiku is your daddy or what, to come and hand over its lifelong ambition to you just like that. And then you're not even doing it diplomatically. You are unleashing your usual gullible obedience to start going after Atiku, and then you just think you can blackmail the guy and he's going to allow you. No, he won't. And every politician in Nigeria will not. He will rather stick to that, rather fail. In fact, as a matter of fact, Atiku will prefer Tinubu to win that election than to Obi to win the election. That's the reality, because they've been coming for a very long time.
Listen, Ogbeni, sorry, I've said that countlessly. People think it's some ethnic trope. Atiku is a Tinubu man outside of his ambition. It's more Tinubu than Peter Obi.
Of course, I know very well, because I published. Atiku used to be my client to even start with. He used to be not my client directly. He used to be the client of a law firm I used to work with years back, and so I was opportune to publish a book which I dedicated to Mommy Titi Atiku for all those NAPTIP and all those things that she used to do back then. And I can recall when I wanted to invite 3 people, Shagaya, Obasanjo, and Tinubu, to that our book launch. Titi Atiku collected, a lot of people wanted to invite. Titi Atiku collected Tinubu, Obasanjo, and Shagaya's invitation card personally, and he told me that she's going to hand it over to them personally. She will fly down to go and give them, to tell you the kind of relationship they have. So sometimes when people permutate on all these political things, I said, look, politicians sometimes they are very optimistic, but deep inside them, when they get to their bedroom, they are very real to themselves. That is when they come down to the reality and tell you, look, I will better allow this guy than to allow another guy. So, but as it stands now, I see opposition working against for Tinubu to win this election. I think Tinubu should just concentrate on the northern part. And when I say the north, sometimes people pick the north now and they think just the same way we used to say youth, and it sounds so funny to me. I think I've corrected that on this platform before, because I married a northern, I married a Fulani person. And whenever you say youth, you just look at me and laugh and say, which youth are you guys talking about? You rather just qualify it and say southern youth. You say Nigerian youth. Who told you it's extend to Kano, Jigawa, Kebbi? Who told you they have time for all those things you do in the south? So just say southern youth. And how many are you? What's the population of the southern youth in the south? I think it's the same way too. People see the north. When southerners talk about the north, there's nothing like the north, really. Because it's, as it stands now, even with Tinubu's politics so far, Tinubu has been able to decimate that north now to at least 3 major blocks. And there are 3 major blocks that don't even agree. To start with, Konkoso, who has moved to join Obi, is an Hausa man. I hope everybody knows he's an Hausa man. And there is this rift.
But we were debating that. People feel it's Fulani.
It's not. It's not Fulani, it's an Hausa man. Also, it's a pure Hausa man. And you know, there is this rift Fulani Hausa thing. And that is why if you pick El-Rufai today, El-Rufai and Konkoso cannot see face to face because they have issues.
Hey, that's not correct. Konkoso is a Fulani man, 100%.
He's an Hausa man.
No, Shekara is the only Hausa man in that political cycle.
It's an Hausa man. Let's continue. Let's continue. We'll find out later. But I can tell you that
it's a Fulani man, 100%.
I said I don't believe you. Then let's continue now. We argue to be heard. So if nobody has a document to prove that, then the fact that you repeat it 10 times doesn't mean I should agree with you. So let's continue. So the point is that there is this root of Fulani Hausa thing in the north, and that thing is still there. So now, Caucasus popularity doesn't extend beyond Kano and a part of Jigawa. That's the thing. It doesn't even extend to Kaduna. Those pockets of voters that you find in little of them in Katsina, little of them in Kebbi, and little of them in Sokoto back then were actually Kano indigenes who were in those spaces. They were not really those guys there. It's just like the pocket of votes that you find Obi having in some spaces in the north. There are the Igbos living in the north. There are so many. Igbos has this large population spread everywhere, and they have a very significant population in Kano. So it's 19,000. What did he even have the last time in Kano and things you see there? I can tell you vividly that is not an average Hausa Fulani man voting for him. It's the Igbo guys who are his people voting for him on tribal sentiment, which is the normal thing we do in Nigeria. So that's the way I see it. So I would advise Tinubu to concentrate in the north. And if you ask me which part of the north, I think he should concentrate on the north central. He shouldn't even waste his time much on the northwest any longer. Because we remember what Katsina gave him then, nothing. Kano, well, very close. But this time around, they've decimated Kano. They're going to scramble for little in the Kano. But I think he should focus on the north central. Plateau, Kogi, Kwara, Nasarawa, Niger, and Benue. He should focus on that. So if he's able to lock down Southwest, which that is very sure will lock down those spaces with some little go to other opposition, he's going to lock South, that's for sure. He's not going to get anything from the Southeast like that. Even with all their governors moving to APC, Enugu, and all of them, Opuzodima and all of them, Soludo supporting him, we know the Southeast people, they are so sentimental when it comes to Obi. So there's not much he's not going to get in that place. The only thing I can advise for him to do in that place to ensure that they don't intimidate his own voter the way they did the last time. Intimidated anybody, APC, they must intimidate. So if they can work on that and you don't get to intimidate, maybe fair enough, you're going to get some few votes. And statistics has shown, or our data has shown in Nigeria, if we are able to get 3 major regions out of those 3, leave the rest for the opposition to decimate, then you are okay. And I think that's the best, because even if you go to Adamawa today, that Binani woman that left APC, I think, that left them ADC, then back to the one Peter Obi he is now, I think is a major loss. They shouldn't have lost that woman, because bad as it bad, that woman has a serious weight in Adamawa. And so the fact that you have the governor on your side, I don't think it's to the advantage of Tinubu, but no calculation. That said, there's this area I wish to speak on, maybe 2 minutes before I leave the space. I think when people talk about the Southeasterners being marginalized, I keep asking it, even in this government, and we tend to validate that, but that's not true. Why do we validate all these things? That's not true. Where is it coming from? You have 6 major geopolitical zones in Nigeria. They are all well represented in this cabinet. The only area where you don't find them really represented is the kitchen cabinet. And there's no government. There's no you trust people before you put people in your kitchen cabinets. That is the point. And I realize those kitchen cabinets is what people now call juicy appointment. What do you mean by juicy appointment? The closer you are to the president, the more loyal is loyalty. And that's one of the things that affected Jonathan. Jonathan had a lot of saboteurs in his own kitchen cabinets. And when they finish FEC meeting and then they resume to the kitchen cabinet meeting, before they finish that meeting, you see the decision in their meeting going out, even to the press, even to show Sahara reporter, all of them. Decision in the bedroom of Mr. President will flip out. So the only difference I've seen in this government is that, to start with, every part of Nigeria, they are all well represented in this government. We should delete such narrative. That narrative is not true. Because one thing about wrong narrative is when you keep repeating it and you're consistent about it, it starts to sound like as if it's the truth. But that's not the truth. It's not true. So now, but for his kitchen cabinet, I'll say yes, and rightly so. Why would I bring my enemies into my kitchen cabinet? If I know that you sabotage me, why do I? But look at Umahi. Umahi is performing. You see anyone of them praising Umahi, they will never. So they will never praise Umahi because you think it's a saboteur coming from that hand. So for me, I don't see any reason why we should keep peddling this narrative as if Southeasterners are not represented in Tinubu's government. They are well represented. Tinubu is the first president to establish Southeast Development Commission for Southeast. They may think it's something simple today, but some people have been agitating for this thing for a long time. Since they've started Northeast initiative, some people have been saying, let others have too. And the president come, and the president give them that, and they have their own budget. So then face your people, you have people who are leading them, then face them, and then ask for accountability. And then let them have a vision as to what they want to do for your region. I saw Malesoti recently trying to do seaport. I don't know what he wants to make out of that anyway. If not, noise to just win back to just win his seat back, because I don't know how you can get seaport in Habia, but they said the Chinese will do it. If they can do it, that would be very good for that region. But the point I asked one of my friends is, look, Oyema has been flying London direct to Anambra. They are considering shutting that line down now. It's very simple, because it's where the business is. People will go. It's not about sentiment. You are not flying London Port Harcourt. You want to fly London Anambra. Who is flying that route to go and do what? So if it's not profitable as a business, don't mix tribal sentiment into your business. Just face the reality of your business. And then when that place is developed enough, then you fly the line. So it's the same thing when you say, okay, you want to have seaport. Oh, it's good. Have it. Let's see how viable it can be. And this viable is good for Nigeria. We are Nigerians. Except that I know by 2027 now, when Obi loses, you start seeing Biafra thing rising again. You see it, and it's going to be gospel our life. So that's my own take on. I know a lot is happening. One of the things I tried to correct on my channel recently, on one of the channels recently, is this guy that was showing some portion of electoral act up and down, and he's telling us that it's Tinubu that just included in electoral, which is all blah blah and full of lies. And some people believe in it. Even King Gigbe, Mireti King Gigbe was also peddling the thing, and as a pure lie.
Rufai Osene clashed with Oshiomhole on that particular line in the Electoral Act just 2 days ago.
It's a very big lie. It's a very big lie. I don't know where they will just create something, and then because they know Nigerians don't really, many Nigerians don't read. If you ask them to read, that's their problem. They read only on Twitter and Instagram, many Nigerians. So when they just snap something and they just post it, just go to Google and check Electoral Act 2022 or the past one and check whether provision is still there. It's simple to unravel, and you will see the provision has always been there. So why are you holding this person responsible? And then there were a lot of public sections that were conducted before this Electoral Act. We can't find any of them, Mama P, Peter Randy and all those guys. You did not even go to attend. But after they passed, then you see few of them that even voted yes when they were passing quickly came out to Arise TV and start making noise that they didn't approve, they slaughtered something in there. So that's the reality of Nigeria. That is kind of like we have to manage and tolerate, and we have to just live by it. We don't have any choice now. It is the havoc that they wreaked on us. We only pray that by after 2027, I'm praying that 2027 comes so fast so that everybody see the reality. Then maybe our sanity will be returned to a large extent in Nigeria, and all these content creators will go back, although they're already making money from it. So it will be so hard for them to go back. All those VDM, Mama Pipita, Randy, all of them, they are making, if you know,
you mean Tinubu is our Peter Obi is our president will die after there will be no more super chats on that one. Tinubu
of course now
is our president. We don't recognize the new national anthem. Tinubu is a drug dealer. All of that is dead now. Do you know my fear? Sorry, Ogbeni, do you know what my fear is? My fear is that there's going to be a regurgitation of essentially what I'm seeing from the, especially the obedience space, is still the cycle of it's a drug dealer, his hand is shaking, no certificate. I'm not seeing anything outside of that as an argument to prosecute the upcoming election. So what feels spectacularly is being rehashed again. So if they don't have the ideas, then all the better. Then
that they don't form a government. There's nothing at all. This guy has governed for 3 years. You cannot pick within those 3 years to attack him. And you're still doing, my goodness. Anyway,
nothing new, one man. Nothing new, one man. And nothing new. They're not going to argue on issue. They're not going to debate on issue. Now, they have two areas to attack now, which I think is even good for Tinubu now. So they will dissipate their energy too on Atiku. So as they are dissipating their energy on Atiku and Amechi, maybe that's going to be his vice presidential candidate, I don't know. They'll be dissipating their energy also on Tinubu. And by the time El-Rufai is back and he's supporting Tinubu to become dissipating their energy on all those. Yeah. Now, so there'll be divided attention for them. And as they are doing that, they keep creating their content. They are making their money. They are happy. The gullibles are following them. Fine for Nigeria. Election will come. Fast forward, Tinubu will win again. And by the time he wins, then Tinubu will start real governance. You see the one he has done so far. Let's wait for 2027. Hopefully, let's spare our life. You see real governance. And you see the real restructuring through instrumentalities of the law. I expect him to start dealing with a lot of things that are fundamental to Nigeria because we have the last 4 years to go. You need the legacy.
Nigeria will change completely by 2031. It will be immaterial who the president is because there'll be structures in place that will, that will narrow the excesses of that. It will not be those sort of agbada sort of things that we saw with Buhari and just some overlord. So, look, I carry that expectation with you, Ogbeni, for 2031. And if you look at the body language of Tinubu, I'll be the most disappointed person. So we're already seeing the state police, hopefully to be passed in this parliament. We'll see a lot of devolution of powers from the center that will be embedded very strongly in the constitution. We will see a lot of things that will move power from just that one singular seat so that the regions can self-manage somewhat. Not in it won't cut us up into regions. I don't expect that, but I'm expecting him to water down both the central power and especially the hegemony of the North. So those two spaces have to be tackled in 2027.
One man, how do you weaken the center if you don't regionalize the country? How do you do that?
No, you devolve power from the center. That's what it is. And that's what it's already doing. The center is only powerful by the powers vested on it by the constitution now. If you devolve that power and you restructure the military, all of these things, it will weaken the center.
Yeah, maybe explain it, but I'm trying to understand how do you...
One man, let me ask something after Prince Dad is finished speaking.
I didn't devolve the power to how? I mean, because if Tinubu leaves and somebody else comes, they are going to try to consolidate power as usual.
No. If he embeds it in the constitution, that it makes it exceedingly difficult for them to pull the power back. The
law. Okay, sure.
Yeah. But gentlemen, I want to take it to the back in about 10 minutes, just so that I'm able to edit it and bring out shots and whatnot from it. But do we want to? Yeah.
Sorry, I know. I think Manos President want to say something, but let me answer that Prince Daddy's question maybe a bit, if I can.
Yes.
That's some of it. So for me, you have 3 tiers of government and you have 3 organs of government in Nigeria. They are the basic structure we have upon which every other system is hinging on. So you have your federal, you have your state, and you have the local government. You have your judiciary, you have the executive, and then you have your legislative arm. At all the 3 tiers, meaning at federal level, you have all the 3. At state level, you have all the 3. At the local government level, you have only 2, right? You don't have the judiciary. So the customary law and court and everything is the state that regulates it. But you have the legislative arm, and then you have the executive arm. Now, to restructure Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned, one of the things we need to do, for me, is the policing system. So who regulates and controls our police system? As it stands now, it is federal and it's centralized. And just a minute, one man.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Okay. So as it stands now, we have the federal who is in charge of our police system. Without federal, we should be able to decentralize, and that's what Tinubu is trying to say. I've seen some northerners recently that are still saying, some governors that are still saying that over their dead body that will have state policing, and they gave their reasons, but I don't believe in those reasons that they gave anyway. So if we are able to achieve that, if the man is able to achieve that, and at each level you have your own police system, what that gives you is this. Forget armed forces. We know armed forces, they are meant to fight war. They are not even meant to do things that we use them to do in Nigeria. They are meant to just fight your war, and then they're meant to the integrity of the country, to protect it, and then to serve outside works too. So our policing should be in charge. You see, when people see policing, they think the issue of policing is just about internal security alone. It's not. You know, they are the one prosecuting, they are the one investigating crime. They investigate your crime. In fact, they are the first stable or the first point of contact when there is a crime or when there is about to be a crime. It is the police system. So they sit with you, they take your statement. They are the one who will start investigating, will start doing findings. They are the one with the native intelligence, and they are the one who gather the intelligence around to know who is who in a society, in the neighborhood. And then they are the one who take you to court to prosecute you. If the Ministry of Justice finds that prosecution should be done by them, then they take over from the police. But police start it first. Now, the busiest courts in Nigeria are those magistrate courts. Has anybody asked themselves who are actually regulating the magistrate court? See where the problem is. The state level regulates magistrate court, but the police from federal prosecute there. See the problem we have in Nigeria. So there are a lot of things wrong in the way our system work. So you remember when the late governor of Ondo State, picked those Fulani guys, they were troubling Akeredolu. He picked those Fulani guys that were troubling his area. He wanted to prosecute them. And Malami from Abuja was trying to take over that prosecution. Why will he be able to take over prosecution of a crime committed in Ondo State? Because the prosecutorial power is in the hands of police, which is in the central, and the state doesn't have any. So if there's a crime in your state, you rely on the federal power to come and prosecute it for you. You see, one of the major problems.
Does that not come down to a federal crime versus a state crime?
Thank you. God bless you. So that is the issue. Meanwhile, the state crime you call state crime too is the federal police that will still come and prosecute state crime for you. You should see where the problem is. And that is why you see the state governor, the best they do now is buy them uniform, placate them, buy them automobiles, buy them some of the softs. They can't buy them weapons. Sometimes they can buy them weapons to the federal government, buy them all these soft shield and everything they have. That's the best to just placate any commissioner of police into your state. You can't really control your commissioner of police. Yes, they come for the security council meeting and everything with you, but whatever decision taking, they still have to take it to the IGP, which is at the federal, before they can take any action. So if there's any issue somewhere, the governor is helpless. The governor cannot stroll there because he's not harmed. The governor will have to call his COP. COP has to call his Oga before they give him permission to go there. So for me, at that level, if we're able to solve that policing level, we solve one level. The next level we need to solve is those three tiers: the federal, the state, and the local. And I think the good start was where Tinubu is starting from on this local government and say, okay, at the local government level, let's find a way to get autonomy for these people by all means. If they have their own autonomy, that will be fine. And they've started it. With time, things will fall in lines with local government. What we are seeing now is the remnant of the past system that is still within the system. Those ones that they have conducted their election before the policy came into existence and all those things, those ones that are still in the pocket of the governors and everything. But with time, you still see some other political parties taking some local government, and then they are not agreeing with the governor and things fall in line. And the governor cannot, with the state of law now, cannot just declare any local government seat vacant because they are duly elected to the office. That said, lastly, that we should talk about is the judiciary. You see, I've studied where things are working relatively in the society, and I realized that the basis of such a society where there's law and order is start from judiciary. That's why I don't blame Professor Odinkalu sometimes when he's so hard on our judiciary. I know he's a sadist. I know he has his own issue. But sometimes I look within what he's saying and I realize that, yeah, this man could actually be saying the truth, because why? Let me, you see, why do we have people like VDM, Mama P, Aaron Singh, and all these guys in our society? It's a good sign of a failing state. Oh man, it's just a good sign of a failing state. Can you imagine VDM in UK? Maybe you'll be working in Amazon or Menzi warehouse carrying things. But as it stands now, he has a whole outlet in Abuja where people come like a law court or a police station to come and report. So they report to him, he will call commissioner on their behalf, he will call. So it's a sign of a failing state. And what part of that state? You know, I mentioned 3 organs. Is a major sign of the failing judiciary. Because our judiciary doesn't really give what the society expects any longer. And every man cannot approach the judiciary and you're getting justice from it. Even if you're getting it at the end of the day, you will need somebody like BDM and others to start fighting for you and show to start making noise for you in the TV before you can have justice. So because of that, our judiciary need to sit tight. And I can tell you my simple question about judiciary, where I see the problem with our judiciary is this: we have a lot of good judges. We have so many good judges. But what is the problem? The problem is that those good ones will not make it to the position of leadership. That's the problem. And who assign cases in judiciary is those one in the leadership. So the cases that are meant to probably send signal to the public or make good in the public that can reset our society will never be sent to them. So, and they will never be posted to a very good place where they can make impact. So you see them, they send them to all those downtown places that they can't really make impact. So what am I proposing? Now, the problem with the judiciary is start with recruitment. Has anybody asked yourself, how do we recruit our judges? To start with, the fact that you don't even know how we recruit our judges is a problem. It means there's nothing transparent in it, because if you go to advanced countries and you want to know how they recruit their judges, just Google it. It will tell you how you can purchase for, what you need to do, the checklist and everything. Try to Google about Nigeria. Everything is kept in secrecy. We don't even know how they are screened. You don't know how they recruit them. And because of that, now we keep pumping the bad ones into the system. And forget NBA, Nigerian Bar Association will come and be saying, nah, lie. They are all running the same bad system. Today, the leadership of Nigerian Bar Association, all of them, they are all in the establishment. So I think our activists and the civil society, those ones that are genuine anyway, not all of them, should be looking at how do we recruit our judges and where can we start from? If we are starting from magistrate, how do we recruit our magistrate? How can we be fair in recruiting the magistrate? How can we recruit those who are fearless and who understand the law and who will not be compromised into those spaces? But don't forget, as we are thinking about that, we should also be thinking about their condition of service. Because the condition of service is not, except for Lagos and Rivers in that Nigeria, condition of service for judiciary is so bad. So we think about the condition of service and we think about our security too. And that is why I said everything just intersects. If we can able to have that police thing, at the same time, we're able to deal with more money for the state and reset our judiciary, I think it could be a starting point for us to build on, rather than we're making noise up and down and we don't even know where should we start from. Thank you, one man, for the opportunity. Thank you, everyone. I think Prince Daddy and others.
All right, brilliant. That's Ogbeni, of course. So you see why we chase him around so much. So thank you, Ogbeni. Always brilliant. Prestige, you wanted to come in once upon a time. Do you still have that thought, Prestige?
Yeah, I wanted to come in. I heard what everybody's saying. I've been listening. So my question is that, I mean, everybody has come and make up their own point of view and everything. Does Tinubu, even after what you have, portrayed here, does Tinubu has the political way to dismantle the northern hegemony and all that kind of thing? No, he doesn't, because the guy is a mafia, has a dodgy background. All he's preoccupied is about winning the next presidential election 2027. That is his ultimate measure. So if somebody can tell me, give me the report card of Tinubu, if you haven't performed on your first 4 years, which is almost there, are you going to perform wonder when you become a lame-duck president? So I don't know why you come here and be deceiving yourself. thinking that Tinubu is performing.
So, sorry, what will make him a lame duck president? What makes him a lame duck?
He's not going to do nothing. He's just there because
why?
you re-elected him.
Yeah, but why would he do nothing? President. Why? Why would he do nothing? I don't understand.
I mean, you're coming and just blah 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 and said what to do.
No. Hold on. Leave that one.
The question the Nigeria has to ask.
No. Hold on.
What's up today that
what would make him a lame duck? Do you know what a lame duck?
Before 2023.
Do you know what?
Definitely yes.
No. Hold on.
Do you know what? This is just a microeconomics. It's not what I call economic feeling.
I don't think he understands.
Most of them in Diaspora just come here and use your lies about what Tinubu has achieved. Tinubu has not achieved nothing.
All right.
He's the worst president in my lifetime.
Okay, brilliant. You continue to say that.
If you want, I can go point by point where Tinubu has failed.
All right, but hold on. Can you hear me, Prestige?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, what makes him a lame duck president? Start from there. What how
whatever he has achieved in the first 4 years, that's all he can achieve.
Why?
He's not going to do nothing in the second when he becomes second time. He become a lame duck because he's not going to do anything. He's only going to do his miloko, neither embezzle the country money or do his highest nepotism. That makes him a lame duck because he's not going to achieve nothing by that time. He's not running for re-election after that. That's a typical lame duck, lazy president that's nothing he's going to achieve.
I'm not sure you understand what a lame duck president is.
I know what a lame duck. Okay. What does education? You don't have to educate me about that.
No, because
let's go bullet by bullet. Where Tinubu was before 2022, where Nigeria was in terms of all economic index, inflation, foreign exchange, petroleum, GDP, and poverty rate. Let's go that.
You are not even. You have to stay consistent on one space. So a lame duck president is a president that is diminished in influence. That's really what it is. So how would Tinubu be diminished in influence in the second term?
He will be diminished what he can do. I know what a lame duck.
No, you don't. You don't. You don't.
He doesn't have that much power. No, that's exactly what he's going to do when he's second term.
No. You know why I'm holding you to that space? It's because Tinubu, the second term of Tinubu is the direct opposite of being a lame dog. Just hold on. When Tinubu gets re-elected, he knows that he doesn't have any more elections to run. So he knows that he doesn't have to pander to anybody. He knows that he's not going to the electorate to ask for anything. He knows that he's not going to any political bloc to ask for any favors. So he knows with that, he has all of the powers to do as he wills because there's no consequence to it. They're not going to de-elect him. It's not going to be impeached. That will not happen. They are not going to kill him. That will not happen. And he's going to run those 4 terms. He's running those 4 terms, those 4-year terms, on the understanding that is his last furlong, that is his last run, and it doesn't need anything from anybody anymore. So that makes it the most powerful it will be. If you said it was somewhat lame duckish in the first term, when it's still going to curry favors, that there's still an argument. But to say it's diminished in the second term, it's not consistent with reason or logic. There's no sense in that.
Okay, can I come in?
Yeah, go on.
I think my narrative depends on the context that I'm coming out. Like, you're a man of context. When somebody says something, you say, under what context? When I mean by a lame duck president, it's not that he does, he's not going to run again or that kind of stuff. That means he has already fulfilled all his obligations. He has nothing to offer anymore. He can't offer anything anymore. He only there as a miloko. That's all he's going to do. He can't do anything more than he hasn't done in his first 4 years.
All right. Okay.
That's the way I'm phrasing mine. Right. When I say lame duck president, he cannot fulfill any more obligation. Okay. Nothing. He's just there to steal money or do whatever he wants.
Well done.
So
clap for yourself, Prestige.
I mean, that's my characteristic of being, when it comes to Tinubu as a lame duck
president. You see. Hold on.
I'm not saying that he's
hold on, Prestige.
Hold on, let me land now.
Okay, land. Land.
I mean, his ability, to pass any law, anything, I mean, it's not going to happen anymore. He's not going to focus anymore on his legacy. He's just going to do whatever he want to do.
Do you know when I say you are in the conversations to provide comic relief and you get upset?
I'm not here to provide comic relief.
This is a good example right there now. Yeah, say lame dog. You say hold on. You repeat things that you repeat things that you hear somewhere else. You don't have an understanding of it. Say Tinubu is a lame dog, so that's comic relief, isn't it? But did we want to hear from Prince Daddy before we start to think about shutting it down? We'll still carry on in the back, but I think because we're still coming out later on tonight, of course. And by the way, before we hear from Prince Daddy or whoever was to give us a sort of final word, everybody listening to this session now, please make sure you're subscribed. That's one. And then click on this link that I'm sending. Hold on.
Let me ask you something.
No. Hold on now. I'm promoting this session. Can you please let's chill? So can everybody please make sure you're subscribed and you've clicked on the like button as well. And then there's a link in the comment section for our later in the night session where we're going to be looking at the permutations of the NDC party, and we're going to be speculating if Kwakwanso is actually gaming that party for its long-term political ambitions. So we're looking at Kwakwanso OK ticket 2027, which then should translate into a KO ticket 2031, which might ultimately be what Kwakwanso is permutating towards. So we'll be discussing that and we'll see where it lands. So click on that link and then click on the bell notification. We're coming out later on tonight as well. It's a 2-session day. And please make sure you are subscribed as well. We're after 1,000 new subscribers today. So make that statement and then we'll see who else wants to make a comment and we start to think about rounding it off. Prestige.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I lost my thought.
All right, Prestige. Prestige, I hope you've been watching Kenneth Okonkwo, the way he's been berating and being merciless to Peter B in his submission. Have you been watching it? I watched like an hour or so.
Okonkwo is a political job. I has nothing to offer.
Yeah, that was number one. That was Peter B's number one supporter in the last election. Nobody spoke so much eloquently about Peter B in the last election. Nobody carried Peter B's water on his head more than Kenneth Okonkwo. And today you're trying to demean what he has to say. No, you've been a joker, Prestige. He was an insider. He knew how everything ran. He worked with everybody, including Aisha and Tanko, that guy. And at the end of the day, he's come to actually he said it himself. I don't know if you heard. He said when Peter B came to the ADC, right? He told them that do not build anything on Peter B's back because he is going to leave. And hold and behold, like a prophet, exactly the same thing happened. I mean, it doesn't make him a genius because many of us have actually said that also, that Peter B was going to leave anyways, He talked about the morbid, fear of Peter B when it comes to primaries. It was quite cinematic the way he described it. Let's put it that way. He's an actor. He knows how to express himself. So he has zero respect for Peter B as a person, as a politician. He talked about how Peter B cannot even, unless the ticket is given to him, a la carte, Peter B cannot go in there and compete. And guess what happened? It was right, of course, because when Peter B went to NDC, what happened? They pretty much had to zone the ticket to the South, which is fine. I'm totally for that. Then what happened? Then boom, we all know zoning to the South means Peter B, there you go, get your tickets. See, I said it before, to be the best, you have to challenge the best, and the blessing is spiritual. I don't know what people like you, Prestige, will find in Peter B as a leader, because this guy has not shown anything, what it takes to be a leader. He can't compete amongst his own peers. He can't do that. Okay, he wants to rule Nigeria. He doesn't even understand the dynamic of the country at all. Peter B does not. So I actually take it as a comedy, quite frankly. Its supporters, and I think some people are just doing for the money. People like Tanko, Aisha Yusufu, and many others, of course, and its supporters. I believe Joel, our friend, is always trolling us when it comes to Peter B. I don't believe in his heart. He believes Peter B is a viable candidate, or even a leader of any kind we can think about. So that's what we have here. So we were talking earlier. Oh, Peter B and Kwankwaso actually was BKO. Otitoju was talking about Peter B. I believe that the last election, Kwankwaso was like, hey, there's no way he's going to merge with Peter B. But today he's come to merge with Peter B, which is fine. Political expediency, that's okay. But the notion that their performance in this election will portend for 2031, I think is going to be a grave one. I don't see the ticket performing any better than the last election that Peter B got 6 million votes. I don't think so. In fact, it's going to show up their weaknesses so much that it may actually curtail Kwankwaso's opportunity in the next election. I mean, after this 2027, and that's what's going to happen. Peter B does not have what it takes. I think Madam Zita always says it, elaborately when it comes to how Peter B, the Obedient movement, came about. We saw that it was actually a faction from PDP. And we know that the Igbos are mostly concentrated in the PDP. They vote that direction, and they were the majority of votes that came from PDP to the Labour Party. And of course, there are so many other few dynamics in the last election, Muslim ticket, and this. It kind of galvanized Peter B's base to have this showing that he had. But it was quite clear Peter B cannot sustain it. Very much clear. Because he had a party given to him, the Labour Party. You could not do nothing with it. You could not build on it. You could not expand on it. You could not even sustain exactly what was given to him. He had to run away like a little schoolgirl. He ran to ADC. Now he ran away from ADC. Now finally, I think he's landed at a place whereby they say, hey, guy, yeah, take your ticket and go run. It's a shameful character. So I feel kind of embarrassed people like you, Prestige, when you support Peter B and you come out forcefully with your chest. Let's go for the evening time. I'll see you guys.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So I'm going to shut it down now. We'll take it to the back. Anybody that wants to come in. The conversation usually still carries on endlessly in the back. The super chatters of the day are Kulata severally, and then Adedamola also severally. So those are the two super chatters of the day, unless I've missed anyone. So thank you to Damola and Kulata. Other people should join them as well. And as I said, there's a later session coming up tonight. So please make sure you've liked and subscribed and press the bell notification. Press the bell notification. This is the link to the later session in the evening. So go and bookmark it so you're ready. So that's the link. And this second link is to the studio if you want to come and be part of the conversation in the back end. So come in, especially if you're too shy to be on the screen. So this is time to come in. So thank you, everyone. See you later. Not see you tomorrow. See you later in the day. So sorry, carry on.
Can I come in now to speak about Kwankwaso and Obi?
No, carry on. But we're offline now. But carry on. Yeah.
Want me to go ahead?
Yeah, carry on.